I guess it's better if I take the mute button off, huh? Hello. Hi, Six Finger, Michigan Girl, Red Pillin, Miss Blue Moon, Buckeye Bob. Hello. I'm sitting here talking to y'all, and I'm like, look down. Let's see here. Banners. There we go. Diamond. Uh, no, not really Diamond. I mean, I don't even know if I could really pull off 48 hours straight through, but I took a little 20-minute nap a while ago. Hi, Kathy. Christy Baum, hello. Oh, hello, Sue Tadero. You gonna join me, Diamond? You're more than welcome to. Oh, let's see here. Look at all those lovely people in chat. One moment. Let's see here. Oh, where is it? Let's see. Oh, my bad. Sorry, Diamond. I was sending a text.
Oh yeah, no, I was chatting in chat, so No, I just seeing you were on. Was it 5 or 6 hours this morning? Then you
Yeah,
went on
yeah.
Brittle, and was there someone in between that you went on?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I
Yeah.
was over in remote. I was on
Oh,
our neck of
remote.
the
Yeah,
woods.
yeah.
Our neck of the woods before Riddles. Uh,
You're do, you're doing a marathon.
no, no. Speaking of Riddle, I just sent him a link too if he wanted to join.
Is he awake?
I don't know. He might not be.
Hi, Annalisa. Yeah, I know he's on his day shift sleep pattern, so he might be asleep.
Yeah. Well, the little blue dot was on the Duo on the phone. The
Oh,
Duo is another app, you know, where you can video talk and this and that. I think that means he's active on his phone.
oh, okay. Hi,
Uh,
Kathy
I,
Holbrook. Go ahead.
I I even went to Mr. Constitution class.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, that
D-
was interesting.
Douglas Douglas Gibbs.
Huh.
I sent Jeff the link to that. I was like, this is the guy I've been trying to tell people about because he's a teacher out of California,
Oh,
and
I've never
and
heard of
he's
him.
yeah, his nickname's Mr. Constitution, and he has his own show on here. He started off how I met him. First started
Write
seeing
that
him
down.
was off of Scott McKay,
Oh,
and he started from the very First Amendment and was just informing people about it.
yeah.
He
Mr.
knows his stuff.
Constitution. Okay, thank you. I'll look that up.
Douglas V. Gibbs is his name, real name.
Douglas V. Gibbs. Okay, thank you. Yeah,
Yeah,
I signed up for that Hillsdale College thing that Jeff was looking at, so I just haven't, done any of the classes yet. So, well, we did one today.
right. I kind of might have dozed off for a split second during that video too. Whenever
Oh,
people play, ever since the 48-hour prayathon, ever since they like put on a, if it's a real good video, I'm in tuned in. I watch it, but my eyelids start feeling sleepy on some, and I catch myself dozing off.
yeah.
Yeah. No, I just figured I'd do like a little afterglow, and I didn't know if
Oh,
I was
oh.
gonna. I almost thought about sending Jeff B a message and see if he wanted to join.
Yeah. Is Travis on?
I don't know.
Hmm. I don't know everybody's schedule, but
I even
Kathy
sent.
Holbrook says he teaches with Scott, great teacher. And then
Yeah.
she said, "What is the college?" It's called Hillsdale, Hillsdale College, and it's in Michigan, right?
Uh, no. Hillsdale's the free online classes anyone can sign up for. That Devil
Right.
Dog. Yeah.
Yeah. But
Uh,
is it headquartered in Michigan?
I'm not
I think
sure.
I think it is, but it's an online course, Kathy, that you go on the website, Hillsdale College, and just when you thought it was safe to go in the water,
I
here comes
know.
Wow.
Craig the Hunter.
I know. I just
Uh,
popped in to say hi. I'm watching hamster videos.
Oh,
what?
It's pretty cool.
Oh,
hamster.
I
It's like,
don't even want to ask. I don't even want to
Yeah,
ask.
no,
yeah,
it ain't
don't.
like that.
Yeah,
It ain't like that.
yeah.
They make natural enclosures for their pet hamsters. So it's like cool. Like the hamster can dig in the dirt, make tunnels, and they put real grass in there, small apple tree. Like the hamster eats all this stuff. So it's pretty cool.
Hmm.
Uh,
Yeah. My
But
boring
yeah,
life.
but Kathy, if you go on their website, you can sign up. It's free online course, and it's Constitution 101. Devil
Introduction to
Dog actually, Devil Dog said you should take the introduction to before you take the Constitution 101 class or whatever. But yeah, it's free. So yeah, just all you have to do is sign up.
The one that
Oh.
Mr. Constitution teaches at in California, though, I don't know he gave the name of it a few times on Patriot Sea Fighter, but that's been several months ago that I last watched it, because when Scott went on the tour, some other guy was filling in for Scott, and Mr. Constitution got on there, and I watched a few shows here and there, but Mr. Constitution has his own show here on YouTube.
I'll have to check him out. Red Pillin says Diamond Lil got 100 on the Constitution test. That's because I was peeking at Monty's paper.
Oh no! Oh no!
She was nerdy.
I wish.
Tell you what.
That's because I'm a nerd.
She's a nerd.
Look at this. Look at here. Did you notice in chat? Oh, I was also on Bigfoot Preppers and Lake Ferries also too before Liberty.
Yeah, I was gonna say I have seen you on like I don't know how many, at least like three of them anyway. This morning, but I was doing my laundry and stuff, so I couldn't come on. But
and right after my show, I went over and said hi and spread my love to 300 Warriors on his show too. I forgot about that.
Yeah, thank you,
Man,
Red
Monty,
Pillin.
you're a celebrity.
He is busy, in demand guy.
Just spreading the likes, spreading the love,
spreading the love. We have a Jeff Marston with us, huh?
Yeah, it's Hawk.
That's what I thought.
Hawk is Jeff? Really?
Nope. Yeah.
I know his last name was Marston, but is his first name Jeff?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
It's Terry.
I don't.
It's Terry.
I don't know if he wants me to say
it's
that.
Terry.
No, it's not.
Terry. I don't know who Terry is.
Terry. Timmy.
You're talking about
Timmy?
Hulk Hogan. That's Terry.
That is Terry too.
Hogan.
Oh, Terry Bradshaw too. You could say him.
Yeah.
So how are the pups today? How is Benelli and Spumoni?
Oh, they're doing good.
Good.
There was a lot of excitement. There was a lot of barking today. A lot of people outside the fence.
Oh.
What I was saying about. Are you sleeping with that rooster in your house?
Did you hear that? No, I'm out here. Look, he's right here.
Yeah.
Golly.
Hey, give us another. Give us another.
Was that a
don't
cool
come
if he
near
could do it
my
on demand.
thing?
I know. Hey, tell me what you got to say, brother.
Was that a don't come near my chicks? These are my women.
Hey.
The sun's not even up, son. Why are you crowing?
That fools them.
You got your days and nights mixed up too, huh, Rooster?
Look at that old ass chicken. That chicken is literally 8 years old.
Wow.
Oh, here you go.
Wow.
There you go. Captured. There's a goat.
Yeah, it doesn't even face the goat. The goat just keeps on chewing.
Yeah, they don't give a crud. Look at them. Yeah, what was that? Chicken.
So what I was noticing when I was in Bigfoot Preppers chat is,
I'm sorry, Monty. Let me be.
I would go and comment, and I noticed everybody else would comment, even Prepping 101, and the chat was messing up just like it was in Liberties. If you notice, when some people would comment, it would say internal.
Yeah, error. I kept having an error.
Yeah.
Dude, and you were having that too. I thought it was just me.
No, everybody. I think if we check down detector, I haven't yet. It's either going to be YouTube that's going to be having some that's having shortages right now, or it's
Restream.
StreamYard.
Yeah,
It's either
well,
one
he's
of those
on
two.
Restream.
Who?
Uh-oh.
But it's still YouTube.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Well, from what I gathered.
Well, I don't
Hawk
know.
must be
Different
having
platforms do different things.
Hawk must be having problems.
That must be
I don't
part of
know.
the. Yeah, you might be right on.
I don't know if it's. I don't know.
It might be locational for Hawk though, because of the weather.
Right. That needs electricity.
Yeah. Gosh, could you hear that?
Yeah.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
He's
How
loud.
could we not? Seems like we're in a Kentucky Fried Chicken before and after show.
That's what it is.
Later, Six Finger. Tell Chabal I said hi. And Ronan. I think Honey tossed the hunter out with the chickens. Oh, and the roasters.
There she is.
You see that,
Oh,
Craig?
wait. No, I didn't see it.
It's right there on the screen. He's like, I'm getting away from this rooster.
I know, he's so loud.
So Red Pill said, "You're Honey, the dragon." I think Honey tossed the hunter out with the chickens, and the roosters are his.
I gotta come out to the backyard.
No.
All right, let me try to find. Oh wait, Chabal is on right now.
Yeah.
Let's do a love raid. Do a love raid on him.
I wish I could. I'm on my phone.
Oh, dang it!
I just need to pass to you. My granddaughter just came in. That's why I had to mute. And she told me, Nana, we're out of Fig Newtons, and that's stupid. That's really that's stupid to do that, to run out of food.
That pretty is. You know what? She's right on the money, Diamond.
I said, well, if we're out of food, go to the grocery store. And she says, Nana, I can't drive yet. I'm not old enough.
She's got another good point.
Yeah. So was she calling me stupid?
No, she was just saying the act of forgetting to get the Fig Newtons may have been a bad call.
The act itself, not Nana. Okay.
Yep.
Can't run out of Fig Newtons.
Dang it. Now I want Fig Newtons. Do those have a lot of sugar? Is there a lot of sugar in those?
Yeah, there is. But she's,
I wonder if they have
young enough.
Yeah. But they're supposed to be more healthy for you than a chocolate bar, so.
Yeah.
Oh, of course, yeah.
I used to eat
Hawk
those.
Maybe here.
I used to eat a lot of those Fig Newtons when I was younger.
It says Hawk.
I know, that's why you were all stopped up.
Is he lurking?
Or is it figs make you go? What is it? No, figs make you go to the bathroom, right?
Yeah, I used to eat prunes too. I love those over raisins.
Yeah. Figs are good for you.
The
cheese blocks you up. That's what it is.
Well, you can have chocolate. It just dark chocolate is good for you, right? Dark chocolate.
Yeah, you can do dark chocolate, but you know what I was thinking?
What?
Why not eat a bunch of cheese and then eat a bunch of figs or Fig Newtons or plums after that, and then you'll offset the effects of each other.
Or you'll be bound up and then.
Yeah, these are old people problems that we're talking about, folks. But thank you for joining us.
And then once that blockage moves through, you're going to be like Riddle trying to go into a gas station restroom and then going into a stall that has no teepee.
Boy, that was an explosive story that he told today on the show.
That could have been a stinky situation. That's all I gotta say.
And a rookie move, not checking to see if there was toilet paper.
Hi, Shep.
Sometimes you have to go so hard. I mean, it's really bad that you don't even look. You're hard. Yeah.
Hard.
You jump out of your car and you.
Ow.
Hey, do you guys remember when penny candy was a penny?
Oh,
Yep.
We used to get the atomic like fireballs. They were separate. Boy, those things were hot. We got those bottles that were filled with the wax bottles that were filled with sweet stuff.
yes.
The pixie sticks you could get.
I love.
Um,
Oh yeah, I love pixie sticks.
what were the caramels with the white stuff in the middle of it? What were those called? Do you remember?
The
Caramel
what?
with the white.
Yeah, there was caramel on the outside, and then it was white stuff on the, white center.
Zero?
Gooey or
It was well, the caramel was goo,
Oh,
hard
not,
to.
hard.
not
But what about the white? The white interior
ca-
was it gooey?
Well, no,
cowtails.
what is it? Cowtails?
Yeah,
Y'all got me so
Yeah,
hungry
I'm
right
trying
now.
to
that's what.
remember what it is
That's,
called.
that
I
sounds
don't.
familiar.
Yeah, I don't
I'm,
find them anymore. You
I
remember
could
Boston
possibly.
baked beans, the candy?
No, I didn't
Yeah,
know there was a
No.
candy.
Yeah, Boston baked beans.
We
Those are
do
pretty
Craig,
good.
really?
pralines down here. Praline. It's
Yeah,
I'm sure they have those
rais-
all over.
raisinets and goobers.
What about
Oh, dude, you know
whatchamacallit?
what I loved? In Europe, they had this can. It was a candy bar that was shaped like a triangle called Tuberlone. I think Tuberlone in Europe. Oh, so good. Oh, look,
Oh,
here's
here's
We're
Mom.
Shep.
back.
Hi, Shep.
Oh, it's
Are we
Shep. I thought it was
are we
Hawk.
doing another class or?
No, I just saw you guys. I'll go
Glad
on
you
there for a
came,
little
Shep.
bit. Hi, Monty. Hi, Craig.
Hello. Hi, Rob.
Yeah, we
I
yeah we
better
used to get
do
penny
this
candy
somehow.
for a penny. You could get a big bag of it for like a dime.
What Rob is that? Robert?
Penny candy
Navy Vet
Or
103.
Rob's regular? Is that Rob Rhodes?
for like a dime.
No,
Which Rob? Rob? Siegel?
that's a Rob.
Hi,
Navy
Rocksteady.
Navy
Hey,
Vet
oh,
103.
Rock.
It's Rob.
Oh, there's Tonto,
Hi,
dude.
Tactical.
Hide your dog.
Oh, sugar daddies. Yeah, I remember sugar daddies. Jawbreakers.
Hide
Sugar
your
daddy.
hide Smokey the Bear from Tactical. He's been dancing with him probably.
Did a honey.
Yeah, he's been a camping fool.
Yeah. Every other week, I think.
Marathon
love
bar.
You know what though? If you have a camper, you should use it.
Red Pillin says caramel creams.
Caramel creams. Yeah, they
Mm.
were individually wrapped, but they
Oh
were
my God.
delicious.
What about pinwheels? Have you ever had chocolate pinwheels? It's like a chocolate pinwheel with the marshmallow.
Marshmallow in it.
Chico sticks.
Mm.
Chico sticks.
Blow.
Mm.
Someone said blow pops, Smarties.
Dinosaur
Smarties
eggs.
were sour. They were sour.
I used to love
Ooh.
Oreos until I found out I had diabetes and that they were
Yeah.
of the devil.
They
Oh,
are?
the Oreos.
That's what. Yeah, look at the symbol on them.
Rocksteady, I remember
Oh,
dinosaur eggs. Now you're telling your age.
Oh wow. What about Pop Rocks? Put 'em on
Oh
your tongue.
yeah, they're
Pop
still
Rocks.
good.
Mhm.
What are you
Mhm.
crunching on there, Craig?
Well, those are peanuts, Monty.
I heard them all the way through here. Makes my
All right.
teeth hurt.
Sometimes you feel like a nut. Sometimes you don't.
I broke a tooth one time, Monty, in a deer stand biting into a petrified peanut.
Uh,
It was one out of the batch that was just extremely hard and it cracked the tooth.
Mm.
What would you guys
I-
who was I listening to? Dave Hodges, the Common Sense Show. He lives in Arizona. I think he said about 25 miles north of Phoenix. And he was talking about bugging out. What are you laughing about?
Rocksteady just said, I love the nuts.
yeah.
So, I thought it was
Greg
something
loves
else.
the nuts. Yes, he does.
So
Yeah, Cracker Jacks too.
he was talking about bugging out, and that if you're close to cities, you really need to think about where would you go?
Yeah.
So you definitely don't want
Oh,
to be in a city. And like him, I'm about 25 miles from a big city. So he said to have a place ready, like with your supplies there and everything.
yeah. I know some
I don't know too
preppers
many
that
people that could do that.
Yeah.
I do.
You
I know
do?
some preppers that I know some preppers that have their little stash bags put stashed in little areas along their way to their spot,
Yeah.
Wow, I
like
don't.
Wow.
like over
Anyway.
50 miles away spots.
Hmm.
Yeah, you got to get away
Maybe
from
that
hot zones.
maybe that 103 said I had a Rolo pull a cap off my tooth on the way home from getting it. Mom was pissed.
Oh, I
Mhm.
imagine so.
That that's not good.
Yep.
No, I
Uh,
just figure I've got some, I'll just pack up some stuff and throw it in my car and off we'll go to any relative that will let me come in and any relative that answers the door when I knock on it.
I
Hmm.
think you
Yep.
might be safe. I think you might be safe up there in Maine, though. I'm not sure,
Yeah.
but
I think you're right,
Yeah.
Monty. I'm thinking like Boston or New York, you know,
DC, of course.
Philadelphia, yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Philadelphia, DC, all of
I
those.
do worry
Especially,
about Shep's area though, with all the craziness. You
Portland.
know.
Yeah.
Ugh.
especially you got to especially be leery and not
Seattle.
be in any of the 8 cities that's going to be on fire, and
Oh,
that's
Oh, that's
mostly
great.
blue.
That's a good thing.
Okay,
Yeah.
That,
let's
that's blue. That's
okay,
blue
so we have
cities.
Seattle and
Seattle and
Yep.
Portland,
Portland and
and
Yep.
we have LA and San
San
Francisco,
Francisco. Yeah.
No. Chicago,
No.
Portland,
Philadelphia,
Chicago.
No, 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 no,
Philly.
no, no.
New
Yep.
York City,
How
Yep.
about Detroit?
You know
Washington
what? What
D.C.,
about Kenosha?
No.
When that certain, you never know what's going to happen
Atlanta.
with that case.
Well, now we're up to 9.
Yeah,
Wow. Atlanta.
that's
Oh yeah,
that's the list.
nerds.
Has there
That's
been
the
a
list.
lot of disruption in Atlanta yet? I don't
I'm
know.
not sure if that is actually one of the 8 or not, but this is a list I was told
Mm-hmm.
here. It's been months ago.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's old
they said
intel.
when I know. Well, that's just something, dude. I'm in a county where it's 9,700 people in the whole county, so I'm not worried. I'm an hour
Yeah,
away
we
from
only
Kansas
have.
City, so
Yeah, where I'm at is only 8,000 people. I think
yeah.
9,000. Yeah, somewhere in there. But
Kathy
there's
Holbrook.
adjoining.
Oh,
Sorry.
go ahead. No, that's
No,
okay.
go ahead.
I was just going to say, Kathy Holbrook says Janet Mills, that's our governor, makes Maine a target. Yeah, Kathy, I'm in southern Maine, Biddeford, Saco area. I think she's from Maine too.
How far from Philadelphia? Well, it's a real hot spot for the Blues. So
She's
Yeah,
in Florida.
you know
Yeah.
who's there? Our brother
I'm,
Chabal is there.
yeah, so is Jim Boswell.
Oh wow, I didn't know Jim was there. Jim, I thought he was out in the country.
Well, he said, "How far from Philadelphia will be safe?"
Oh, so he's okay. I see. I think where he is, he's good. He's shooting deer in
Well,
his yard. He should be
right,
fine.
right, right. I knew he was close there. I'm not, I know that he wasn't directly in Philadelphia.
Well, I know he's got a food source for sure.
Yeah, just anywhere where they've been having all those riots and stuff from last year. That's the cities that's going to probably continue. That's what I was told, though,
I
before
would
the
agree.
results
That makes
before the
sense.
results of the AZ audit.
Monty, are you putting out fear?
No,
You
I'm
shall not
not.
fear. All right, just making sure.
I was passing
Fact.
along what I was told. So
I know.
Be
I'm just messing.
prepared.
But don't be scared.
No.
That's
Don't be
what we need to
scared.
make a shirt. Be prepared, but don't be scared.
Yep.
I'm not afraid.
Speak of the
Hi, Jim.
Dickens.
Can you hear me?
hello, Jim.
Hey,
Hey,
Jim.
can you hear me?
Mhm.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. 5x5.
because I can barely hear you guys. But
Jim, we've been whispering the whole time.
No, we hear you fine.
We
okay,
can
good.
hear you. Yeah.
I'm going to do sign language for Jim. We've been whispering the whole time.
Hey, everybody, Craig, Diamond, Lil,
Hey, buddy.
Shepherd of the Forest.
Yeah.
Hey, how? I got a question. The Full Monty was saying about Philly.
I'm going to do sign language for Jim.
How far from Philly do you think it's safe? I'm 25 miles from there. Diamond, Lil.
Hey, you should be good.
That's what I thought. I got a question. The Full Monty was saying
We've got
about
an echo. Are you echoing, Jim?
how far from Philly do you think it's safe? I'm 25 miles. I
There you
closed the
go.
other windows.
Much better. Yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
There's been
Oh, that was-
times already where the audio hasn't come through with StreamYard. It's, bad internet connections. I think Craig and I are the only two people in the community, the only men that don't have a beard.
Yeah.
Well, I did. Wait, I'll show you my beard. There it is.
Used to.
Yep, that was Amish style. I don't like the upper hair stuff.
Yeah, you get food in there and everything. I don't know what the big attraction is. My son has a beard, kind of, but hey,
So,
Diamond, you were really good the last time you were on Liberty Warrior too.
Oh,
Really
thank
enjoyed
you, Jim. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank
Hey,
you
does
very
anybody
much.
know what's really going on, or if anything's going to happen?
no.
I do. I think we're good, man. I really do.
Yeah.
We really got to look back at all that we know, you know?
Mhm.
Well,
And-
I mean,
We may
Are we
not
past
know a lot of it.
are we
We may not
are we
hear.
are we past the tipping point? I mean, some might say
oh.
yeah.
Yeah.
I would say.
I am.
Yeah.
Well,
Even when I
especially
went
when
to
they
the
start.
dentist, they were even saying they were done. So that was surprising.
People are about to start leaving jobs
Oh, I know they are. People are quitting.
en masse.
My wife has to get tested twice a week. She's a nurse at a doctor's office, and the doctors are on her side about not having something forced upon them.
Well, and
Good.
here's the thing.
That's
There
good.
you go,
Now-
Craig.
Wait, listen what the next thing is. They're going to say, wait, what does it say?
LGB?
Yeah. Without realizing it, you just signed LGB.
What
when
is
you
that?
did sign language. When you did your
Oh,
sign
wow,
language.
did I?
Oh.
Yeah.
How do I do a T? I want to add,
He
I
was
don't want
try-
to leave out anybody.
And you need
LA
the letter, the
How do you
17th letter
do
too.
FJB?
Yes,
be a
that's
good
what I
one.
need to learn.
LHS, he was trying to sign YMCA.
Well, okay, now, and here's going to be the next trigger for all those who have gotten the Jabberwockies.
Mm.
They're going to say, hey, your Jabberwocky is not safe any longer. Now you need to get this other one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you have to go do this other thing
That's
as an
gonna trigger-
antidote for what you did.
That's
I hope
correct.
they have one.
Yeah, Bobby, but they're going to keep pushing for more and more of these. So the people who have already gotten it,
Oh, you mean the big?
yeah, they're already afflicted with
the
it.
second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth.
Correct. The boost.
Yeah.
It'll go on forever.
Hmm. Where did I just
So-
see in Australia? Maybe it was every 6 months now.
Okay, Rob.
What does Rob say?
So
Well, listen,
that's why you couldn't
Oh,
get
it's
up
me.
on the. Yeah,
Listen,
that's Rob. So
Yeah, I
Hawk
didn't
says
know
he
who
is
was-
without.
He's called Maybe.
Oh,
Hawk is-
Transformers Blue.
I said that a while ago. Hawk says he's without phone, power, and phone is out of juice. They are working on his electricity replacing the transformer. That's why his box showed up there, but it wouldn't pull all the
Well,
way through.
the good news is he's getting his stuff worked on and probably fixed. So that'll be a blessing for him, for sure.
Craig,
Well, I look at it like this. People that have pets like me, a dog, they don't have to get a shot every 6 months.
can we do a prayer for Hawk?
Yeah, you want to do a prayer?
But Jim, what were you? Let Jim finish what he
Yeah,
Yeah,
was
let
saying.
you finish. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Jim.
You look at dog. Okay, I've always had a dog. Well, the dog gets a shot once a year, and some shots they only need like every so many years, just like the rabies. It's good
Oh,
for
that's-
like 3 years.
Mhm.
Now I had to have dental surgery, and I was still in pain, so I got a booster shot. of lidocaine.
Yeah, that's a
I'm all
good
for
one.
boosters if you're in pain.
Yeah,
I just
yeah,
gotta
if
pull
it's
a
that.
tooth out and clean out my gum and do an artificial bone graft so I can have a dental implant. I'm all for
Gosh.
booster shots, but only if it's for the right reasons.
Right, but yeah, we're almost like a dog. They want to keep on and keep on and keep on.
Yeah, I know.
Hi, Jeff.
I've read
Give it a
everything
chat
about what's
for you.
going on with
Mhm.
these shots. Preaching to
Type
the
in there. Hey,
choir, friends.
me Jess. Let
Hey,
me
brother.
Hey, we hear you, Hawk. Hi,
I
Jeff.
hear 'em.
Hey, it's
Hey
Hawk. Hi,
guys,
Hawk.
I didn't know if you guys were actually going to let me up or not because it doesn't show me as up right now. It's really weird.
Yeah.
It says that I'm backstage.
Oh,
Oh.
no, you're here.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah,
So I'm actually going to show you guys what's going on right now. Hang on, let me go ahead and grab the flashlight so that I can
Oh,
see.
this is
Because
exciting.
this is like dark as fuck right now. So we've got a lot going on right now. The power has been out, and I do apologize if my signal goes out, but like, so let's see how close I can get to these guys without them getting upset.
What caused the
So
power?
I don't know if you guys can see that entire,
Oh.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that looks like a scene out of.
Wow.
but that
out
crew
around
back
here.
there is actually working on our power.
Damn.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy. So yeah, it's this has definitely been one hell of a
Hey, it's a
year.
transformer. Somebody.
Yeah.
One
Well-
hell of a year. Yeah, they had to do the transformer outside, and then they had to come in to do the transformer again too. So now they're inside doing the transformer.
Right on.
Come
Want
on
me to take
down.
you
But
off
it's getting
front?
fixed.
Want me to take you off Front Street?
You guys, you can if you want to. I wouldn't mind. I've got like 35% on my phone, and so I'm trying to save it until the power gets back on. But
I
Hawk
hear you.
kind
I
of
hear you.
insisted that I show you guys what was going on so that you guys all
Oh,
knew.
excellent.
We're not blowing
Yeah.
smoke up anybody's butt or anything like that. This is
No,
going
no.
on. You know.
No,
We're glad you're
Oh,
safe.
we knew.
We believe
Yeah,
you.
Yeah.
I
Big
can tell
storm
when
did
you're-
it, huh? Was it the big storm that did it? The
Yeah,
transformer?
it was
Yeah.
really weird because like half the power went out in some of the buildings, and then the power was fully on in other buildings, and we couldn't figure out why. And then we had Steve come out, and he took a look at the transformer box and was like, "Yeah, no, just call PG&E. These people,
Oh.
the box over here is broken, and so."
That's why it shot such a huge thing and blew out all the breakers.
7,600 kilowatt transformer.
Wow.
Is what's blown out.
Oh my God.
Wow. So
Yeah.
the big green box.
They've officially broke the farm.
They're not gonna.
You
They're
want-
not gonna charge you for any of that, right, Hawk?
Yeah, I'm
You never
gonna.
know.
I got to pay 1/3 of it. So
Oh.
yeah,
Oh my
What?
God.
Damn.
we're gonna be.
That-
Yeah, we're probably gonna have to shut the farm down.
No.
I can't. Yeah, we've lost over $1.25 million in a year, and I just yeah, it's we just can't do it. We just can't do it. It's
Oh no.
Sorry to hear that.
yeah,
How much is a third? How much is a third of that for that transformer?
it'd be close to 40,000.
For a third?
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
they had to run a whole new line from the road down to the transformer, and then the installation with a brand new transformer. It's and then with the as of today, we lost 4 full greenhouses worth of product.
Oh no.
That itself is about $200,000. Yeah, I have no idea how we can even think about sustaining. We're
Oh.
I'm so
Oh
sorry.
man.
That's awful.
yeah, it's a pain in the ass, but we'll
Have you had to stop in the middle of production in the past because of storms?
Not like this.
not like this. I've had to stop and bring generators in to keep things running and stuff like that. And we had 14 days in February that we had no power. We lost a little over 435,000 just on that alone. And then with all the clones that we sell, just in the last 2 days, well over $300,000 worth of clones. Each plant minimum $25 each. Figure a 35 by 110 foot greenhouse completely filled from end to end, with the plants literally their pots next to each other. Everything's dead. Everything's dead. Nothing. So yeah, it's yeah. If they were intentionally trying to break me, they definitely did it. They definitely did it.
Yeah.
So
So for the record, I won't let that man be broken. I will pick him back up and I will help him build back up.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe a GoFundMe or something across the nation, you know?
No.
Puck.
People are struggling as it is. It's no.
I know, but
Thank you,
maybe
Bella.
we could get the attention of somebody that has money, you know, that would want to donate, you know?
Yeah. No, when it comes to getting large amounts in order to sustain, they tend to want too much, you know, and it's not something that we can offer because of the fact of what we do with giving so much away. And yeah, the easiest way to put it is if I sold everything that we've grown here instead of giving it to the patients for free, we would have, well, not only would I have this 30 acres developed, but we probably would have ended up buying the farms next door, because we would have made bank. We would have made millions. But that's not what we've ever been about. You know, it's never been about making money off of the pot. It's, you know, we sell plants. You know, we're a nursery of a sort. You know, people come in and they know what strain that they're looking for in order to deal with their Parkinson's, their MS, their AIDS, their cancers, and things like that. And you know, they depend on accuracy for the plants in order to make sure that they can recover their health. You know, to me, the value of the life is more important than the value of, you know, of the cannabis itself, you know, and that's why we sold plants, you know, so that we could give away what we grew in product wise. We could give away because of the fact that we were selling just as many plants as we were, you know, getting rid of pounds, you know, for the patients. So always seemed to, you know, it's been a nice run. You know, basically
all the more reason. It's not like you're just selling weed to get people high, you know, because people want to get high. So all the more reason.
Speaking of getting high, I think I might need to do that.
Yeah, I quit the other day. I wish I had some right now.
It's yeah. So it's I don't know. They should have us up and running, you know, probably in the next hour or so. But yeah, it's this cost is way too much. See, when PG&E installed their equipment here, they were told, you know, 4 years ago that the transformer that they installed was in a flood zone, and we flooded out here 3 times in that period of time. So when they opened up the transformer for the first time in 4 years, and they saw the corrosion that was inside, and they said, well, that's not our fault, that's your fault. And I'm like, not really. I says, you know, you were told 4 years ago, you put it in the wrong spot. It was supposed to go up on the hill, and we were supposed to run power lines and everything down to this section. All these buildings and everything that I have here, all were supposed to be put up on top of the hill where the transformer was supposed to go. But because the only H board that we had built at the time that they came in was down here for the greenhouses that were going to be built, that's where they decided to put the transformer instead of, you know, instead of putting it up on top of the hill and letting us run wires down. So yeah, so it's a lot. I mean, this is a whole lot. This isn't a little thing anymore. You know, I thought it was going to be just a hiccup and that we were going to get past it, but I just financially, I just don't see how we can do it. We're not even going to be able to at this point here hit our bill at the beginning of the month. So, and that's only a couple of days away. There's no way that we can meet our obligations. So there's going to be things that are going to have to be they're going to have to be disassembled and shit and all that. And it's my head hurts. Oh,
I'm sure I'm not alone when I say I'm sure everybody here wishes there's something we could do right now to
I really
make
do.
it all
You need
better.
a miracle.
You know,
My heart is breaking.
I just don't know. It's just awful.
Hey, Hawk, I'm a farmer. I know about not like you are, but I know about crop loss, weather, wildlife. We had a drought back here in 1999 where growers of Christmas trees, anyone growing grain crops, people had Christmas trees had trees soluble size dying. We had 3 months that year of no rain. Where people planted corn, it didn't even form ears.
yeah, yeah.
So, I hear ya.
We almost had that happen to us this year, you know. And the thing is it's like, the crazy thing is here in Oregon, if the ground is too wet and you plant corn, you're going to have a crap crop, you know, because of the oversaturation of the soil. It floods too much of the natural nutrients out of the ground. So, you know, basically pushes all the nutrients down into the creek. And, you know, it's, yeah,
What's the soil like
crazy.
out there? Is it sandy or clay?
We actually have tendable soil. We just have to, you know, so far I've only got 4.5 acres out of the 30 acres cleared. There's a shitload of cottonwoods that just continuously keep growing here. And if we had all of that cleared out of here and we had just open farmland, you know, we could have made do with, you know, running enough vegetables to feed the entire city here. You know, because every farm around us, everybody shut down. Everybody was paid not to grow anything this year.
Mm-hmm. No,
And these people took that fucking money. You
Wow.
know, it was more profitable for them to stay shut down and not plant anything because the government gave them a shitload of money. And, you know, you know, so, you know, it's like, yeah. So I'm waiting to see the stores start having all we have no fruits and vegetables, you know, kind of thing. And all that. So, yeah, it's, but yeah, if it was cleared, I could be doing hemp on one section, run vegetables on the next section, you know, and you know, like I said, we got 30 acres to work with, but if the land's not cleared, we're basically in a it's a shit show, you know. Is basically what it boils down to, you know, and you know, it sucks because of the fact that you know, we're on a farm that could be extremely profitable, you know, not just for ourselves, but for the workers and everything else too, you know, because you figure in the 5 years that I've been out here in total, we probably had, I'd say maybe 22 to 24 people who, you know, easiest way to put it, we had one guy who came out here, worked with us the first year. At the end of the first year, he quit. Because he made enough money to buy a house.
Wow.
You know, and we, you know, we always paid our employees well. They made anywhere between 15 to 25 bucks an hour. You know, because of the fact that, you know, it takes long hours. It's a lot of strenuous work. It's a lot of proper care. You know,
attention to detail.
Yeah, we have a policy that if you can't spend an equal amount of time per plant to make sure that each plant is healthy and has everything that it needs, and as well as the upkeep, kind of like a bonsai tree, or rose bushes. When you cut one rose off, you cut it in a place where you can grow 2 new ones.
Yep.
If they can't learn those processes, then basically you're banging your head off the wall. But we've had 22 people out here that basically either now own their own pot farms or are managing other pot farms because of everything that they learned here.
You taught your workers well.
Yeah, the idea of it was to teach everybody from the bottom up. Forget no different than going in the military. When you go in the military, especially like in the Marine Corps, anything you ever learned about firearms and everything else, you forget that. Get it out of your head, because we're going to teach you a different way. Through their training, the sustainability of being able to, maintain your weapons, maintain your body, maintain your space per se. Those are the ultimate things, and everything, grows to fruition. It's basically the same thing with the cannabis plant. If you learn how to maintain it properly, how to clone or how to take cuttings and if you know how to fem, which is taking 2 top or 1 top and turn it into 2 tops without doing any damage and without removing anything except for 1/4 of an inch off the top of a
Newly developed leaf.
off of it, then basically you can take a plant that most people would only get a couple of ounces off of and turn it into something that you're pulling a couple of pounds off of.
Wow.
That's where the difference comes from, is knowing those skills allow you to be able to produce better so that you can take care of more people, and it's so it's a process, no doubt, but we've had in a total probably 100 and I'd say somewhere around 170 students that have come out to that just came out to learn, and we they learn through practical application, and it's hands-on. When they have those skills, then they're capable of doing anything. Is that me on there? Why you got me on there? I'm ugly.
You can turn it off.
It's dark. We can't really see you. Doesn't matter.
No, that's it. Yeah, the camera uses more power, and she's down to 30%. So she dropped 5% on her phone since then. And my phone, I had like 6% when I pulled up StreamYard. It won't even fire back up now. It's like we're dead. We're dead.
Well, on the plus side, as food for thought, we can turn on laptops and unhook them from the walls and charge our phones that way. Just saying.
I didn't even think of that, but it's
that's correct.
Yep. Yeah. Let's drain the battery of the laptop too.
Well, that's what we did during the storm. We stole from that.
Yeah.
If we got 1,000 people that contributed $20, I mean, even I can do $20. That's $20,000 right there. If we could get people to, I don't know.
You're right. She's absolutely right.
Well, one thing I wanted to say, in my area, not too many farmers took any buyouts because a lot of these guys, they're growing corn to feed their livestock.
Yeah.
And even out in Lancaster County, where my son lives, the Amish, they didn't get involved with these government programs. They refused to.
Yeah, we have one of the things that I noticed out here was we had we have 2 farms within a 5-mile radius that grew hay. And that was it. They're the only 2 farmers who grew hay. And we got farmers fighting about getting hay now. Because these guys don't want to let any of their hay go because they have livestock, and it's much here. I'll hand it to you. You can check that.
Plus, the people that have
I don't
horses
wanna
need to
check.
pay for bedding.
That's the problem.
What's that again? You were saying?
In my area, there's a lot of wealthy people that have small properties with horses, and they pay like $6 a bale for hay just for the horse bedding.
Yeah. Yeah. Most of the farmers that grew the hay this year are the guys who have the largest cattle stock, beef cattle. It's the milking cows are closer to the coast. They're farther away.
Something about the salt air doing great things to the milk.
Yeah, it's they come up with some crazy shit. What are they doing out there now?
I have no idea.
Because I grow Christmas trees.
Oh yeah, yep. That's another thing that I could grow here too. It's I have the perfect ground for that. It's Douglas firs and I don't remember what the other one is.
Well, I grow Douglas fir mainly.
Yeah.
And around here, people are gonna. There's tree farms that are going to start charging $15 to $18 a foot now for Christmas trees. They've doubled their prices almost.
Yeah, there's even here in Washington, the trees are so expensive; it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
and Washington is the evergreen state,
right?
Yeah, yeah, well, that's where Jess is from.
Yeah, I'm from Washington State.
It's like what you guys are in the West Coast. That's a completely different climate than what we have here in Pennsylvania.
Oh yeah, I actually used to live in Pennsylvania.
What
little
part?
town called Sayre.
See, I'm in the Philly suburbs.
Okay, so Sayre in Athens is up in the northwest corner of,
I know where
Pennsylvania.
Athens is.
Yeah. I lived in Waverly. I had a house in Waverly, and they took that away with for $4,000 worth of back taxes. That was when I made the decision to come to Oregon. It was I was done. I was done.
Well, around here it's the school taxes. I have a development up the road with 4,500 square foot houses that go for $750,000, and the taxes that people pay on those houses every year is about $30,000. Can you believe that?
Yeah, sounds about right. God only knows what it would cost them here in Oregon for that.
Well, I'm under Act 319, so I get a much lower tax rate being, under agricultural.
Right.
But it's still pretty low.
It all of a sudden went really quiet out there.
Yeah, it all of a sudden went really dark out there too.
Yeah.
Hey, Hawk.
Looking to see what's going on.
Hey, Hawk, buddy.
Surprisingly, the dogs were very well behaved. They didn't eat any electricians. Well, let me tell you, the trucks, they surrounded the trucks. Those guys didn't even want to get out of their trucks until they were sure they were okay. It was.
Hawk, I've always had a German Shepherd. I don't know why people are afraid of them. They're the sweetest dogs known to man.
Well, I mean, I see them at the gate, but that's it.
Okay. So they're probably going up there to hook it up on the hill.
Probably.
So we might actually have power here in a few minutes.
Which is great, because that means I can get on making meatloaf, because meatloaf is boss when it comes to dinner.
Yeah.
She makes pretty good meatloaf.
What are you talking about? I make a pretty good everything.
Can we get what's in it? What's the recipe?
Okay, maybe it's time for us to leave. No.
Hey, Hawk, I got a couple questions for you.
I need to have a talk with her. She makes a really good bagel with cream cheese.
It is not my fault. I make fall off the bone chicken.
That's it.
Or anything else that is scrumptious.
Well,
like
when you forget that it's in there and you have it at such a low temperature and the meat falls off, is because it's over.
You forgot it was there.
Yeah, well, that's what happens. That's what happens when you get a hold of my medicine, though. Then you forget everything else is going on in the world.
You do realize I turn 33 tomorrow, right?
Okay. Yeah, because it's her birthday. She's a great cook.
She's still young.
Thanks.
I'm joking.
I know.
I'm joking. She makes a mean can of clam chowder.
Yeah, because I won't cook the shit. I won't
Hey,
have
Hawk,
that
I'm
smell in the
glad,
kitchen.
I'm
Ew.
glad I got a chance to talk to you. I've watched your show over the years a lot.
What's that again?
I'm glad I got to talk to you face to face. I'm a fan of your dogs.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I got some good beasts. Hang on. Baron's
Hi,
like,
handsome.
where is he?
He's right here.
I don't even know if you can see him in the dark.
Barely.
And Gabriel's in his spot. You see what I mean about him being underneath my desk?
Oh, he's so
You
cute.
see this?
Chicken.
You're the
He's
star
like, but
of the
I'm
show.
cute.
He's like, wait, why are you guys pointing everything at me?
What's up with the spotlight, man?
Yeah. And then there's
And
Cuvée.
Cuvée and Jillian
Jilly
there with
Bean.
the
She's like, I
puppies.
can't see my puppies. I'm gonna step on them.
Yeah.
And Juan
Hey,
and Liberty's over behind me here.
Somewhere.
It's colder than crap here right now.
I'm sure.
So it's it doesn't help. We got no heat going right now. So it's gonna be cool here if this just all of a sudden fires up and the whole building lights up and all that. So
Yeah, that'd be
but
nice.
yeah, so it turned out that with the corrosion, it because of the fact that it's a 3-phase power system here, the corrosion was our entire B. So there's A, B, and C, 3 lines that come in. So A and C were partially powered, and B wasn't powered at all. And it's like this stuff is going to turn on, and we're probably going to end up. The power's probably going to come on. We're probably going to end up losing equipment because of the fact that it's going to be a surge of power that just comes in all of a sudden. Everything's going to try and turn on at one time. Even though we went around and flicked as many switches as we could, there's still not enough to turn everything
Should I
off.
unplug everything in the kitchen? Because everything is unplugged in my room. For
I
that
would.
reason.
Yeah, I would. Yeah. Grab your flashlight. Yeah. So she can.
Hey, Hawk.
Yeah.
Hawk, D-Dog has a couple of questions for you.
Okay, shoot.
Okay.
Tell him I got my Founder's Bible. Oh, he heard me
Oh.
probably. Yeah, it came in yesterday, and it's I got the notice from yesterday. It came in somehow. It came in yesterday.
Nice.
And it was so. I just getting ready to open it up when they pulled in and said, "Okay, we're here to dissect you."
Hawk, Navy Vet 103 says the lights in all major cities are going to dim when your lights come back on.
Well, they will in Sheridan.
Yeah.
They will in Sheridan. And this is the thing. We do have a generator out here, but it's what we need is 600 or larger gallon tank for diesel fuel in order to operate it. And the thing is with it being in line in our power, if it was activated when the power went out to begin with, we would have actually sent enough power back to them to run the entire city of Sheridan as well as the federal prison.
Wow.
Okay, I think something just happened because my phone just.
That seriously makes me glad I just unplugged everything.
Oh, lights.
I literally
Light.
just got everything unplugged in there. Except for the freezers.
We got power.
And I know dogs hate when the power goes out.
Yeah.
They hate it.
All right, so I'll be on as soon as I can get the Wi-Fi router turned back on and all that stuff.
We'll
And,
be.
I'll talk to you guys in a couple of minutes.
We'll be here.
Get
And
that phone on the charger. You're down to
I am.
20%.
And I'll be watching from the kitchen because damn it, meatloaf.
Yummy.
You got a one-track mind.
Happy
See you guys
early
later.
birthday, Jess.
Oh, thank you.
What's the recipe,
I will
by
see
the
you
way?
guys in the chat.
Okay.
All
All right.
D-Dog, we'll have to get you to ask your questions when he comes
Yeah.
back.
The phone. I don't think he could hear you with the phone
That's
when it was
fine.
dropping. He'll be back on here in a little bit.
Yep. Hey, I'm going to drop off. I got to go to bed.
Hey, Craig.
Bye,
You're good.
Craig.
You're
Yes,
good.
sir.
You're good. You're gonna be up
Get
at
a
3 or
couple
4.
extra hours of sleep because you need it. You know, the beauty sleep part.
I probably need a ton of it.
Get
I'm
some
gonna
for me
top up.
too.
I could sleep for 48 hours, and I don't think it'll be enough.
Well, if you do,
No.
then you're getting the sleep that I missed last weekend.
You're right. You're right. All right. Love y'all. Y'all have a
Love
good
you
night.
too.
Take care,
Love
Craig.
you too, brother.
Bye.
See y'all tomorrow.
I'm gonna take off too. Okay, Monty.
All right, Jim.
Thanks for
Thanks
having
for
me
coming
on.
up.
I enjoyed
Hey, no
talking.
problem.
I'll be
Yep.
back again sometime. Take care.
All right.
Are there any veteran programs that could help him at all?
What, Hawk?
D
Yeah,
Yeah, there's a
Dog
few of
would
them.
know.
because I'm thinking I don't know if he probably wants to stay away from the government things, but at this point, being a veteran might help to be able to get emergency help or something.
Yeah,
I don't know.
there's a bunch of different agencies and stuff he could go through to get emergency funding.
Yeah.
Because he gives away his crop, he doesn't sell it,
Yes.
and
Right.
it's 100% medical, and
There's Pell grants that you can get that you don't have to pay back.
Oh,
Right?
yeah.
yeah, but now you're getting the government into your business.
Yeah, that's
Oh.
the
Well,
problem.
I know. I'm just asking.
Yeah, no, I know.
I
That's a good
understand that.
thinking. We want to get something that's like a grant, so he doesn't have to, pay back.
But Devil Dog is right though. Once you get the government in your business, then it's
Yeah.
a
It's
thorn in the
worse than
side.
being on probation.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because
they'll
they'll
try to
cornhole you as
control.
soon as they can.
They'll try to control you too, as far as your business, and you don't want that.
Well, it's just like when my dad and my uncle was farmers and stuff. We had to, like a similar bank loan like that. And yeah, I understand what you're saying, D Dog. Yeah.
Yeah, getting the government into a good thing fucks it up real fast.
Yep.
Excuse the French. Well, it's closer to
No.
German, but whatever.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Well, you guys, I gotta
Shepherd.
go. I'm
Shepherd,
tired. It's been a
Shepherd,
long
don't
day.
laugh at me. It just encourages me.
Good night,
Well, then
Shepherd.
I'll encourage you a lot, D-Dog.
Okay, cool.
I'll see you guys tomorrow. Good
Night,
night.
All right.
Shep.
Peace.
Later, Shep. Thank you for coming up.
Well, thank you for having me, Monty.
Hey, no problem. Anytime. No, what I was saying about Pell Grants is because he teaches, other people, and
Yes.
it's medicine, that there'd be a combination kind of grant there that through the loopholes that there wouldn't be that much government oversight or whatever you want to call it into their nose into his business.
Yeah, but
There
the Pell Grants
has to be
are like getting a direct resource from the government. If he wants to go with the grant type thing, he could go through a university and they grant, like they'll give him a grant to run one greenhouse, and he just takes the students from the university and teaches them what he knows.
Yeah.
And he could also get with the different logging schools, because Oregon and Washington State have a bunch of logging camps. Get with the different schools to teach people how to cut shit up and have them come and clear up some of those cottonwoods.
Yeah. I mean, hell, if I lived closer, I live several states away, or else I could help him clear that brush, the timber.
Yeah, I think Hawk's about 45 hours from me.
45.
I'm in Michigan.
You said 45.
Downtown Fremont Street is 33 and a half hours from me. And that's if you drive straight through.
What? I've driven from here to Cincinnati in 15.
Where
Okay,
are
never
you
mind.
at?
I got you. I got you. I'm
He's
an
in
hour south of
Kansas.
Kansas City. I got
I
you.
think it would be a
Yeah,
couple of
that's
days. It would be 3 days for me
yeah,
to get there.
yeah. I already did the math. I got you. I
Yeah.
got you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I've been up there to Michigan, and the only two states I haven't been up to. Well, in Montana and Idaho. So 4 states right there. I haven't been in Oregon or Washington.
Yeah, when I got out of when I graduated high school, I took off with a motorcycle, which was what was that, a 73 or 76 three-cylinder Triumph.
Yeah.
$5, a couple changes of clothes, a bedroll, and a pool cue, and I ended up covering 48 states.
Holy cow! You did
Yep.
some cruising.
Yep.
We need to pray for Hawk. Can I say a prayer?
Yes,
Yes.
please.
Heavenly Father, we ask for your help for our brother Hawk, who was on the verge of losing his farm. He's lost some of his plants, which were going to be used to make some money to sustain the farm. And he really needs your help right now. He has given his time, heart, and energy towards serving you, Heavenly Father. So we're asking for your help to reward him. He needs your help to save his farm. He's doing so much good with that farm, helping so many people. And we're asking you to help him at this time. Please step in and help Hawk save his farm. We ask this in Jesus' name. Let it be so.
Amen.
Amen.
My heart's broken.
Heavenly Father. Yeah, I know you heard us during this last 48-hour prayer-a-thon, and you heard us in the last one. And you know that Hawk is a great voice for you and a great voice for all the ones that need help. And he serves you. And he doesn't ask much, Lord. He doesn't. Please lay your hands down upon him. Please help him and Jess out any way you can, please, Lord. That you know that's all I can really ask for of you, please. Uh, you know, it's the ones that don't ask that much that really need you at times like this. And right now, with that storm that blew through, he really needs you. So if you could, please help him out. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Let it be so.
So, Diamond, are you enjoying your class?
I am. Did you see Jeff Riddle's show today?
Yeah, well, I was on there heckling you guys.
Oh, I did. I sometimes don't see the chat,
Yeah.
but no, I found it to be very interesting. Very interesting.
Yep, that's
And
that 101
yeah,
class.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
he's up.
I just got done doing the class on the Federalist Papers again.
Oh, did you?
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Now I've heard of the Federalist Papers, but I don't really know, much about them because history for me is like been over 50 years ago. So
Okay, when the Constitution was done written and they were going to ratify it, New York didn't want any part of it because they really enjoyed coining their own money. So the Federalist Papers were to tell New York what kind of benefits there is for joining the Union. So that's what the Federalist Papers are about.
oh, okay. Yep. They have several courses that are free, right? Right,
Yeah,
Dog? Yeah.
ton of them. Whenever I take the course, if it comes with, well, if you scroll all the way down, you can get a book for the course. I scroll as soon as before I even start it. You know, I go and I say I'll take the course, and I scroll down to the bottom. $100 donation gets you the book, and then I do another $100 donation. I get the DVDs.
Oh, okay. Now, how do you get the free pocket Constitution book?
You just join. So all you have to do is just join them.
Oh, just join. Okay. That dog is such a good mom with those puppies, isn't she?
Well, I think the dog's just happy that she gets to hang out with someone other than Hawk.
Yeah. Oh.
Poor girl.
Hawk sitting there. I heard that.
I figured he did because that's why I said it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, Hawk, how big are those cottonwoods?
Most of them are anywhere between 60 to 110. So
I'm talking trunk. I don't care about how high.
Oh yeah. Probably 14 to 16 inches. Some might be as big as 24.
Okay, so little ones.
Yeah. Yeah. It's we got a couple of big Douglas firs out here. I got one Douglas fir is probably 160 to 170 feet tall. And probably probably 3 feet across. You know, so but yeah, it's the you know, the thing about the cottonwoods is with these winds, that's what gets taken down, you know, and you know, the ones along the road are the responsibility of the highway people. You know, they tell us not to cut them or anything else. They'll take care of everything. Well, what they've been doing is they come in with this cutter and they it's like a sideways lawnmower, and they run it alongside the wires and they cut everything back. But what they don't take into consideration is the slope of the ground out there. If those trees go down across the highway. They don't fall onto the property. Yeah. Yeah.
Never mind. I had someone in the back room, and they only had the 3 things showing, and I was getting ready to tell them to check their camera and their microphone.
Yeah, that's that'll come up with that. It gives you a nice little warning that tells you that you have to that they need to do that. And that's why you hear Mike say it. You got to fix your camera, you got to fix your mic. I can't whereas his restream will allow him to pull them on even if they don't have their cam and mic set up. Yeah. StreamYard will not.
Right.
It blocks them from being able to come up on the panel. So
Kathy Holbrook, try again. It wasn't allowing me to let you up on there.
So, Hawk, if you drop some trees and pile them up, are you allowed to torch them?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about
because the fire department comes here to fill up their fire trucks.
Right.
We have a entry to the creek that they would have to travel almost 20 miles in order to fill up their trucks again. So when we first came out here, they came and talked to me, and I said, well, install a pump and put whatever pipe you need there on the creek on our side, so it's on our property. So they just pull up on the road up here. They can run a hose down to it, hook it up to it, and they can have their tank full in about 20 minutes.
Cool.
And they take care of all. That's what they use for all the wildland fires and stuff like that. So, but yeah, it's a good bulldozer could clear this, have this, a D10, D9. Could clear this land in probably a day. 30 acres could have everything knocked down, and then just have a bunch of people come in with chainsaws and just go to town. It wouldn't do any good to haul it out. Cottonwood,
right, it's cottonwood.
Yeah, and it burns so quick and so hot so quick that you can't use it for firewood. That's probably one of the main reasons why Oregon has such a hard time with their forestry division. Is because the cottonwoods grow faster than anything else.
Yeah, chokes them out.
Yep.
Rob has a pretty good idea.
I have a buddy in Northern California. He has 20, 25 people working for him, and all he does is tree trimming.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Do you mean to get a hold of him, see if he just wants to drop some shit on the ground for you?
I'd love it. Is he in Oregon?
No, he's Northern California, so it's just a little ways.
Oh yeah. It's I'd love it. They could probably, if they started on one end of the property and worked their way to the other, they could probably cut everything down chainsaw wise. Probably it would take about 2 weeks to do it. Because you're gonna have to trim shit back in order to get to the next tree. Yeah. Look at message. Look at what message? I don't have any messages.
Well, I'll get a hold of him, see if he's interested in coming over and playing.
Yeah. Silver Lining. He comes on the chat quite a bit. Jim, he lives about 25 minutes away from here. He was talking to me about access to a mill over there. But cottonwood's not even good for building. It's too the reason it burns so hot, it's like tinder. It's like the entire tree is tinder. It just happens to be stuck together with a little bit of sap, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, airwood.
Yeah. And I don't know how they wrote so many good country songs about cottonwood trees, when they're crap. Oh, signal text. Hang on. I don't even know if my phone's charged enough to turn it on yet.
You ever seen lightning hit a cottonwood?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it smokes for a while.
Yeah, it splinters the shit out of it, just like a willow tree.
Yeah, you should see it hit a box elder when it's full of water.
Oh yeah.
It blows the bark right off it.
Yeah, I was at my grandmother's place in Palo, Michigan, and she had a beautiful elm, and right across the yard, perfectly even with it, was a beautiful oak, and we watched both of those get hit by lightning in one night. It was and then and this was a crazy thing. There was no rain, but there was lightning, and then it freaking snowed. So she had to wait until spring in order to get that, to get that cleared out. So, power's doing good now. I actually have heat underneath my desk right now, which is really great because that was the coldest part of me.
What, even with the dog laying on your feet?
Oh, dude, clearing my balls off, not my feet. I was like, damn, I don't have my winter gear out. We have a Connex, we have a 40-foot Connex up on the hill, that I use for storage. And, I go up at a certain time of the year, pull out my, my rain gear. And then at the end of November, we go out and pull out the winter gear because we don't generally see anything until about January for snow wise. If we see it at all. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, I hope you didn't lose a lot of equipment or anything when it came back on.
Now, actually, I went out and looked. That's why it took me a minute to get on.
Yeah.
I went out and checked the panels. The power guys went and turned off all the breakers for the greenhouses before. Each one's got a few hundred amp service to it.
Good.
So because
Good.
each one runs anywhere between at any given time anywhere between 20 to 60 lights per greenhouse. So, and you're talking 1,000 watt lights. You know, on an my lowest electrical bill here is 5,500. You know, that's my lowest electric bill. If we're in full swing in the middle of the winter, and it can be anywhere between $7,000 to $13,000 a month.
Yep.
You know, but you know, I look at it like this: every 4 plants is $100. You know, and the thing is you know they can come in and get them in a 1 gallon pot at $25, or they can come in and get them in a 3 to a 5 gallon pot for $75. They can get it in a 25 gallon pot or a 15 gallon pot. For a 15 gallon pot, they're paying $140. If they want it in a 25, basically a 25 is the largest that you would want to grow indoor. You know, and they'll come and they'll buy the plant as it's already been tended and, you know, and capable of producing that 2 pounds. They'll come and they'll buy that plant, bring it home. And the only cycle that they have to run is the 12-hour cycle, 12 on, 12 off. People trying to run their lights for 18 hours. It's not affordable to them. So they'll buy the plant from me, take it in, throw it into flower. 60 days later, they produced enough medicine to last them 3 months. You know, because a cancer patient, you figure, you know, you're running anywhere between 3 to 5 pounds of cannabis in order to in order to make enough RSO to last you 90 days. You know, and the thing about Rick Simpson's oil is that, you know, if you're going to kill cancer, you need to have 90 grams in 90 days. The thing is, it'll take you 30 to 40 days to get up to the point where you can handle a gram a day. So, you know, you have to produce enough medicine that's going to last anywhere between 4.5 to 6 months long. So the bigger the plant is when they take it in, only thing they have to do is drop a net over the top of it, spread the plant out, stretch the net, secure it, and then turn on the lights at 12:12, and they're going to produce enough medicine to, you know, I had one guy, he actually pulled an entire year off of 2 plants that he brought in. He put 2 plants under one light and ended up producing 7.5 pounds, and it was enough for him to have every bit of medicine that he needed. And he had testicular cancer, pretty bad. They were actually talking about removing one of them, and he started on the regimen. It took him, like I said, it took him 30 days, almost 40 days to get up to the point where he was doing a gram a day. The next time he went into his doctor, you know, he said, "All right, let me look," and he dropped trowel, and when the doctor looked, he was like, "Oh my!" And he said, he's an old pervert like I am, and he just said, he says, "Looks good, doesn't it?"
Nice avatar pic.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I love that. Yeah.
First time I ever seen that seen that on a shirt, I laughed.
Yeah. It's what's his name? Steve from over at freight broker. He's another freight broker like Sage is, and he runs the I think it's PNN. It's not. It doesn't stand for Patriot News Network. It stands for something else. I don't remember what the hell it stands for. It's been that long since I've been over there. But he was covering all the riots and stuff that were going on, both in 2019 and 2020. He was the only one, you know, who was really doing it. And then the conservative black preacher came out and he started doing some of them.
None
Hey.
shall pass.
None shall pass.
Shall pass.
Yes.
Isn't that Monty Python's the Holy Grail?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, yes, it is.
Yeah.
He's at the castle. How do you get into the castle?
Death awaits you all with nasty, big, pointy teeth.
Well, now my phone's. Hey, my phone's got enough charge to turn on here. Let's see what. Oh yeah.
No problem, Kathy. That's why your microphone, it's not letting your microphone work because you're on DuckDuckGo. Brave, Hawk turned me on to Brave. Brave's pretty good about working on Restream and StreamYard. And it's more private and more secure than DuckDuckGo or Chrome.
What a strange person.
I like it when he's the Black Knight. He's like,
I'm invincible, you loony.
Yeah, yeah. He goes, he gets
Look,
down, he
bastard,
cuts
you
off.
got no arms left.
Yeah. He goes, how can you attack?
Just
You
a
ain't got no
flesh
arms
wound.
left.
It's just a flesh wound.
It's just a flesh wound.
All right, we'll call it a draw.
Oh man.
So I had to jump up and bug you. I won't stay too long. I had to get in the shower, man. I had a crazy day. I was over on another channel, and I finally got a microphone that would work inside this thing. So, hey,
That's what he is doing.
yeah. So it is a real metal helmet, so it's pretty hard to get a mic in here.
Yeah, it would hurt a little bit though if I hit it with a hammer.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And
probably leave a mark.
it wouldn't hurt your head. It would, but your ears would be ringing for quite
You can
a while.
ring my bell.
You know, on the cartoon when it always.
There's a meme right there. There's a meme in that moment.
There's a meme.
Yeah. You know, on the cartoons when it used to show like them taking a big pot and putting it over their heads and or a helmet, and they hit it, and you see the ringing, the actual ring. Yeah. Yeah. I can just see it.
I was always amazed the Templar helmets.
Yes, I love. That's why I got this. I love this thing.
I was always amazed how in the heck they were able to, even
how can you even see to fight in this thing?
Yeah,
I guess it's like driving a tank. You just kind of keep wailing at stuff until you hit something.
Well, that's not exactly how a tank works, but
I know. You know what I mean? You just got to bulldoze your way through the building with a tank. Just it's open the whole thing.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bella.
Anyway, I got to bail out, guys. Love y'all. Hawk, it was good seeing y'all. Good seeing you, everybody. Dr. Diamond, Tom Science. What up?
You got to send
man,
that.
I got to get back and get in the shower, man. You know how it is.
Don't get all rusty.
That boy's as strong as an ox and just about as smart.
Hey, Alan, before you leave, can you do Alan?
I don't have that one on my new machine, but I do have my Screaming Rodent. I have the Screaming Rodent.
Okay.
Russia.
And then we have the other good one.
That's fucked up.
She's Hawk.
And mouse clothing.
You need to reply, Brat.
What am I replying to? Wait a minute.
Stakes claim to.
Don't.
Thank you. Thanks,
No
Alan.
problem. Anytime. I love y'all. I'm going to bail out.
See ya.
God bless y'all. Y'all have a wonderful evening.
You too. Thank
Later,
you.
Doctor. I don't know. That's what she said.
I responded to the text that somebody sent me. I got to, but I need Jess to help me with it because I'm technically challenged. Actually, I
problem.
don't even know if technically challenged is a proper word for it, as I'm technically retarded.
All I know is I seen that, and then I was like, "Is she yelling at me or is she yelling at you?"
I'm glad she was yelling at you.
Oh, gee, thanks. I'm out of here. No. You know how much sleep I've had since you jumped off my show this morning?
Okay, hang on a second. Don't yell at me. I got to figure out how to.
Who's yelling?
Bella's yelling at me on my phone. She's belling.
See, I'm glad she's yelling at you.
She is. It's not nice either.
I told you.
Hurt my feelings.
Here she was yelling at me through my chat. Golly. She's yelling at both. How can she yell at both of us at the same time? That's what she's
I'll have
talented.
you know, I took 2 hits off of my pipe and I was able to find that button. Telling you, cannabis is good for something. You know what it does? This. You see, everybody thinks that because you're a stoner, you would lose things. No. When you smoke, it slows your brain down enough to remember where you put something. If I wanted to help, if you want to bring it in the kitchen, I can help. But I have dogs.
And it leads you right to the refrigerator.
Yeah. Yeah. You're not kidding. Oh boy. Yeah.
Don't
Take
give
a deep
up,
breath.
Doc. Yeah, we're not gonna
I'll
let
just
you
say
go
this.
down
Things
without
are
a fight.
Things are kind of in motion already.
No, I'll tell you, it's frustrating because every time we get to that really good sweet spot, you know, where we're caught up on everything, something like this happens, you know.
Yeah, it's where you're starting to come up on top of the slope, and then it's 40 paces back down. I know.
Yeah, that's well, I think it's somebody put a fucking revolving escalator on the side of the freaking hill, and I think that person should be taken out, shot, hung, and sent to the Russian front.
Yeah.
Well, I know who that guy is. His name's Murphy.
Yeah,
Murphy.
Yeah. And see, that's why I have not built a Murphy bed yet, because what could go wrong?
I guess I'm lost.
Murphy's Law.
Oh yeah, gotcha. I got you. Yeah, anything that can happen will happen, or anything. Yeah. Stop. Thank Monty. Anything that can happen will happen. Or hey, my goodness, I'm tired. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. How about that?
Yeah, we'll go with that one. That's fine.
Yeah, it's closer.
I will say I did get a hell of a chuckle this afternoon. The first electrical guy, when he got out here and said, "Okay, well we got to shut everything down so that we can figure out what's going on," and he turned around and he saw the one plant that I have left outside. Now this plant is totally ruined now but he saw 18 feet of nothing but buds, and he about pooped himself. He was like, I've never seen a plant that big, and I've never seen buds as big as my head before. And I was like, yeah, well, you never been to my farm before.
Right.
And they're literally, the tops on these things are as big as a professional size football. Each and every one each one would probably be anywhere between 4 to 6 ounces dried. And if you thought about that on street value at between $150 to $425 per ounce, you're talking, yeah. And that's the thing. Is if I sold pot instead of selling plants, we would have been fine. But I've always had this thing that if since I learned what the medical capabilities of this plant has been, is that the life is more valuable.
Mm-hmm.
The life is more valuable, because number one, they get back into the workforce. You know what I mean? They're providing for themselves and for their household. But it's also the character of the individual. It could be the funniest guy in your shop. It could be he's an old frumpy guy, but he's got the quickest wit and has the best advice on getting the job done right, kind of thing. And it's so it's each of those things are in their own terms are inspiring. So the value of a person goes well beyond what anybody's financial value could possibly think of it, because God's creations are worth the entire earth. It's that simple. It's there ain't enough money, there ain't enough gold on the planet. What's up, Common Sense?
Not a whole lot. Hi, Diamond.
That's a
Hi.
good name. I like
How are you doing, honey?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm for the last couple of weeks I've just been really at peace. I don't know what it is, other than a vision I had, but that's here nor there. Hawk, I am so sorry. That just breaks my heart that all the good stuff you do and stuff. And Diamond, you remember when we prayed for Shane?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that blew me away. The miracles that came his way.
Mm-hmm.
So
Cha-cha.
I sent a text to Mike, or not a text, an email to Mike, to call everybody to action to pray for you, Hawk, in your situation, because I believe miracles can happen.
Yeah.
So just wanted to
And
let.
Hawk, and I was just going to say, Hawk, be willing to accept it because it's coming out of love. And a
Yes.
lot of people know how much good you do with that farm. So we want you to continue.
Yep. Hawk, don't be like the guy standing on the roof in a flood when he gets up to heaven and goes, all right, God, why didn't you save me? He goes, well, I sent 3 different people, one in a boat, whatever. You didn't take it. So, that parable.
I've heard it.
Yep.
Whoa.
Sometimes we
Rob.
it's hard asking for help. It really, really is. I know. I am one of those people that I will push and push and push and reject everybody's help until it's, I just can't do it anymore. And so please don't push us away.
Navy Bat 103 says, suck up that pride, Marine.
Yeah. I will agree with one statement he made. That loss for Twitter was the best loss I've ever seen.
I know,
That is
right?
good news, isn't it?
536 million. Did you see about the Europol today? I think he was in here this morning. I think maybe Conservative Cowboy or someone posted it in chat. A lot went down over there when they shut down the dark internet. There's a certain name for it. It's almost like equivalent to the dark web. But there was 56 U.S. people that got, or 65 U.S. people that got arrested. Some in the UK, and then in Germany.
And if I'm not mistaken, they all got charged with child pornography.
Yep.
It was,
and they busted a pretty good. Yep, and they got busted with a pretty good chunk of heroin too. Oh, bless their hearts.
So word on the street in regards to Starlink. You can go and watch porn. You can go and watch adult porn using Starlink. But if you pull up any child images or anything like that, it automatically disconnects you from the internet and contacts the FBI and drops your information immediately.
Oh,
So
That's fantastic.
to hear that somebody did something, in the tech world to assist in that, I think that
Yeah.
that's great. Elon Musk, it's about time we've seen something good come out of you.
Yeah.
But
Amen.
yeah, that's the way that the Starlink is set up. And the thing is it's not common knowledge to the customers because they want people to go ahead and try.
Yeah, they're handing them the rope to hang themselves. Good.
It's that's the only way you can catch them. That's the only way you're going to catch them. It's the only way you're going to be able to prosecute them.
One step at a time.
Yep. And when they have that connection, that's the thing about the dark web. Is that no matter how much you try to mask yourself, eventually they break through that cipher and they track you. They know. Let me tell you, the NSA has been watching everybody's devices since the day you bought them. They know every text you've ever sent. So those guys, those pics of your thing that you sent out to all them chicks, well, they know who you are, and they know how widow you are.
And they're laughing at you. They're laughing at you.
They know how widow you are. There might be a meme of it someday. But and that's the thing that's how they found out about Twitter's. As soon as the beta went online for Starlink, is when Twitter started having to finally crack down on the trafficking that was going on through Twitter. Same thing, and I believe that it was up to a certain extent the same thing with Facebook. YouTube, on the other hand, once a person marks it as private, they're not going through it anymore. So they're not watching something. So I don't know how YouTube works, and even if it is marked as private, if there's images of kids on there, then they shouldn't be able to have auctions on YouTube to auction children. That's pretty messed up.
D-Dog, you got a question from Terry Jacobs. I don't know what the question is. I'm just letting you know.
Hey, Hawk, did you get your electric fixed? Hey, Hawk. Hey, I guess you got it fixed.
Yeah. They had to take out the big transformer that we had and put in a brand new one. Took 6 trucks. There were 12 guys out there working.
Wow.
And that's the thing. These guys, they're not standing around, doing nothing. They're working the whole time.
Working. So, that's good. Well, thank God you got it back.
Yeah. And Terry, that is a really good question. D-Dog, can you please explain to me what the color of law means? Thank you.
Color of law is statutes, codes, acts, all the fake laws that don't even pertain to the people. They only pertain to a person or a corporation.
So I have a question for you in regards to the question that she just asked.
I got an answer for you.
If this thing that they've been doing to people for the last year, okay, is a nano experiment, and if I'm not mistaken, the Supreme Court upheld the decision for the company that whichever company you got with their tech in there as well as whatever else is in there, that you are basically become property of them. So those of you that got to P, you belong to P. Those that went to the modern A thing belong to them. Those that went with the other one belong to them.
I don't know.
I'm
I
still
don't
part
follow
of the
that because
control
I'm
group.
not foolish enough to do crap like that.
Mm. So it's exactly, Jerry Lee. You are part of their patent, and there's a Supreme Court decision on that is floating around somewhere. I might have it on the computer here. I'd have to try and find it.
Okay, I'd like to correct one of your terminologies there, Mr. Hawk, sir.
Okay, sir.
Supreme Court has never made a decision, a ruling, or any of that other shit. They only give opinions.
Yeah, you're probably right on that. But
No, there's no probably about it.
Where is? Let me see if I can find it. I'm trying to remember which company it was that went before them in regards to that. Yeah, they got time to go over something like that, but they don't have time to go over like Roe v. Wade.
Yeah.
It's and or or even issues regarding the child protective services and those organizations that have been involved in in
trafficking.
In the trafficking, and and then you think about the level of corruption and everything else in Washington D.C. You'd think that as the Supreme Court of the land that it would be that those would be the things that they would be most interested in going after. But no, they want to go after somebody's tax filing, and spend months and months and months.
Because one back washes the other back, You get what I'm saying. I said it ass backwards again. You got a message. You got a message right up here on the screen for you, Hawk.
Aloha. How you doing,
Aloha.
Steve? Yeah. Do you know where CPS gets all their money?
From the federal government.
Yeah, but where?
Social Security.
Yep.
They take Social Security of the child. It's
they take out of the general Social Security fund between $80,000 and $140,000 per child.
Mm-hmm. But the amazing thing about that is foster parents only get when I was a foster kid, it was $199 a month. Is what they got per child. Now, my mom signed over my father's the death benefits, for me when I became a ward of the state, and and I believe it was somewhere around $1,300 a month.
Yeah, but the CPS they get that flat rate every year between $80,000 and $144,000, and it gets split up between the judge, the attorneys, and the CPS workers, and then it goes into their general fund.
Wow.
It's $1 billion a year industry for almost every state.
Crazy. Tom, you had your hand up. Sorry, I wasn't trying to be rude.
No, I'm patiently waiting.
Floor is yours.
So D-Dog, I signed up for that Constitution class. I didn't see anywhere. I had to actually purchase that. It said Pocket Constitution. I purchased it, but it looks like a book more than something you could carry with you.
He's going to pull out all the constitutional books. Oh,
that one, yeah. Well, I saw you hold that up earlier, and that's not what came up on the website. So I'm not sure if that just automatically comes up with the donation, or because I did order some books.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you get
Devil
this
Dog
book?
has
Was that?
Federalist Papers.
Federalist.
It was a pack of 3 books, and I think it was the Constitution, the Federalist Papers, and the Bill of Rights. It was like a 3-pack.
Right. The Constitution book is probably the Constitution Made Easy.
Mm.
And that's a 122-page book that ties in the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence beautifully. It's a great book.
Okay. Yeah, it had suggested materials for the class, so I figured, well, it's nice to have it on hand because, my brain doesn't hold facts and information. I understand it, but I couldn't tell you. I couldn't explain it to somebody. So it's nice to have that reference.
Yeah. A lot of times it's real easy to absorb it, but you just can't regurgitate it.
Exactly. I wish I was eloquent in speaking like Mary, when she prays, or Hawk when you talk about things, or B-Dog when you talk about things. I'm just amazed. I'm like, I wish I was that eloquent and could just, regurgitate those facts, and, so
You
I
have
have to
no
write it
idea.
down.
You have no idea how hard it is not to use the F-bomb every 3 words.
In the world that we're living in
Exactly.
right now, we're all pretty much.
Yep. When I talk to any of my coworkers, or if I'm going to talk to my supervisor or anybody, I always rehearse what I'm going to say before I say it, or I don't say anything at all, because I don't want to just spit out my opinion without the facts to back it up. And I really concentrate on asking them directed questions instead of just telling them what I think, or what I know, because they close up.
Yep.
You know what I mean? They just, yeah. So I'll just ask them questions. I mean, one gal at work said, "I think that Dr. Falsey is great," and I'm like, "Oh, wow. Have you done any research on him?" "Well, he's a doctor. I believe what he says." And I'm like, "Yeah, but have you done any research on him in the past, what he's done?" And they're like, "Well, I don't know," and I just say, "Well, why don't you look up, if you like history, look up 1918 and the Spanish flu, and look up the paper that he wrote on
Masks.
what the real cause of death was for the Spanish flu in his 1974 paper." And they're like, "Why? What did it say?" "Well, he came to the conclusion that, the diapers is what caused the pneumonia.
Yeah, it caused more deaths
People
than
died
the
from that,
sickness.
not the flu." So,
Yeah, bacterial infection of the lungs.
and they go,
Yep.
"No," and it's like, look it up. People just don't know their history, and I'm not an expert on history by any means, but I've always liked history. And so I think this Constitution class, this is going to just give me that much more, because I'm so thankful that all of this has happened, because if it wouldn't have, I would still be asleep. Yep.
Somebody's got the little finger up.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
I'm sorry.
me. It's
Getting
okay.
tired. Have you noticed? At first she was standing tall like an oak, and then as minutes were going by, her fingers started falling.
I'm tired.
So she went from an oak to
a
A
shrub,
willow.
to a dandelion.
to a weeping willow.
First, I have a question for Common Sense, and then for D-Duck. What did you sign up for? The introduction, or did you do class 101?
Well, at first, the first one I saw was the 101, and then I went back and I realized that there's an introduction. So I did both. I signed up for both of them.
Okay. All right. So which one do you need the books for?
101.
For all of them?
I mean, the books came up as a suggestion for the Constitution class 101.
Uh-huh.
When I did the introduction, it didn't really give me a suggestion, probably because I had already purchased the books.
The introduction does give you a recommended book that is actually for the class, and it has the Federalist Papers in it.
Maybe
And
that's
so how
what I
many
did.
classes
Okay.
is that the introduction?
I'm
D-Dog?
sorry? Oh.
What?
D-Dog, how many classes does the introduction have?
Introduction has 12 classes at a total of 2 hours.
Okay. But then when you get into the 101, that's longer?
It also has 12 classes, but they're 30-minute sessions.
Yeah, the average half hour.
So Diamond, what was that we did today?
101.
We went into the 101, yeah. Constitution 101, and it was the first one. Yeah.
Okay. I got you. Okay, so I know what I'm going to be doing.
It's really interesting, isn't it, Cha-Cha?
Well, it is, and I was doing it with another guy that Scott McKay had for a while, and then all of a sudden he just stopped. I don't know if it was...
You're talking about Douglas V. Gibbs.
Yeah, he just had a show tonight on YouTube.
Yep.
And Monty mentioned him. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I sent that link, by the way, Devil Dog, to Riddle. He goes, "Hey, thanks." I was like, "Now you know," because I already knew you knew about him.
So what was his last name? Doug what?
Douglas V.
Douglas
Gibbs.
V. Gibbs.
Gibbs, that's right. Okay.
Yep.
His show
and his website is Pistachio Peanut.
That's right. It's just been a long time, but I think I had like 8 classes with him.
His show on here on YouTube is called Mr. Constitution Classes.
Oh, okay. Oh, cool.
What that's his YouTube channel?
Yeah.
It used to be Douglas V. Gibbs. Maybe he got a strike for when he was talking about going after camel toe with the affidavits.
Oh yeah, I remember that too.
That might do it.
I got a laugh today because Obama and Kamala Harris are coming in helping out the Democratic guy that's running for governor in Virginia. I went, oh, that ought to be good. 2 dead people trying to help him out.
Well, not only that, they both got booed off a stage when they went earlier.
That's right.
Yep.
And the guy that's running for the Democrat Party has already been the governor of Virginia once, and nobody wants him back, other than the people up there in Fairfax County.
I don't even think they want him back.
I don't know. Yeah.
I've been doing there's an organization, Affidavit Mamas.
Uh-huh.
And they've been doing a lot of work with different people and the school boards and everything else.
Here you go, Devil Dog.
Affidavits. What?
Uh-huh. I don't know who spoke.
It was Monty.
Oh.
What up, Monty?
I said that a long time ago. Holy cow. I was over on YouTube and I was like, there you go, D-Dog. I put that link down there for everyone.
Oh, cool.
I should have put Douglas V. Gibbs on that, but that's a custom tag for him.
Right. That's solid.
Marge, did you get my email with the recipe?
Which address? Email did you send it to?
I would have sent it to your IB Cha-Cha.
At Verizon?
Yeah. I sent it yesterday, and then I just sent another one just a little bit ago.
So,
Stacy? Are you
Stacy?
Stacy?
That'd be me. That's my real name.
Okay.
So Navy vet posted judge identifies men shot by Kyle Rittenhouse as rioters, looters, and arsonists rather than victims before trial. Rittenhouse's lawyers can refer to the men he shot as rioters and looters. And then he also, but this one,
You know what else that does?
but prosecutors may not call them victims at any time during the upcoming trial, the judge ruled.
And you know what that allows, right? That allows for Rittenhouse's attorney to use victim for Rittenhouse.
Yep, in the jury.
Does. Yep.
Not only that, if his attorney was smart whenever it comes to the jury going and deliberating, there's 2 other cases that they can drop, or actually 3 of them. 2 of them lets the jury know that they can come up with their own decision that's not one of the options. They don't have to listen to the judge because they're actually in charge. And there's a 3rd one that's I can't remember what it's called, but it starts with an E, and it ends up being a hung jury with no decision, and it cannot be retried.
Right.
Isn't that it's like a form of eviction of charges? That means that it has to be removed from his record and everything.
No, it's where the charges are still there, but there's no conviction, and they cannot close the case. So he's not guilty or innocent.
He's just an American.
Pretty much.
So it's almost like a no contest in a way.
Yeah, but it's a little bit no contest. There's a bunch of ways for them to close out the case. This other one just locks it.
Okay. So how many law books have you swallowed? I'm just curious.
A couple.
Well, with all that information in your head, I'm glad your head stayed normal size.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because it should be like the size of the Library of Congress. Holy cow.
Hey, is the meatloaf in the oven?
Who made a meatloaf?
Jess.
She said yes.
Yeah.
The meatloaf in the oven, the potatoes are on the pot.
Okay.
Gabriel's like, I'm following Jess.
Yeah,
and
she's
you're gonna get the dogs fed now too.
Yeah, Gabriel's going for the food.
Yeah. Well, the little ones do it. The little ones, because of the fact that they get chicken on their food. We put the 3 little ones in the kitchen, and we feed the adults separate, so that way then the adults can actually eat their chicken without these little land sharks coming at them, stealing everything. And then once all the chicken's gone, everybody walks away from their bowl. They do. They walk away from their bowl. As soon as the chicken's gone, they all walk away from the dog food. They'll go back to it in about an hour, 2 hours. They'll go back and they'll, eat half the bowl then, and then they end up eating the rest of it in the morning for energy during the daytime. So
the little ones aren't afraid of the big ones, getting ugly, that they're eating their food?
No. Once the chicken's gone, it's no problem.
Wow.
It's so when I give the dogs a bone, I go and I grab a garbage bag of femurs out of the freezer. We package them up so that there's 9 to 12 per bag. We take a hammer, we separate them because they're frozen together, and we dump them in one big pile, and each of them come and grab one, and they run off with their bone in different directions and everything. But there's always those extra ones that end up here in the office on my floor underneath the mattresses, so that as I step over a dog bed, I'm stepping on a bone, and So at nighttime, when I got to go to the bathroom and it's dark, and there's no lights on, not only do I have to avoid dogs, but I have to avoid sharp objects too. So.
That's when expletives come out of your mouth.
Yeah, that's the only time that God's not in this house. I'm not listening to that.
Hey, got a question here. Let's see here. Oh, hang on, Michelle. Oh, where'd it go? Oh, Oh no!
Hey,
All right,
Shipwreck.
this is
Hi, Monty.
Shipwreck. The link is on the top of chat.
A teaspoon in the morning or a tablespoon. I can't remember which it is. And you do it one in the morning, one at night for like 7 days. I think it is. Yeah, Auntie Wells got the answer there for you.
I use 2 teaspoons in the morning.
Whoops.
Yeah, Auntie Wells put the. Yeah, go down 2 in the chat and pull that one up.
I got it.
Yeah.
Is that only
I
if you
think-
have symptoms?
Actually, you can use that if even if you just got a cold.
Yeah.
Right.
You know,
and then after
cold,
you do the initial,
flu.
it's like 2 a week, 2 tablespoons a week.
Oh, awesome. Okay.
Yeah. And then it's preventative.
Okay.
We know.
So I can
We all
save
know
my.
someone that was drinking 2 cups.
Oh boy.
Purple Rose, let me tell you, yeah, I could write a book called Puppy Shenanigans, and here's I'll tell you the first chapter right now. Okay, Jess has got a 9-year-old min pin. Okay, so when I got Cuvée and Jilly Bean, you know, she was already 5 years old. Okay, and you know, I started giving them the bones, like I say, you know, when they were very young. Well, I didn't do it in piles like that then because I just had the 2 German Shepherds at the time and she had the min pin. Well, the min pin would grab her bone, take it over behind an area where the Shepherds couldn't get into, and she'd chew it all up, get everything off of it she wanted to. Then she would run to the sliding glass door and bark like somebody's there. So the 2 Shepherds would leave their bones, run to the door, start barking with her. And while they're distracting and barking and keeping each other going, she runs back over and grabs their bones. Okay. There's your first chapter right there. It doesn't matter the size of the dog. It's the brain behind the distraction to get the bone.
Thank you, Diamond. I did get both emails.
So is D-Dog in Mensa?
Is he in where?
Mensa.
I'm not sure. I think he's in Michigan.
No, Mensa is for really, really, really smart people with high IQs.
What's up?
Well, if you really want me to answer that honestly, he was a Marine.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say no.
Oh.
He would have joined the Navy or the Army if he was smart.
Hey, come on. My grandfather was a Marine, decorated and got shot in the buttocks in World War II.
I was a Marine as well. I was a Marine as well.
Semper Fi, man.
Devil Dog and Hawk are both crayon eaters.
Yeah. Hey, they were good, especially the purple ones. They tasted like grape jelly.
The only reason I learned that slang is because a buddy of mine was stationed out at 29 Palms, and he lives here in this town. And just last summer they had the meeting where all of them come and gather up, you know. Mm-hmm. And instead of Texas, they had retreat. And it was interesting because I got to watch it from afar, and I watched most of it happen and take place. And I had a couple buddies that was up in there, and it was really neat watching it. That's all I'll say. But he mentioned crayon eaters. I'm like, what are you talking about? Marines are crayon eaters. He goes, it's the same thing as being called a jarhead. I was like, okay.
Sounds kind of derogatory to me. I don't know.
Nah.
Is it a term of endearment like jarhead?
That's what he was saying. I mean, he's a Marine himself, so.
Okay. Well, guys, I got to get up for work tomorrow morning, so I just wanted to pop in and have some camaraderie with some
Well, thanks
people.
for hanging out with us. It was
Yeah, thanks for letting me in. You guys
Thanks,
have a
Carmen.
great night.
You too.
Yep, Hawk, I'm going to be praying for you.
thank you, dear. I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
You're absolutely, yep, no problem. Anybody needs help, you know, if I can do more than prayer, please let me know. And I'd be more than happy to do whatever I can.
Thank you very much.
All right. Good night, y'all.
Good night.
Night, common
Good
sense.
night.
All right.
What's up,
Welcome
everybody?
back, Ship.
How y'all doing?
Uh-huh.
Hi.
Mr.
Can y'all hear? Can y'all hear
Chicken
me? Okay.
fried steak and grits in the morning.
Yeah.
Hawk, I want you to know, man. I didn't plan on saying anything about this, but you jinxed the hell out of me when you said that.
Did you have to go and poop?
That's what
Well,
happens
then.
when you brag about it.
I'm also gonna bid you
Um,
guys adieu. It's midnight, so I'm gonna go to bed. So you guys
Yeah,
have
I
a good
just
Good
night.
night,
noticed
Diamond.
that it was
Have a
midnight.
good
I
night,
guess
Diamond.
I
Love
better
you,
go.
Yeah,
Diamond.
thank you. Love you guys. Thank you.
Thank
See you
you for
later.
coming up on the panel.
Thanks for having me, Monty. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right.
You'll be on there at 3:00 in the morning again, I'm sure.
Who, me?
Yeah.
No. No.
What time it was this morning when I woke up, you were all on.
That's what time I come up on and did it. No. What time did we come up on here, Hawk? We left Dangerous, and then Hawk's like, "You gonna start up?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure." So I figured an hour or two.
Yeah, I
You
think
know
it was
how
about
long?
it was about 12:30,
Yeah.
and then I went to bed. It was about 5:45, something like that.
Yeah.
And you were
I
still
know
going.
when I got up about 6:30, you were on.
Yeah. It was like 9:30 or so. I don't know. I can't even remember now.
Y'all,
I've only.
I can't stay up on the panel very long. I just got back from somewhere kind of exciting, and I wanted to share my experience.
Okay.
All right. Well, I'm cutting out because it's
Some of you
midnight
may or may not be
and I need
familiar
to
with.
go to bed.
No.
All
All right.
Some of you may or may not be familiar with Bear
Thank you for
Independent Refuge
coming up on
Nation.
panel, Marge.
All righty. I love you guys. I'll be praying for you, Hawk.
Thank you, dear. You have a
Don't
great
give
night.
up.
I won't.
Okay.
I won't.
All right. Who else is going to sing to me?
I'll sing to you.
Who? Who's going to sing to me?
No, I'm just kidding. I don't. You wouldn't want me to sing to you.
No, that's it. You got to audition right now.
Audition
you
before
done.
I go.
Yep. You
Hello,
done opened
darling. Been
Sing me a
a
little
long
Keith.
time.
Okay.
Sing me some Keith Whitley, okay?
Tried to tell you.
It's amazing how you can speak right to my heart. I have to learn a couple of their songs again. It's been years since I've heard them.
All
I like
well,
his.
I have a
good
song
night.
that all of us know.
Good night, D-Dog, Monty,
Phenomenon.
Oh, yeah.
and Shipwreck, I think it is.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey,
Yeah, that's me.
all right. Well, hey, at least I can still kind of see.
Yeah.
Night, Marge.
Later, honey.
Love you.
All right. See y'all tomorrow.
Get some rest.
All right.
I'm going to try.
Thank you for coming
All
up.
All righty. Bye-bye.
Bye. What song was that, D-Dog?
Phenomena. Do 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 do.
Phenomenon.
Do y'all know Bear Independent with Refuge Nation?
Who the Wuppus?
Yeah, I've heard of him.
He does lots of training around the country. I just got back from a first responder course up in Birmingham, and I just wanted to say, I'm no medical expert, I'm no weapons expert, but I've done a lot of self training in the last couple of years. None of the training that I have ever done has ever equaled up to hands-on training like I received today. It was kind of pricey, and I had my doubts going up there. It was very much worth the time and the money spent. Now I woke up at 2 o'clock this morning, and it's 11 o'clock at night now. I had to work this morning. I had to do all kinds of other stuff to make it happen. It was a big deal for me to go there because of everything I had to sacrifice. I had my doubts. I want everybody to know it is absolutely necessary for you guys to seek out training, especially medical training. I've watched a lot of videos on how to apply a tourniquet, how to do all these things, you know, but it's so much different than getting hands-on training. You guys were talking about the Kenosha situation, you know, that came up today, you know, and first responders, when they have their hands full, can't always get to you in time. And when you're in a bad situation, time is all you have. So just wanted to kind of preach to you guys for a little bit, man, that if there's any of these training seminars going on around you, please go to them. Spend the money. You can make more money, but you can't always have the time to get more knowledge. So I learned a lot today. You know, that's the reason I wanted to come up and say these things, man, because you guys really need to seek out and get more training, whatever it is you're after, but especially medical. I really think it's necessary. I do.
Yeah, I understand that, Shipwreck. I'm in the Marine Corps League in my town, and we were the first one to accept a Navy corpsman into our chapter. And every month he has some sort of life-saving thing. He's got the little blow-up man and cannon. So he's taking us through a bunch of stuff, you know, stuff I never thought I'd ever want to know. But it's way over what I learned in boot camp.
Yeah. And I'm kind of hard headed. I'm the type that I'm like, oh, well, I saw a video on it here or there, you know, so I know how to do it. But I learned so much more today in a 4-hour class than I ever have watching videos or anything like that. So just, you know, for the
Hang
people
on.
out there like me that, you know, you definitely need training.
Recognize that?
Yeah, a little.
Yeah.
What's that?
That's a Marine Corps League card. It was. I was a member. We don't have the Marine Corps League out here in Oregon.
I wish we had one here in Alabama.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great organization too, especially when it's great. You know, I'll tell you, when, you know, people think that, you know, when a bunch of Marines get together, the only thing you're doing is drinking and hoo-hawing. Well, those aren't the only two things that we do. We actually, some of us have common sense and things like that we use to help our communities and stuff like that. They do a lot of benefit work. As you know, where I was in New York, there, the fundraisers that we would have on a yearly basis was crazy, especially for kids. You know, kids with leukemia, and you know, so the parent could stay home, take care of the child, you know, and not lose their home because of the fact that they, you know, because you know they weren't working. You know, they were there taking care of the child, and that's the way it should be. You know, it's it's a weird family, but it's a great one to belong to.
Yeah, and
I
Marine
didn't
Corps
realize
League.
until today, you know, and having 3 kids, I didn't realize until today that all of the medical supplies that I have prepped up and stocked up, a lot of them I could not use on my kids. I need to buy different.
Yep.
You know, I mean, a grown man sized tourniquet will not work on a child.
Nope.
You know, a lot of people kind of don't know this stuff. I didn't know that till today. Not that I'm anything special. I'm just saying, you know, that you know. Yeah, so I just wanted to come in and drop my 2 cents on that real quick, man. I'm going to jump back in the chat. I just wanted to kind of encourage other people to reach out and seek training while we have it available to us.
The only tourniquet that'll work on a child and a person though is a belt.
Yep.
And that's only if it's a need to emergency situation.
Yeah, that's pretty much it, man. Israeli bandage.
Yep.
Right.
Hey,
Especially
man,
if
y'all
it's
have a good night, man. Thanks for
from.
letting me jump up. I'm going to jump back in the chat. Y'all have
Right
a
on,
good
brother.
night.
All right.
You too.
All right, Ship. Have another country fried steak for me. Chicken fried steak, whatever you had. They're both good. Benjamin. Benjamin
He
says,
said,
"You recognize this?"
he said, "Fuck, you cursed me."
Yeah.
he
So
come on while we were on. He said, "I'm sitting here and I'm eating a chicken fried steak and grits with cheese on them and all this other stuff." And I said, he said, "All right, I got to get back on the road." And I said, "You watch. Just because you did that to us, you're gonna have to go to the bathroom within a couple of minutes."
Benjamin says if he sings, the power will go out there. Go out there. Oh,
Please
Benjamin.
don't.
No, he was meaning it. He was meaning it in Chi-Town.
Hey, honestly, I think the power going out in Chi-Town wouldn't be a bad idea. I think that old Lightfoot, Beetlejuice would be,
Yeah.
she'd be freaking out. She'd be freaking out. Are they coming for me now?
They can't come after her. She still has the road she lives on blocked off with police.
You're going to check every bowl to see if there's any food left, aren't you?
But this is the same person that was wanting to defund the police. It just makes so much sense, don't it?
Well, not only wanted to, she did.
Well, right, but for every action, there's an opposite and equal reaction, and so if I was the police, I'd be like, no, take it and shove it where the sun don't shine, Beetlejuice. Say it the third time, then they should actually show up.
I'm not gonna say it.
No.
Well, what's that other one that you say in a mirror? Isn't it like Candyman or something like that?
Oh, yeah, that's like one of the new movies.
Yeah.
What was Bloody Mary? Bloody Mary, something like that. Yeah. You say
Yeah.
I don't. That was a long time ago. Night, Andy. Well.
And just think, if we would have realized this back at that age, we never would have even thought about saying that stuff.
Right.
Yeah, I was at a place in Meriden, Connecticut, where one of the workers brought in a Ouija board, and it was believed that those buildings were extremely haunted. And there was a lot of freaky stuff that happened that day. I haven't been anywhere around anything like that since.
Yep.
So, I'll tell you, a friend of mine used to mess with the Ouija board, and she had one time, and she was at this apartment, and yeah, she's the one I got my information about him from her. So I messed with it only one time on a separate board, but on this one particular board, because she told me, she goes, "You got to be careful what you ask on it." And I only asked one or two simple questions. That's it. Like, if my guardian angel's here, let it, what's your name? And so it told me. And so on this particular story she was telling me, she was in an apartment and everything, and this board, they drew in something bad. And so, long story short, they put it in a closet. Come back from going to the store, it was back out of the closet. So then they hid it in the closet underneath a whole bunch of stuff. They went to the store another time, and the board was back out again, and no one in her apartment was locked. And so they ended up disposing of that Ouija board.
I'm waiting for the punchline, Monty.
I'm just saying, don't mess with them. Evil. Evil.
Well, I wish I was 14 again. That way I'd know everything.
Oh, you're not kidding.
You think you know everything.
No,
yeah,
at
I know.
14, you know everything. Period.
Oh,
no discussion.
Yeah, I know.
Mm-hmm.
I have a 16-year-old. Yeah, I know.
I was up on Prepping 101 one night, and somebody came up on the panel, and he said, "Well, I'll tell you what I know." And Arkansas Living just popped up and said, "You don't know stuff." Best line ever dropped on a YouTube stream that I had ever heard. He just as calm as day, he's just like, "You don't know stuff," and that guy just shut up and got off the panel. It was he
Yeah. I was on a stream with the whole panel was nothing but Moors. And I'm talking about this, that, and the other, and they're talking about their little treaty or agreement or whatever with the government that they can live under their own rules, this, that, and the other. I said, "Oh, if you guys have that rule, how come every time you guys get in a little bit of trouble, you guys jump on the Constitution? You're not even American according to you." And one guy got all excited and started yelling at me, and he told me I owed him an apology. I said, "Okay, I'm extremely sorry that you believe that I owe you an apology." So he got his wish. He got his apology.
How can she have a 75th birthday? She's been killed like 32 times in the last 6 months. I mean, it's too much.
What's that?
It's too much.
What's that mean when it's been 4 years since we first heard from Quebec? What's that mean?
I don't know. Lost me.
I don't know. I'm just wondering.
Resurrection is fun.
Oh. Man, it got real quiet.
Yeah, didn't it? It's just like
it's because the girls are gone.
Only thing I can hear is the dog chewing dog food back here. He's going to town too. He's getting into the adult food now. He's like, "Oh yeah, I like this stuff. This is good."
Which one's that?
Dad.
Gabriel.
Yeah,
he's eating Baron's food.
I see him now.
Baron's curled up here in the recliner. I'm surprised he still fits in this thing. It's another month or two, he won't be able to fit in there no more. He's not full grown yet. They'll grow up until they're 3, and he's only 19 months old now, so he's still got a ways to go. He's gonna be huge.
Brenda. Yeah, the puppies was sure talking this morning.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I didn't realize it, but somehow StreamYard activated the camera microphone, so I was actually surprised anybody actually heard me talking at all. That's why the puppies were so damn loud. I was like,
that's probably why your audio went wonky a few times.
Yeah, because it was trying to pick up the wrong one. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's when I plug in that camera, because normally I'll run it off this laptop over here,
right?
So that it's on its own thing, so that I can play videos and stuff like that without an issue. But yeah, I guess when I plugged it in last night, it automatically switched it over, and it just didn't tell me. I'm like, well, thanks a lot. Yeah.
Mike Penny's.
Now your leg's big enough that you don't even have to lift your head up to get to it, huh?
Yeah. Brew, I seen your post a while ago when you said you just subbed, and you've been in here before because I threw you a wrench then. So thanks for finally subbing. I appreciate it.
He probably subbed before, but YouTube unsubs him.
That's true.
Yeah, because I have to go back every couple of weeks and resub a whole bunch of channels I watch.
Yeah. It did that to me on Jeff Riddle's one time. I'm like, what the? I was like, I know I was subbed. That was the first one I ever noticed that, yeah.
Good boy. You happy? Are you happy?
So Mike Penny is saying HRC will be publicly arrested on the 30th.
See,
Yeah,
you keep
okay.
like that, you're gonna be too fat to fit underneath the desk. Never mind too tall.
Let me make note of that on my calendar and my phone.
Yeah, I think I'll start paying attention to him. Nah, forget it. He's an ass clown, just like that big fat stupid ass frog guy.
I was reading Jeff B's Telegram chat today, and they was talking about they was dogging both those channels, the Frog and the Mike Benny, and I was like, wow. And Jeff B got up on there. He goes, "Hey, now I made this so everybody could ask questions and find out things that like the newcomers. You know what I'm saying? Basically, the
Right.
people that don't know." And he goes, "There won't be none of that dogging other channels or anything in here."
Yeah.
That didn't stop him because I still read some more stuff.
Yeah, you open up a platform like that, and all types of crap's going to come in.
Oh yeah. Okay, Brew. I understand now. Sorry, my bad. You sub to the Constitution link.
I usually only talk crap about them if they start dropping dates. You know.
Well, he did. He said on the 30th they're going to arrest her.
Rob.
Well, he's got 4 days to make it happen.
Brenda's like, isn't she dead? And so Rob put up this 50 clones at least. oh man. Yeah, I know Jeff used to show up on the Frogs. That's where I first met him. First seen him.
Yeah, that's where I saw him and stuff. So that's why I figure you can't badmouth these two guys. Just like was that one idiot that's been blown up 3 times and he's been cloned, Jaco or something like that.
Love Bubbles?
I don't know. Yeah, I'd listen to him and stuff because some of his stuff's kind of interesting. You know, it's all bullshit, but it's still interesting. And then he talks about being blown up and being cloned and everything else. And that one dumb bitch, Christine W. or whatever, she was on. Charlie Ward. It's like, man, you guys are ass clowns.
Total distractions, you know.
Yep.
It's I made it a point to because of the fact that when I play content, I try to be fair and I try to stay in the middle and not and not really downgrade the guys. But like Robert David Steele, somebody who stands there and tells you I was a spy, I worked for the CIA, and I was a Marine. You're gonna listen to him for a few minutes, and it's like the thing is if the CIA is a large part of why we're in the situation that we're in today, why should we be listening and trusting you? So it's like give me a reason to trust you. Just because you were a Navy SEAL, hey, I honor and respect your service to your country, but as soon as you became a contractor for the CIA, you lost that respect and you lost that honor. So if we know all the evil that's been done by the CIA, then you give me a reason to trust you. And unfortunately, I don't think that they can. Now, Robert David Steele, he did do one thing that it actually made me pay attention to him. But as soon as it was the question of raising money for this tour that he was going to do, and it's like, you know, he was trying to get as many influencers onto this road trip with him that he can. That's why the Patriot Street Fighter jumped in on there. You know, it's like you know, when you look at that entire situation, it's like I just don't see where it's beneficial. Now, Robert David Steele did the big thing on the pedophiles and everything else, and I have respect for him for doing that. But the fact of the matter is, you're still a spy. You know, once a spy, always a spy. Just like you know, once a Marine, always a Marine. You know, it never goes away from you. Everything that you learn pretty much stays with you for the rest of your life. And if duty called, you would do whatever is necessary in order to support and defend, you know, your country. And you know, but once you're a spy, and you're working with the CIA or the FBI or any of the three later agencies, basically you just lost all your credibility as far as I'm concerned. You know, half of the mess that we're fucking in is because of them. Half of the crap that we deal with, you know, internet wise, if people, if it was real Americans who built these instead of, you know, DARPA building them, giving them to the CIA, and then them being issued out to the people that, and that's basically what happened. Zuckerberg didn't put no money into Facebook. He made money off of Facebook, but he never put no money into Facebook. We, the taxpayers, paid for Facebook to be built. We paid for YouTube to be built. Twitter, you know, we paid for that. You know, look at what they did to Tom from MySpace. Okay. You know, that kid actually was the first developer of a social platform like this, and they screwed him. They screwed him big time. You know, that's no different than what Bill Gates did to Steve Jobs and the others when, you know, at the forming of Microsoft. You know, it was you know, it stole their software, everything.
Yep.
Benjamin said, "Do you think they would tell anyone when they arrest Hillary or anyone else ahead of time?"
No.
No.
No, but after what they did to Roger Stone, I do want to see something like that on a couple of arrests. Something that is so blatant that they can't hide it from the news. They can't. It's impossible. You know.
Well, there's enough citizen journalists out there now that it's going to be on the news as soon as it drops.
Yep.
The Braves won the pennant.
Yep, that's correct, Rob. That's 100%. Lifelog project was funded by DARPA, and it was canceled the same day as Facebook came online.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, every now and then I'll listen to some of those idiots for entertainment. Well, whenever they say, well, I have an NDA on this and I can't talk about it, and they tell you the whole fucking thing and why they can't talk about it, it's like, are you kidding me?
Then it's not a true NDA.
Right. It's like, you know, I survived through eating paint chips as a kid, so you can't pull nothing over on me.
You know, here's the thing with DARPA. There is so many social experiments out there that they do, and they've been pulling on, you know, on the American people for decades and decades and decades. That it doesn't surprise me that they're the ones that came up with it.
That Michelle, that's 100% correct. There are 10 people involved in that, and we ain't one of them.
Rob's on it tonight. Zuckerberg puts on a wig and becomes Little Red Lion Hood for the White House.
I've really been enjoying watching Peppermint Patty get up there on the White House press conferences and just lie or just talk some shit. Yeah, we don't care about no one's rights. We're going to stick a needle in everybody.
Yeah.
Whatever,
did anyone?
Patty.
I don't.
Go
Did
ahead,
I share
pull
that?
out that football. I'll kick you in the head, bitch. Oh, did I say that out loud?
There's a video on TikTok about Alec Baldwin. He was talking about people that just everyone needs to go and get the shot, and just uh what was it? More or less being, or how do you word it? Being get kind of like guinea pigs and making sacrifices like our veterans have done for the country. And I'm like, there's a little bit difference there.
I think there's a lot of difference there.
Yeah. But he was making it sound like it was just like going to the store and getting a piece of candy, and being okay with it. Is how he made it sound. And this is before the shooting thing, I think.
Yeah.
Actors' influence on people.
Yeah, actors are idiots. You don't listen to someone who can't make any money doing a real job.
Right.
Brenda, the Rumble and Locals going together is a little bit concerning because Rumble is actually a company based out of Canada. But they announced their merger around the same time that Trump said that he's dropping a platform. So I wouldn't be surprised if Trump is the one who's going to end up sucking up Rumble and Locals.
Are these social media platforms? I mean,
yeah.
I know Rumble is, but
yeah, Locals is like I don't know, like a like Twitter or Facebook, but to comment you have to do monthly donations to the content creators. So what's that, like Patreon?
Unmasked man dragged out of Lakewood, Washington church.
Yep.
Huh. Well, you know what? The people that dragged him out of there have to answer to God. That's all I got to say. In the long run. Kind of like that Johnny Paycheck song about going to church, and they's telling him how he was unshaven and long haired and messy clothes and everything.
Well, the guy who got ripped out of church, all he has to do is remember Maxims of Law 86M, and that'll be his defense, and he's all done. I don't know why everyone's making this so difficult.
Because a lot of them don't know the law.
Yeah, I've attacked it through a title, Title 7 out of the what do you call it? Civil Rights Act, along with the First Amendment and the Civil Rights Act. I think it's section. It's either 103 or 703 or something like that, and that tells your employer that they have to give you a religious exemption. And then there's another there's like 10 different avenues you can take to get around that jab.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I do a lot of work for Detroit Edison DTE. I work on their gate operators and stuff, and they told me that they're not going to use me anymore unless me and my guys end up getting the jab. I said, well, I'm going to miss the money, and I hung up on them. So they called me back. I said, well, we're not getting it. I hung up again. They didn't call me back. So everything's good now.
So the guns on the set of Baldwin's movie were used with live rounds in between shoots. They fired them to let off steam.
Well, they were doing target practice with them between shots.
There's not even supposed to be live ammo or real guns on a uh, yeah, on a movie
Oh,
scene shot.
yeah. Those movie prop guns are supposed to reduce barrels. So if a real round ends up getting in it, it won't penetrate the end.
Supposed to, yeah.
Right. Because I got a bunch of prop guns here because the local community theater,
Yeah.
that they're looking at, one of them wanted some sidearm revolvers, another one wanted something a little newer, so I ended up collecting up a whole bunch of them, and they just come over and pick them up here. So me and the guys working for me and their families always get free tickets when they want to go see a community show.
Right on. So I watched a John Snyder video about that when he was interviewed by this some news channel about the Alec Baldwin thing. He goes, you know what? He goes, there shouldn't be. You don't even point a gun at a person, anyways.
Right.
And he was going off, and he was telling truth. He goes, I carry a gun, a real gun. He goes, but everybody knows any kind of gun safety knows that you don't even point a prop gun at anyone. He goes, in fact, that's how come the scenes are split like that in movies, is to that way people don't see that you're not actually pointing them at them, And so he did a little doctored video where he just had his hand up like a gun, went around the corner, and it had a muzzle flash and everything with his gun finger, He goes, look, he goes, this is how we do movies nowadays. It's called special effects.
Yeah.
No. Guns don't kill people. Alec Baldwin kills people. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple of stories that's coming from that, and I wish we knew which one it actually was, because I've heard 2 or 3 different side steps from it.
Yep.
That just tells us that it must be a heck of a doozy of a cover-up of a story.
Well, I've heard 3 stories about it, and I still don't give a fuck. I'm really good at staying focused on where my end point is. I don't need distractions of minor shit that doesn't matter to nobody.
They had a point. The founding fathers get together in taverns. This is our tavern.
Yeah. Well, for the Marines, the establishment of the U.S. Marine Corps, it was Tuns Tavern.
Yep.
It was what?
Tuns Tavern. Tuns Tavern.
10 November 1775.
Huh.
That's why they celebrate the Marine Corps birthday on the 10th of November every year. For the Marine Corps Ball. It's if I could, if I hadn't, become a fat stripper after being a Marine, I would still be able to fit in my uniform. What?
I just threw up a little bit in my mouth.
Don't knock it till you try
it. Man, I done told you. If I get out on the corner, I ain't selling myself by the hour. I got to sell myself by the pound. And then if someone, I'm really screwed if someone comes by in a kitty kidnap van with a whole chocolate cake. That's the only way they're going to kidnap me.
So you're telling me that if we're walking down the road and a pack of zombies come out of the woods, that I need to just point at you? If you give me enough time to get away.
Hey, I am tall. I do have some long legs.
Yeah, but the same rule falls into play as in if you're being chased by a bear. It's just you don't want to be the slowest.
That's right. That's right. I'll trip someone up.
Oops.
I had 4 or 5 of my coworkers one time. It was after hours. We was in the pool. They all thought, "Hey, let's just jump on Monty, see how many guys it takes to get him down." Well, and like I said, there was 5 or 6 of them that tried to do that. And one of my cousins, for 2 weeks, he was like, "My jaw still freaking hurts." I was like, "You should have grabbed a hold of my foot. I told you, y'all was going to go down. If I'm going to go down, y'all are going to go down with me."
Yeah, and it's not going to be fun.
Exactly. I was like, "You're going to earn it."
So which one do you have, Hawk?
I have the one that came today, or actually came yesterday. Is it looks like the same one? Is
yeah, the soft leather.
Yep. Yeah.
That's
I saw the other
nice.
One. Yeah. It's yeah. It came yesterday.
Did you get the signature or no?
Where would the signature be?
Did you pay the $10 for a signature?
No, I paid like $80 for the Bible. That's it.
Right. I ended up getting a heirloom one with a signature to the family from David Barton.
Oh no, I didn't get that. I guess because I presume it'd be right inside the cover.
Yeah, I think the heirloom one was like 130 or 150.
Yeah, this one here I got for $89.95 plus shipping.
Right.
Yeah.
So is that the Geneva Bible?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, I didn't know it cost that much. I guess that's out of my league.
Yeah.
Well, okay, Monty. The reason I got it,
I'd never heard of it until you mentioned it, brother.
Because it has stuff like this in it. There's a ton of information other than just the Bible, and if you take a chapter, whatever verse, it'll tell you where else you can find similars of the same verse in the center of each page.
Okay. What was that one?
It works like that one.
What was that one page you was just showing before I made you on Front Street?
Oh, here's another one of them.
Okay, so it gives side stories.
Yep.
Oh, right on.
Of American history spread throughout the entire book.
Oh man. Well, I know what's on my list now.
Okay, let's see if I can pull up that website real quick. I think I actually have it open somewhere.
Wall builders. Yeah.
Yeah. Wallbuilders.com, and then what is it, store or shop, and then just go to Bible.
Yep.
And don't get sticker shock when you see the $500 one. Pick one that's cheaper.
What?
It's a reprint of, what was that, a 1780 Bible or something like that?
Yeah.
Holy moly. When I open that book, it better speak to me, like literally.
It will.
It better be like an audio book.
No, it'll be better than that. I promise, if you get it, when you open it and start looking at it, you're going to be very, very pleased with your purchase.
I'm talking about the $500 one.
Oh, the $500 one? That's one of them that you just look at. Because it's all in old script. So if there's 2 S's, in a word, and you have another consonant after it, there's a really good chance that you're going to have two F's in that place. And depending on the other vowels and consonants in a word, a U may end up being a V. So it's real hard to read that shit unless you're used to it. But I've been reading a lot of original copy of documents.
Is that my voice that feeds back through on your speaker every once in a while?
Well, it's probably me.
I thought it was on D Dogs because I've heard it before on other times. It's not all the time. It just at certain. I don't know. I don't know how everybody has their setups up. Like I said, I'm still new to this streaming stuff.
Right. Well, I don't like wearing the headphones because I'm doing this shit for 12, 16 hours a day.
Right. That's one thing I need to get. I need to ask people because I was looking at a laptop, and so they what was it? It's either terabyte, 1 terabyte. They recommend for podcasting, I think, or over 536 gigabytes to 1 terabyte.
Okay. Hard drive doesn't matter. What you want is a higher clock speed and the faster CPU and the higher memory. That's
Right.
what matters. Hard drives don't matter. You can just throw in an SD card and call it a day, because you can get the 500 gig SD cards now for like $120.
I didn't even know they had them that high in gig. Holy cow!
Well, you can get a 1T
on a SD card.
Yeah.
I got a 5 terabyte external hard drive for $79 on Amazon.
Nice.
Right. I know on external hard drives you can get them up to like a solid state and everything.
Yeah, but those are expensive.
Right.
The biggest external hard drive I've seen is 8 terabyte, and that's two
Holy
4
moly.
terabyte 3.5 inch.
That's a lot of memory.
It's not memory; it's storage.
Oh, well, okay. See, my bad. To me, that's memory. Same thing, isn't it?
Sure.
I mean, it holds. Yeah. I'm not a tech junkie. My brother is. He builds his own computers. So when he's showing me all his new parts and stuff, like the water cooled whatever and this and that, and I'm like, hey, cool.
Yeah. Yeah. As far as the Founders Bibles that they have the heirloom for $130, or the regular old hard copy for $70.
Hey, y'all.
Hey, Rob.
The difference between memory and storage is, you ever play that game Memory, when you get the cards out and you have them flipped over?
Yeah.
Okay, well, the more desk space you have, the easier it is to play that game. The desk space would be your memory. Storage would be the desk next to you where you put everything away at when you're done. That's the best way to explain it.
So is that almost like the difference between ROM and RAM?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I got you.
Yeah, and solid state is always, even the slowest solid state is like 50 times faster than the fastest spinning mechanical hard drive, because you don't have any moving parts. You don't have to wait for them to accelerate or decelerate.
I seen one laptop and it had an AMD Raytheon. Oh, I forgot how much the hard drive or how big a hard drive it was. But when I went to go and look at the price of one of them, I was like, 1,000? No, I'm good. I'm
Don't
good.
be surprised on the sticker shock. The prices are going up because the supply chain is dwindling out, especially on pre-built, computers and stuff. They're proprietary.
Right.
You're better off building your own if you can, if you're doing a desktop.
So just to do my podcast and stuff like this. So that's why I was wondering if I should go with a desktop or a laptop. A laptop you can take anywhere with you.
Desktops are always more powerful for bang for the buck, and much, much more upgradable. You're going to get a lot more future out of it.
Okay. So then for $300 or $400, and that's with a tower and a monitor, I can pretty much throw together one like my brother does. But his is built for gaming. He's particularly built two of them now, and for gaming.
If he's
So
already knows, I would follow his advice because if it can handle games, it's going to be able to handle almost anything else you can do.
yeah,
But you don't need to put as much money into the video card as he did. Not
right.
not near as much. That's not what your computer's going to be doing. You'd be better off with a little bit more memory if you're going to be streaming and an SD versus a hard drive. I use both. I use an SD for my games and my operating system and apps, and then I have a whole bunch of hard drives that I use for storage.
Okay. He's already got one tower. It's just the last one he got was it was liquid cooled. I think it was graphics card. I think. No.
My CPU's liquid cooled, but the
Yeah.
graphic card isn't. It's too much of a pain in the ass because if you have to pull them out, you can't. Yeah, it's just a pain in the ass.
Right.
Yeah, if he can build computers, bang for buck, you're better off probably having him build you a computer than anything you're going to buy in a store, honestly.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's what I was kind of wondering because I was
absolutely.
actually
Well, and the big problem when you buy a pre-built computer, 90% of the time they use proprietary parts. So when you go to upgrade it, you can't just go to the store and buy the parts you want. They're real finicky. The cases are a bitch. It's much better to have a built computer versus a pre-built computer.
right.
The lifespan alone you'll get out of it. You can reuse the case, you can reuse the power supply, as you go on. If you do want to upgrade video, you can just slap a video card in there. Now you can game too,
Right.
and you can keep adding more storage to it. Laptops, you're only going to be able to add, one hard drive maybe. With a desktop, you can put in a Blu-ray player, you can put in a Blu-ray burner. You can have multiple hard drives. Plus, you have a lot more USB ports.
Yeah. The first laptop I ever had was a Dell Inspiron, and when I went to go and check up on upgrading the graphics cards, they was soldered in, and I was like, nope, can't do that.
Oh, yeah, you're not doing anything if it's soldered in.
Yeah.
Not nowadays, at least. You used to be able to, but everything's so, 10 layers of circuit board, you can't do shit.
Right.
So you know what this is, Navy vet?
I can't tell.
Isn't
Is it
that
a NIT card?
Is that a Raspberry?
Yeah, Raspberry
no.
Pi 4.
Oh, it
nice.
has a fan. Shit, I hadn't seen him with a fan.
Yeah.
Well,
What do you got that thing going? Mini server?
Well, actually, I do have a server in the back room. It's got 100 of these.
Nice.
Yep.
Yeah, I've never gotten into that project, and I should because I've always been into electronics, computers. I've been building computers now since '98 when Windows 98 came out.
Yep. And there's 20 of these on the server. Each of these are 2 terabyte.
2 terabyte apiece.
Golly.
Holy shit.
And it's set up so that let's say I put a dock in it. That dock's going to be split up between 20 hard drives.
So you got it like RAID?
Yeah, it's all RAID out.
Are those hot swappable?
No, because it's also set up that if one gets pulled, if it's not pulled in the right order, it erases all of them.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not a fan of hot swappable anyways and stuff. I'm used to the powering down. Hot swapable's for a data center that's online 24/7.
Right.
Odroid?
Yep. Well,
Never heard of it.
This system I have is the upgrade from the Raspberry 3 one that I built. So I took the Raspberry 3s out and put Raspberry 4s in. Got the $100 raspberries for I think $45 a piece.
I'd rather just rebuild my rig and build a new tower.
Well, you'd be surprised how much room 100 of those little Raspberry Pis will take.
Oh, I bet. Probably takes about the same amount of room as a desktop, or more.
More.
By the time you run all the wiring.
Oh, the wiring's easy. It's all well, it's all what do you call it? Ethernet
Yeah.
powered.
Okay, Ethernet.
Yep.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that's how they were powered up, was by the Ethernet.
Well, you can with the Raspberry 4. The other one, you actually had to plug into the little power socket.
Okay, that's the ones I've seen.
Yep. And it has a wireless module on it too.
For Bluetooth or Wi-Fi?
Wi-Fi.
I expect they'll have Bluetooth soon also.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't play with them much. I've been playing a lot with the ESPs lately. You know, doing a lot of LED little things.
You read that?
Yep.
Yeah. That's too
Yeah,
much tech talk.
Yeah, next time I do an upgrade, I may get crazy and just start all over from scratch. It's just I already had the framework set up and everything, so and that took a lot of spools of 3D printer tape to actually make all that framework. So I'm not willing to go through those hours and hours and hours and hours of printing.
Oh, you printed your tire?
Yep.
Holy cow.
It's set up in a big sound case. So I can unplug the power, put the front and back on it, roll it to someone else's house, and go plug it back in.
Nice. Talk about one hell of an MP3 player.
Well, this thing's sick. It's on its own cable modem. Because if I was doing something with that, I wouldn't even be able to look at anything on my regular house rigs.
I feel better.
John H.
Hey,
wants
Hawk,
to know if you...
Yeah.
Are you ready? Our taxi is here.
Our taxi's here.
Yeah.
It's the dogs are cleaning the dishes. So I have less to do.
I'm talking about the Navy guy, our
Oh
taxi.
yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. You know how it is. You know, there's sometimes you just shouldn't give them the credit. Just sometimes.
Come on, we love our taxi. Otherwise, we wouldn't have shit to do.
Yeah,
So
it was
John,
nice when you were on an aircraft carrier. You had enough enough space for football.
Right.
Yeah, the only
so
problem
John,
is if you fall, you wish you were on like gravel or pavement because
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
like 5 grit sandpaper. And believe me, an aircraft carrier gets really small after about 8 months at sea.
Yeah.
here
Yeah.
you go, Hawk.
You know the weirdest thing is when you're out at sea that long. When you get the first time I walked on land, it was weird. Like
How was it? Was it good? Was dinner good? Dinner was good.
Look at those tails. Got
Gabriel's
more?
trying to lick the white off of the plate. So yeah, he's good. I'm not kidding. He's like trying to lick the white off the plate. He's like, hey, this looks like me.
So John H asked Devil Dog. John H asked Devil Dog if you program in C++.
Yeah, I'm really good with C++, Python, and that mixed bag of shit that Honeywell uses. And my kids are great with Python. They're just totally hooked up.
Oh,
I get too bored programming. I really do. Now, if I needed to remove a copyright on stuff there, no more comments there.
Right.
Really?
I'm not going to be happy about cleaning up your hoo-ha tomorrow because there's going to be corn coming out.
Golly.
Take it, throw it in the field. Maybe it'll come up in the spring. Yeah, he was looking at the corn like, what's that? And he started eating it, and I was like, oh boy. He has no idea what he's in for. Yeah, she made that. It was good. It was very good. Good meatloaf. She makes little mini ones instead of one big one. Yeah, makes it easier.
Benjamin. So it's C++.
Good for you getting that C++. I rocked a D-. That's because I never bothered fucking going.
Is C++ just a different type of coding?
Yeah.
Okay.
With all the bad shit that I went through as a kid, I was a straight A student.
I'm sorry, but I still like you, Hawk.
Yeah, I was a straight A student. And I slept through more classes than I was ever awake for.
Yeah.
I'm serious. I would go into class in my head, I'd be sound asleep, and teachers didn't bother me. You give me a book at the beginning of the year, I'm going to read it from cover to cover. First break we had, I read it from cover to cover. So all that information was locked in my head. I didn't even carry the book with me until the last day of school where I had to turn it in. So there was no colored pencil marks and everything else like everybody else's book. You'll be fine for every crayon mark and magic marker that you put in your books, folks. Yeah, okay.
So my senior year in history class, this is how much I love history. And so I didn't never crack open hardly a book. And whenever I took a test, I passed with an A. And so my teacher's like, if you would just hand in your homework during the week, you would make an A in this class. I'm like, I don't know what to tell you.
I was
my
the
mind
same
don't
way.
function. My brain don't function that way.
And sadly, homework counted for more of your grade than actually showing that you knew the material because you could pass every damn test and the bonus questions.
Yeah, I learned more about history at the American Legion growing up as a kid because I'd sit down and hang out with the old World War I vets.
Yeah.
Yeah, the shit they tell you has never been in a textbook.
Exactly.
Not any we've seen.
That was the power company calling me to tell me that the power was back on.
Isn't that nice of them?
Yeah. You're a little late.
3 hours later.
Yeah, it's been about an hour and 20 minutes, hour and 30 minutes, something like that, since power came back on. So I dread cleanup tomorrow. Going out there and throwing plants away. It's it's like raising your kids, and then that day you send them off to school and you know that they're fucked from that moment on. It's like that. The difference is mine are all going to be dead. So it's
So there's no salvageable at all.
no, they've gone 72 hours without any food, water, or anything.
Oh,
So
shit.
once the tips bend, at that point there the plant's gone. And the thing is I have tanks with water in them. The problem is the pumps that run them.
Right.
We're running because we didn't have power. So, or else we could have figured out a way to jerry rig, and the little generator that I have that I could like plug in I have a generator out here that runs on propane, a little itty bitty one. It's enough to run the coffee pot and charge a phone. Is basically about all it's good for. But generally, the first thing I plug in is the freezer. To try and keep the food. That's the biggest thing. Because without food, we're up shit's creek without a paddle. And I'll go through a 60-pound propane tank every 24 hours, running both the refrigerator and the freezer.
Damn.
And then we have one plug that we can charge a phone on at the same time. So
Our taxi left without us, Hawk.
he'll be back.
Later, Rob. Thanks for coming up.
Oh, he went to bed.
Night.
Oh, have a great night.
Night, Brenda.
Yeah, he takes care of his mom. He's a good kid. Take care of his family like that. Most other kids would run, put them in homes and everything else. And he's not like that. That's why I'm glad I didn't have kids that can't put me in an old folks home. Ha 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 ha.
Shit. Do you want some?
No.
I got one I'm dying to hand off to somebody.
Tell them they have to pay to stay. Yeah.
Oh, what about some grandkids? You want some of those?
No.
I got 6 of them.
I can't afford to spoil them rotten.
Yeah, I got 6. Want a great grandkid? I got one of them.
As long as the grandparents are paying for everything, then we're good to go.
I'll send them with a card.
Hey there, young man.
Hey, fellers, good to see you.
Hey, Remote.
How's things?
Better.
Good. Did you get some rest, Walker?
Oh, no.
I know that was wishful thinking.
No. We've had power issues. So we just got power restored just a short time ago.
I was going to say, I see it's back on. So.
Yeah. I actually have lights.
So a couple days worth without.
Yeah. It's I had 2 outlets here in the office that were working. Jess had two outlets in her building, and then we had one light in the kitchen building that worked. Everything else was down. Our feed pumps, everything were You
must have backup power in a few spots then.
No, it's what it is the 3-phase wire that came in when the power went out for the 368 customers in our town that lost power. When they it fried the so 3-phase, you got A, B, and C. It A and C came back on, but everything that we have runs on the 220. So B was fried. And so they had to change the transformer up on the road, and then they had to change the transformer down here right outside my building. And it's not fun at all. Not fun at all. But they did tell me they're going to come in and clear the trees that are next to the wires now. So that was kind of cool. They'll be up in a couple of days to get that done because it's winter time here. We can get anywhere between 35 to 125 mile an hour winds that come in straight off of the ocean.
And they figured the branches shorted out the wires.
Yeah, and well, it pulled wires down.
Okay.
And when they reconnected the power, it fried. So when I go into greenhouses tomorrow, that's going to be the real fun part because we actually have breakers that are melted onto the panel now. So when they cranked it on yesterday, they fried a whole bunch of stuff, and that's just So yeah, it's going to be it's costly to say the least. It's but we'll be okay.
Well, that's good. You're back on, and things are they're moving on up to the east side.
It's good to see you. By the way, I wanted to talk. Did you ever get that email from me?
I never got an email from you, Hawk.
Okay, yeah, I sent you 2. I wonder if there was something wrong with the email address.
Who'd you get the address from?
You dropped it into the private chat that day.
Okay. Well, maybe I put the wrong one in.
Yeah, the one I sent it. Hang on, I can tell you which one I sent it to.
Remote viewer 57 at gmail.com.
Yeah, that's the one I sent to, I believe. Let me check my sent folder just to make sure though.
Because I dropped
it. Oh no,
because...
it's reviewer 57 at gmail.com is what you gave me.
Oh, well, that's, you know what? I wonder if the keyboard just didn't type for me, or I wasn't pressing hard enough or something when I wrote it in there, because I usually just do it by rote.
So it should have been remote viewer 57.
Yeah, just like my name. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Like, I'm gonna forward it to you now.
I think it's a fat finger thing.
It might have been my fault.
Just shaky fingers.
I dropped his email link in there when he was busy praying, and he was doing 2 or 3 prayers right in a row, or something. I don't know. It might have been me. My bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you go to my channel, it's Remote Viewer 57. So it's the same name with gmail.com on the end.
Okay. Check it when it comes up. It should. I think I get it.
I'm looking right now, buddy. Yeah, I got you, Hawk. Got one here.
Hey, D's.
Yeah. So in regards to that individual, extremely autistic. And
yeah, I figured that.
Yeah, it's not. It wasn't a thing like people were thinking. Yeah,
well, I don't know. I don't know about that.
Well,
because I did a little research on some of the things he was doing.
Okay.
And so just because you're autistic doesn't mean you're not capable of getting into dark arts. So and he talked to Diamond Lil because she had a couple odd experiences with him too. He's making a lot of people very uncomfortable. And I I'm a guy. I worked with autistic people for years. I'm a retired psychiatric nurse. I've worked with all types of people, but this guy was making me real uncomfortable.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
What's
And I
on the-
didn't catch on to what you guys were talking about until it was until it was too late. Yeah. Yeah.
Look up Santeria, and that's all I'll say.
Okay.
So that's why you have so much patience for us, huh, Remote?
I love people. Period. I mean, I worked with severely mentally retarded people. I volunteered in my young years with them. People with cerebral palsy. I just love people in general. I don't care who they are, what's wrong with them. They're still people to me. Everybody is. So I'm a people guy.
Yeah, I used to be a people person, but I don't know. People screwed that up.
I have to admit that over my 61 years, people have worn on me, and I've started to learn to enjoy my company more than the company of others. And I love my critters for that reason, because they will never stab you in the back, if you know what I mean.
Right.
They might bite your hand if you go to take their bone away from them, but other than that,
Well, Choopy hasn't bitten my hand when I found him a deer shed. It's a little deer shed about this long out there. And I thought, oh, that's perfect for Choop, because I can't give him bones because they're greasy and stuff. So I thought, I'll get that. He just loves that thing. So every once in a while, I grab that. Or if I try to take it from him, he'll tell me, like, no, you're not taking it. But he's okay if I pick it up. If he doesn't have it in his mouth and I pick it up and I set it beside him, he's okay with that. But if I try to take it out of his mouth, it's like, oh, I'm getting told.
Yeah.
Hey, Remote.
Yeah. I teach them with ropes,
Yep.
So they get used to tug of war kind of thing,
Yep.
And I don't mind if they're growling while they're doing tug of war. That's just them. That's their way of communicating. It's how they talk to you. And basically what they're saying is, I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win.
And I'm having fun.
Yeah. And it's
He does that too. Yeah, he loves to play tug of war. And my brother's dog. I went to visit him here on Friday night, and I played tug of war with his dog and wrestled with his dog. And then I might have told you guys. And then within 2 hours, I was laying on the floor with him, and he was just suckling on my chin, looking for a nipple. It was fun. It was cute. Sorry, Monty. Go ahead, buddy.
I was just gonna ask you about the puppy list, the people that the puppy list that you and Magic was taken down.
Oh yeah, do you still have yours?
The
puppy, the guesses from the people. I thought I saw you writing them down with a pen and paper.
I did write them on a piece of paper. And I don't think I've cleaned up anything here, but I got a heck of a mess here. I'll have to go through to find them.
So I'm looking for the books ones. I'm looking for people who guessed 10. And then for the silver coins, we're looking for who guessed 6 males, 4 females.
By golly, I think that was my number.
I guessed 6 and 5 in that regard.
No, it'd be 6 and 4.
Yeah, but it was 6 and 4. So
yeah.
I can't remember off the top of my head, but I'll see if I can find a list. I think I gave up after a time because I couldn't keep up with it.
Yeah. And Magic, she something happened with her computer when she shut it down and it didn't save the info.
Yeah, she told me she was keeping it, and I said good because I lost track. So
yeah, I have a copy of the video of the birth, but the thing is StreamYard doesn't record the chat.
Exactly. I just realized that on the last couple of my videos I did that. Oh, where's the chat? Oh, it doesn't do that on there.
Yeah, it just does the video for you. And the other thing that's cool is you can do just audio download as well. So you can put it up as like a radio channel kind of thing, so people don't have to look at a screen while they're driving down the road. They can just tune in and listen.
If you go past their if you go past StreamYard's allotted memory storage, like they allow you, if you upgrade, you're allowed 50 hours of storage. If you get over that, then it won't record the chat.
So
But
you're
if you go
allowed
in
50
there
hours a week or month or what?
a
No,
month,
they give you 50, but they give you 50 hours of storage.
yeah.
And anything that you record after that isn't saved on their server. So the idea is to download the videos that you make so that you can delete them and maintain everything in that 50 hours, or else you'd have to upgrade to get a larger to get a larger one.
Yeah, larger host.
I caught your new name there. I just subbed myself.
I send all my stuff directly to YouTube, so
Mm-hmm.
I do for the most part.
Do you have an Odyssey account remote?
A what? Sorry.
Odyssey.
No, I'm not even sure what that is.
Okay.
It's another platform.
Yeah, if you have an Odyssey account and you link it to your YouTube, whenever you download on YouTube, it automatically backs it up on Odyssey. So even if YouTube kills it, you still have it on Odyssey.
Is Odyssey a free account?
Yep.
And that's like StreamYard?
No, it's like YouTube.
It's like YouTube or BitChute and Rumble.
Okay.
It's a video storage area.
Yeah, it used to be Liber.
Oh, as in Liber in Germans. I understand, yeah. Just a sec, guys. I got to get a drink. My mouth's dry.
Yeah, I got to step out and use the little boy's yard.
Yeah, as far as
I get 26 hours. I got 26 acres to water.
yeah, as far as I know, Anna D Dog has a channel.
I'm dropping it.
I gotta pee.
Tornado down in Piedmont, Oklahoma.
Come on now. Oh, one of your babies is going potty. Get it, baby. Look, get it. Look.
Trying to remember where that is.
Get it, baby.
Well, Monty, I'm going to take off because I have to get on another Zoom call in about 6 minutes.
Holy cow, you're busy.
Yeah, I'm lucky to get 2 or 3 hours of sleep a day.
Damn, brother.
But, man, the knowledge I have, I'm not going to keep it.
I hear you there.
Yep, and if someone wants to go give a school board a good kick in the nuts, I'll write it for them.
Oh, yeah.
They just have to read it to the school board after they have a notary do a jurat on it.
A jurat?
Yeah, that's when a notary does the job of a judge by notarizing something.
Yeah.
And it actually has more authority and more power than what any judge can do.
Really? I didn't know that.
Just like the clerk of the court has more power than anybody.
No, not the sheriff.
Well, that's true, yeah, but more than the judge.
Everyone has more power than the judge because judicial is the bottom of the barrel. If you look the way our Constitution is, even of the states, legislative branch, your House and your Senate for your state, executive branch, the Nazi governors, and then the judicial. And the sheriff is the only person that can arrest a sitting governor.
Well, they better get busy out there then.
Let us get the last of the grand juries back, and then you're going to see shit hit the fan.
So do you think, are there grand juries in every state at this point?
Well, there are grand juries in every state.
Okay. But are they looking into these buffoons?
Well, okay, we have another thing called a bar association, which is nothing but a bunch of criminals.
Yeah.
And the corruption is so bad it makes the mob and mafia look like panhandlers.
Yeah.
Wow.
So we got to go after them to get our grand juries back, and then you're going to see shit get flipped upside down. A few states they have it, and they're mostly messing with the judges who have done I call it kidnapping kids, where they write a wit, which is like a warrant but not really, to go and take someone's kids because they may harm them, and no one ever gets charged. That's kidnapping.
Yeah. And
So
they're
that's what
working in collusion with the CPS?
CPS and the attorneys.
Yeah.
Yep. Then they steal money out of the Social Security fund. That's why the Social Security fund, the IOU from the federal government is $140 trillion on the Social Security fund.
Golly.
And everyone's all worried about that little 29 trillion in the hole we are. That's nothing. The shit's way worse than that.
Yeah.
So don't have too much fun, kids. And don't take any wooden nickels.
All right,
Yeah, they
B-Dog.
burn.
And don't bend over to pick up a wooden nickel.
And you
Don't
know
eat
it's
yellow
going to be a good poop if you have to get naked for it.
Oh, man.
Later, D-Dog.
That's an image I'm not sure I can get out of my head anytime soon.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good idea, Hawk. Hey, Gabriel, love you, buddy. I'm just going to step outside for 1 sec myself. I'll be right back. My neck's been killing me since the marathon.
All right. Lay down, okay? Everybody get where you're going to get so I can get my chair set. And you lay down first before I put my feet down so that I can put my feet down someplace else and be sure that I can feel my feet.
He's just trying to keep him warm, Dad.
I know. I know.
Oh.
Thank you, Crystal. We'll do it again soon.
Yeah, someone said that they already took your channel down, and I'm like, no, YouTube still hasn't even uploaded the last 48 hour. The first.
They're too long. They're too long. That's why they do that. They're way too long. It would take a minimum of 72 to 96 hours to process those videos.
So the next one, are we going to have to cut it up into 3 parts, or?
Yeah, probably. That'd probably be the way to do it. You know, do like 12 hours and 12 hours and 12 hours and 12 hours. So 4 parts. Yeah. Do part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4. I could probably go in and try and edit it and do it, but knowing me, I'd probably end up deleting half of it. But the other thing is look what we got away with playing because of the fact that we went 48 hours.
I know.
You know, all that music and everything else that we played, you know, so.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So
you're trying to say the next Prayathon might be on the full Monty too?
No, we should still be up. We should still be up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right. Well, today's Thursday. No, today's Tuesday. What day is it? Tuesday.
Technically, it's Wednesday.
What's my clock say? It
Well,
says it's
it's
Tuesday.
It's
Okay.
Wednesday my time. It's
Yeah.
12:30 here, so.
Which reminds me, I got to look at that thing that Rob sent in regards to HRC and her birthday being the 30th. I clicked the wrong damn button.
Devil's Holiday.
Yeah. I think that's the last day of the year that they have in order to meet their obligation to, you know what I mean, to the evil one.
To pull the the perversity that they pull.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at the first Q post. It said Hillary Clinton will be arrested between 7:45 a.m. 8:30 a.m. Eastern on Monday morning of October 30th, 2017. Oh, yeah, I remember that. That was the first post. The very first post that Q put up. Oh, that's what those guys were talking about that everybody's been freaking out about. Because it's a 4-year delta.
You're talking about the boards?
Yeah.
Which aspect on the delta? Which delta?
Post one. The very first post.
Okay, so
pull that up and look at it on your screen, if you can.
I don't have any way to access boards anymore.
Oh,
I've been totally.
So it's QALERTS.app. Enter.
QALARTS.app.
Yep.
The site can't be reached.
Alerts.
QALARTS.
Oh, hang on. Here, I'll put it in the private chat. I just won't be able to put the .app.
Yeah, that's okay. I got that. Yeah, some things I have trouble hearing. I got this in the mail.
Oh, that looks like instant coffee.
CBD coffee.
Oh, right on.
I got 20 packs of that, and each one of those makes 20 cups of coffee, depending on how strong you like it, I guess.
Nice.
So I'm ready for a few months of being locked down, getting a few things like that. I got my Reiki mushroom coffee coming too. I'm going to mix the two and a little bit of each. They're both high in flavonoids and CBD.
That's called Shroomoffy.
Shroomoffy. Yeah, these aren't these aren't psilocybinic.
Oh, too bad. That would make a heck of a coffee.
I have chocolate if I need that.
Makes a hell of a tractor ride too.
Hey, leave my tractor out of that. Yeah. I make capsules. I microdose.
She thinks my tractor's sexy.
That's what the fence said. I didn't say that. The fence said that my tractor was sexy. The tractor wanted to thank it with a kiss.
This is what I got for that. It's called Ceremony.
Okay. Psychedelic chocolate. Okay. Yeah.
And it's golden feature, and sea salt.
Nice. Yeah. Oh.
So you're getting groovy with the munchies?
Excuse me.
Well, it's supposed to be micro dosing, but one day I ate it. On the end, it comes in little sections of 3 each, right? So I broke off a section of 3, and the first one tasted good, and I had the other 2 in my hand, and I said, "Well, how much stronger could it be?" Well, I was on live with Jeff and Craig, and I said, "You guys just got to help me hold it together here, man." It was intense.
Remote.
I know. Are you disappointed in me? It's good chocolate. But that's bad. Chocolate, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
High
That's
cat
way
won't.
too intense for my liking. I won't be doing that again. One square. Yeah, I was kind of dragging my keister for a while, so I decided to try that because it's supposed to be good for that,
buddy.
resetting you and getting you going again.
I'm sitting here talking to Remote and saying, Remote, look at the private chat. I got the link to go in there because YouTube doesn't block what we say in the private chat on StreamYard.
Yeah.
So, and then look at post, and then when it comes up, it starts with number 1.
Okay. I don't know. Oh, I see. I got one letter wrong there. I put larts instead of alerts.
Okay.
Let's try that out. Hopefully that'll work. And then go to number 1. There it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Go to 1. Where do I type in number 1 to get
Okay.
there?
So what you do is you go over to the right. There's search queue posts up there in the upper right.
Okay.
Okay. Hit shift key number 3, which gives you the tic-tac-toe sign, and then 1.
Okay. Hashtag 1.
Yep.
Oh, I got 3289, 2944.
Oh, try 01.
Maybe. Well, I think I might have been one space to the right of where I should have been. Let's try that again. Nope. 01.
Let me see. Okay.
Took me to 4947. Huh.
That's funny because I type in the same thing, or just type in number 1.
I did
without the hashtag.
Yeah, I did. Still won't go there. Let's see. Q posts.
Wow. Yeah. Well, if you hold on, let me see.
I know.
There's a menu on the left-hand side. Well, actually. Dang it. It should be right there on the opening screen. Let me see. This thing is slow as molasses today.
I'm going to go to the home.
Yeah.
Home.
Oh, yeah.
Home.
And then click view all.
View all.
Yep. And then just go to the very bottom and go all the way to number 1. It seems like the only way that I typed in 1 as well. And 01. See what comes up with that. Oh, that's it. Hashtag 01 will bring up that post.
Up in the search on the right.
Yep. Hashtag 01.
Okay. Worked that time. I tried that though.
Yeah.
Or I thought I did. Oh, okay.
So
yes,
this
sir.
was that was put up on October 28th, 2017. Future proves past.
Well, and there's been a few hints getting dropped. And we're seeing lots of evergreens everywhere.
Yep. And that thing with Evergrande.
Exactly. All the Evergs.
Yep.
Are all suspect.
So
Yes,
am
sir.
I saying that something's going to happen on October 30th? Well, this is what I will tell you. Something is going to happen on October 30th. Whether we actually know about it or find out about it, I don't know. But something somewhere is going to happen because it's the eve of Halloween. And
I just saw it. I just saw it in my head.
Yeah.
The shot heard around the world. The firing squad for her.
Mm.
Televised. EBS.
Possibly. I don't know. But see, I've heard things like stuff coming up around November 4th too. Thinking 11-4, Tony Podesta.
Yep.
Or
there's one guy
John Podesta. Whichever one worked for Clinton,
That's a guy that needs to dangle like Sid Crosby.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing is that, if we're following the posts, the way the posts went, it was saying the Podesta would be first.
Right.
And the marker was 11-3 or 11. I think it was 11-4.
Well,
so if it's under the art of war, it means one thing. 11-4. Another way could be the date.
Well, Art of War is actual chapters in the DoD Law of War Manual too.
Correct.
And this one is about the end of occupation is 11-3.
Right.
And 11-4 involves that, but it's about the semantics thereof.
Mm-hmm.
And then they do build gallows in sets of 4, do they not? Sometimes even more.
Yeah, 4 or more.
Yeah. So let's see. John, Tony, B and H.
Yeah, it could be. Hey, if something happens, I'll be happy. I'm not going to be happy that something happens, but I'm going to be happy that something is happening.
I know what you're saying. That we're finally starting to clean something up instead of dicking around here.
Yeah, exactly. But we're still always going to have to deal with the political. The political rollout of this, type of stuff is the impact in what's going to be able to be accomplished. Is when you look at that, that's a total interruption of government right there. Boom.
Yes, sir. Oh yeah, things will be on the verge of a CW.
See what my aspect of it is. If either Podesta or Clinton are arrested, you would see a lot of people jumping ship real quick, trying to get out of the country, everything else. They're not even going to want to try and stick around to deal with the American people, because it was like George Bush said, if the American people knew what we were up to, they would chase us down with pitchforks and hang us.
Yep. Which is exactly what we should be doing, but it ain't happened yet.
I don't have a pitchfork. I only got a spoon.
Hey, that spoon will work. And you know what? That'll be long and miserable.
After what I know about Podesta, I would love 5 minutes alone with him with a spoon in a room.
Exactly. That would be fitting desserts for that man. And it would be very therapeutic for you too, Hawk, probably.
I think that could actually cure my PTSD.
I know what you're saying, brother.
I probably never have to smoke cannabis again after that. Destroying one of God's enemies, absolutely.
You can't search posts by date, because I was going to try that.
Actually, there is a way to do it.
Okay.
Let me.
I was just going to put October 26 in and see.
The see, I thought that there was a way to do that. Or you can sort things by date.
Oh, okay. So you got to go into all the posts then.
Yeah. I know Todd and Dave know how to do this stuff like backwards and forwards, and That's one of the reasons why I like tuning into David Snedeker's shows. Because they do complete walkthroughs on these, from beginning to end, and they don't leave you hanging with dead end roads and everything else, and it shows you how to.
Yeah, I love Dave and Todd. They're great. They are probably the two most consistent guys in terms of doing the Q research properly and being just lovable, kind of fun dudes in the process,
Yep. Yeah. Extremely fun.
Yeah.
So
good guys.
Research, abbreviations, research resources.
Yeah, I'd love to meet Dave and Todd one day. Just, hey, maybe you decided to go to a conference sometime and run into Todd and Dave. It'd be great to shake their hands, say, hey, man, I appreciate you.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Dave called me one thing. He was going to have me on for an interview, and then we just kind of lost touch with each other after that.
I nailed that dress the other night on that one thing, didn't I? When we were watching it, and I said it's going to be that gesture dress.
It was the cube dress is what it was.
Yeah, the cubes, the orange and blue. It's like, but it was also compared to the Joker card and the Jester, and then there's the hexagons on it, the cubes. Yep, absolutely.
Yep.
Is Israel last?
Well, that's what he says. Let's see. Let me type in Israel and see what comes up. Nothing. Is there supposed to be a hashtag? Hashtag Israel? No.
Try Israel last. Nope, nothing.
Maybe I'm spelling Israel wrong.
Israel.
Okay, let me get rid of that because I spelled Israel wrong. Oh, Israel. Yeah, Israel comes up. Okay, so.
I swear you got to do it twice before it comes up because the same thing happened to me again, too.
Yep.
It's almost like, maybe this is, you have to know you have to enter it twice so that it'll come up, that this is to keep the keysters out of here that we don't want in here.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Pick a network, any network. That's interesting.
Chuck Schumer's connection, 3.5 million to Chuck Schumer.
No, David, I'm not asleep.
Wow.
Media assets will be removed October 4th.
The Bank of Israel.
Free speech.
Yeah, here we go. We are saving. So it's post number 916. So it's hashtag 916.
Okay. Oh, just passed it there. Okay. Oh yeah, the two friends of H's that took care of the computers for her. Yeah. Haven't heard a thing about the A1 brothers, have we?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And it's kind of funny that 137, they talk about the Bank of Israel, and it's basically the central bank that collects, besides the one for the, I think for Vatican City, collects the most money worldwide, and is probably one of the largest money laundering banks worldwide as well.
Well, and there's a list there of all the central banks.
Yeah. So it's kind of curious why they say this is, they talk about those two guys, in the upper post with Awan and his wife, Ahina Alvi. But it says, we are saving Israel for last. Very specific reason not mentioned a single time. So with everything that we've already learned about Israel and the Mossad, right, and everything else is absolutely nothing compared to what the reason that they're that they're saving them for last is. In other words, we're not going to know until after it's done.
Okay, what I'm going to say now, you have to say extremely carefully, and you have to listen to this and read into it.
Okay.
Do you understand the Samson option?
Yep.
If there were several things planted in areas around possibly the U.S. or even Canada, maybe, that were set for that very thing by that country, would that pique your
Contingency.
interest?
Yep, contingency.
Yes, exactly.
Puppy. Ah, puppy. Ah, puppy. Oh, look at you.
And then, how many places did the art team go to?
Oh, yeah.
Let me see a cute little face, Jess.
Huh?
Let me see a cute little face there,
Oh,
Jess.
hang on. Wait, let me switch to the other camera.
Okay.
Jiminy crickets, you guys. Oh, I can't
Don't
see.
step on nobody.
Okay. Yep. Now, hang on. I'm gonna move it over here. I gotta move the screen so that she can see what she's showing.
Like, hey, I don't want to. I was warm and cuddly.
You're confusing me.
I love the colors coming in great now.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Cuvée, get
down. Hey,
Cuvée.
Daddy. Daddy likes his babies.
Is that Matilda?
Or
Or
no, that was one of the boys.
No, actually,
I think Yogi and Matilda both have a white spot on their chest, right?
It's Matilda because she's got white on the back paw.
Waltzing
Matilda.
See back there at her back, the tip of her back paw.
Oh, she's beautiful. Matilda. I love you, baby. You're a beautiful dog. Yeah.
Oh.
You looking at me, honey? That's the sweetest. I love you too.
Oh, you just got a puppy on.
Somebody woke me from my nap. See, the eyes are open.
Yeah, I saw that. It was cute. Thanks, Jess. You made my day.
Find Yogi. He's the brown face.
Oh, brown face. I was just about to pick him up before I found
Matilda.
Yeah.
She's a sweetie heart.
Come here, baby.
She just knocked that one over. Get out of the way.
He's like,
I'm good. I'm good.
Oh.
There's the Yogi.
Hi, Yogi.
Oh.
Hey, it's Boo Boo.
Oh, he's so cute.
How you doing, buddy?
Oh.
Love you, Yogi.
Bring you to your dad. Watch out, Cuvée.
Most puppies' eyes are blue when they
Not your dog, Dad.
when
But
they're
dog
first
dad,
little.
He's gonna smell you too. Yeah. I'm gonna let you smell you. Mm-hmm.
Hey, remote, I'm gonna jump out, refresh, and come back in.
Okay, buddy.
My phone's doing thing. I can't wait to get a computer.
Oh yeah. You're gonna be a smuggler just like your daddy. Just like your daddy.
Hawk, I think Broward County's going to be interesting too sometime.
Yeah. It's and it's it's crazy. When you think about all these, just going through all that information, there levels and levels and levels and levels and levels of truth on there that that just can't be. And the thing is sure, it's all coming out now, but the thing that people don't understand is that we knew about this 4 years ago. When all of this started, and we've been trying to tell you, it took 4 years for you to finally open your eyes and see for yourself. And and it's not saying that we're smarter than you or anything like that. It was just that we chose a different means of finding out what the hell was going on, and and it worked.
I want to see Pencil Neck dangle like Sid Crosby too. You know who I mean.
Right. He's like, I found a fuzzy spot.
You better hope that he doesn't try to find a boob.
Right.
She got one inside her coat.
Are you talking about me?
She's
no,
got more
she's
than
got
one,
one of the
I
puppies
hope.
inside her coat.
Yeah. My coat's fuzzy and furry on the inside.
Searching around in there. That's funny.
He's like, "Whoa, yo, why'd you put me down? Oh man,
I was digging that, Jess.
What was that?
He's just said I was digging that, Jess.
Right. He really was.
He was too. There you go. Get yourself comfortable.
Yeah, go
Look,
find
I
a
gotta
warm
go over here
spot.
and fall down on my back so that I can. He's trying to move his brother, telling him to move over. Give me some room. Let me in the middle. Fine, be that way. All of you. Oh, actually, would you want to go up and lock the gate?
Is it unlocked still?
Yeah, because the power guys are the last ones to go out. You grab the headlamp there. That'll give them a good walk too before bedtime.
Me?
Yeah. Well,
Not you.
Gabriel went to town on that corn, so you expect to see corn growing somewhere out here.
By technicalities, corn won't grow after it's been cut the way that corn is cut from a can, and it won't grow because it's been cooked. The molecular structure.
Well, it's going to be highly fertilized. She's going for a walk. You going, Baron? Go with her.
Come on, handsome. Come on.
He's like, no.
It's too cold out there.
Now, is that Baron, the old man? I mean, the older of the... Yeah.
He went running out the other door. I didn't want to come out the door that the humans open. I want to come in. There goes Gabriel.
Yep.
Juan's the only one who's not going. He's like, I'm staying here. He might drop a potato chip or something. I miss it.
So is Liberty named after Liberty Warrior or just Liberty itself?
She's named after Lady Liberty.
Oh, Lady Liberty. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And Juan was named after 107.
Right.
Jilly Bean and Cuvée were named after pot plants. Baron was named after one of my first Germans.
Right.
After coming out here to the farm. And Lucy was named after our strain called Lucy's Lion, which we grow for the kids. It has less than an eighth of THC, eighth of a single % of THC, but it's got 36% CBD. Generally, after the first dosage, the seizures stop. If you keep up with the process for about 2 years, you can actually take that medicine away and they won't seize again.
So is Lucy the grandma of the females?
No, she's the middle.
Okay.
Jilly Bean is the grandma. Jilly Bean and Cuvée are the grandmas. Yeah. So they're my two breeding lines. So we have a redheaded shepherd next door, Rex, that the girls get to go visit. Once a year. They would have a litter with them, and then each of them has had a litter with Baron. So. Yeah, so they call it line breeding, is what they call it. And through doing that, you're keeping the genetics pure. The cool thing is we have the recessive gene, which can give us solid colored, shepherds now. So that's why Jilly Bean and Cuvée will be retiring, and Mr. Liberty and Mr. Gabriel will be, you know.
You know.
When you know, you know. Yeah. Oh, Cushion Mary Jane. There you go. See? Yeah, we had a cat named Stoner. He was all white. He was hilarious until he bit me in my face, hung on my face because I ran out into the living room. Ma, I don't know why this cat did it. He was hungry. My brother got him stoned.
A long time ago, a friend of mine, they named their little puppy Buddha after the slang term for weed.
Okay.
What's up,
Well, I'm
Ghetto?
glad you-
Come on.
Everybody in. Let's go.
Gabriel
Here.
heads right up. Gabriel heads right up underneath that desk every time.
Yes, he does. He's at the back of my chair now. Thankfully.
I'm pretty sure he thinks he owns the underside of that
Oh,
desk.
never mind.
Just saying.
Because as soon as he come in, he went right there.
Yeah. He went right through until you said something and he turned around and came back.
Now, who's that you're petting?
This is Baron.
Baron?
Mm-hmm.
Knock it off.
Baron, you need some love from the daddy. Do you, buddy? You're looking at me, buddy? I love you, Baron.
Me, you too.
That's awesome. He's looking away.
Thanks.
Gabriel.
Hey, Gabriel. Love you, buddy.
Gabriel getting fed again?
Yeah. No, he actually ate Jelly Bean's food.
Oh, did he?
Gabriel did. Yeah. He loved it. He thought it was awesome.
Jelly Bean had the same food he had.
Yeah. Or, well, whoever had the bowl that was on the couch.
Oh, that would be Lucy.
Okay. Hey, big boy. How you doing? Doing good? You have a good night? We got power.
What are you trying to do?
We got power. Would you?
I don't know what that means.
There's no clean part to the call. Just open the door.
I can't even move right now.
Hey.
Move.
Hey Jess, Jess, it's 1 o'clock here in Kansas. Happy birthday!
Thank you.
12:03 here. Happy birthday, Jess.
Yeah, Hawk has to choke down a vanilla cake with me today.
Oh, you poor
Tomorrow
dear.
for us. It's only 11:04.
What are you puffing on there,
It's
Hal?
32 for another all of 55 minutes. 54 minutes.
So what's MCOM?
Purple diesel.
I'm gonna try.
What are you doing? That's Kube. You are definitely too big to be sitting on my foot.
Gabriel's like, my spot's been taken from me.
Come on, get out of there.
Oh my.
No. Get out of there. Get out.
Oh, the travesty.
Get out of there.
The travesty, huh? Yeah.
You're way too big.
He's way too big. What are you talking about?
He's catching up to her really fast.
Yeah.
He's already. He's almost caught up to Juan already. What?
Who was just in that spot that you had to shuffle out?
Cuvée.
Cuvée?
Fighting over the puppy's food.
Oh, gee, Manine.
Did you guys see? Did you guys see Jim Caviezel's speech at that thing?
Yes. What, you want to see that?
Oh, that's powerful. If not, yeah, that'd be a good thing to share if anybody hasn't seen that for sure, man. Just a sec. I just want to go brush my hair quick. When I wear these glasses, they make my head itchy. So just give me a sec.
Come on. In or out. One of the two. One of the two. Come on. Make up my mind. Thank you. Okay. I'll watch you from the other room.
Okay.
Hey.
Mm-hmm. Where are you? Come on. No, I want the full speech. I don't want the little piece. Let's see.
Somebody sent it to me earlier today too. Let's see, I think it might be in here. Is that it? No, that's the one on Alec Baldwin. Nope, that's not it. Give me a minute to find it. I'll find it.
Ever tried that Reiki mushroom tea?
No, I've heard of it though.
Or coffee, I mean. It's good. And it's actually got lots of good nutrients in it. Hi, Deanna.
Hi, Sister D.
Hi.
Hey, D.
How are y'all?
Good.
Good.
Hi,
You?
hi, Lisa.
Good to see you. I saw the puppy's eyes. That was good
Isn't that cute?
timing. They are so cute. Oh my gosh, yes. My puppy's a monster. She's a little oafy, kind of dopey, but I think she'll be smart.
Is she there?
My
Can
other
we see her
German
face?
Shepherd. Yeah, she's right there. Yeah, come here.
Show us.
Come here, Shasta.
Shasta, come
Come
on,
here,
baby.
Shasta.
Come see us, honey. Shasta, come on, honey.
Come here.
Come on, baby.
She's eating.
Come on. Get a kisses.
She's into it.
Yeah.
Come
Come
here.
on, Shasta. Come on, buddy.
I didn't like I called her Ophie. Come
No,
here,
her.
you. She's macking down. She's right there.
Oh.
Shasta.
Oh, she's
She don't want to
she's
look at me.
pretty.
Oh, look at that.
She's gorgeous.
Yeah, really light head and
No,
light
Mama.
chest, hey? Yeah.
She's like, these beds are a little small.
She's got a little like my daughter was worried that she got kicked by the horse or something because the top of her head had a little like one side of it was her skull,
Caved in?
frame was protruded out more.
Oh, really?
So I don't think it was kicked. I think, yeah, I don't know. Have you ever seen that, Hawk, on your puppies where their heads are a
Yeah,
little
their heads have
deformed?
to
It was
develop.
really pronounced when she
Yeah.
was younger, but I think
Yeah,
it's
it
going
takes it takes time for
Mhm.
their brains to fully develop. For the skulls to firm up, and basically that
form.
happens because of the way that they're born.
Well, the brain, the skull has to give in order for the brain to expand, and then once the brain is expanded completely, the skull sets in place, right?
Correct.
That's why there's fissures in our skulls as well.
And then that's my other one, Ghost.
Oh, beautiful!
He
You
looks
have a
like
light.
this one's yeah, she's a white shepherd. She's
Hi,
real
Ghost.
pretty. She came with this house I've
Hi,
lived.
honey.
Yeah,
Love you, baby.
Well, you should
kind of
bring her up
beautiful.
to meet Gabriel in about 7 months.
Yeah. Oh, she came
she's
right over.
fixed.
She's beautiful.
Yeah, she's a good one. Everyone wants to take her home. But the
Yeah,
other one
no
I
doubt.
wasn't gonna fix. She's part German Shepherd and part Malinois.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if are your dogs straight German Shepherd?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mine are pure German.
Yeah,
so
I
it's,
guess that's a good mix.
Malinois are very
Nice
close
for
to
the
a
dogs,
German
I think.
Shepherd.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've been offered Malinois, and it's
Someone said, but
if
like
I
a straight
had
German Shepherd, does that mean
if I had clear land and not so many things for it to get into, I would definitely take a Malinois out here. But there's just too many means of trouble. With a Malinois, way too easy for them to get into trouble. Hey, Monty, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Let's go full screen. Oh, just because the exercise and the energy levels are so high, there's no way I couldn't keep up with it while farming. He'd be getting into every bit of trouble that he could possibly get into.
Yeah,
because he's got
you pulled
to
one of
have
my
activity.
plants up this year.
Yep.
You're right about that. They're
Yep.
trouble.
Yeah.
So this is the Jim Caviezel from the speech the other day.
Cool.
Yeah, it's about 6 minutes, and it's well worth the listen.
18
Listen
minutes.
closely.
Oh, it's 18?
First of all,
6
I'd like
minutes.
to thank Tim Ballard for
Oh, 18. Okay.
having me play him in this film. And I'm really pleased that you could see this trailer. This film comes just right at the right moment.
Could use a little volume if possible.
Trafficking, like abortion, interrupts God's plan. It is an unnatural evil obstruction of God's path. When God tells us to do something, we should never hesitate. And that's what I've always done. When I came to Hollywood, I tried to do the same thing, whether it was the Passion of the Christ or the Sound of Freedom. I go where he leads me. Playing Jesus, you might say, was controversial. I should have known from the beginning. Mel Gibson said it was going to be very physical. But I was an athlete, I could handle the physical. I thought the hard part would be learning the Aramaic, Hebrew, the Latin. The language turned out to be easy. Physical nearly killed me. I first walked into Jesus' shoes to carry the cross. It felt that it weighed at least 200 pounds. From the very first day, the crowd rushed in around me. The guards hit me with whips. My arm was wedged under the heavy beam when someone yanked the cross in the opposite direction. My muscles wrenched and my shoulders separated. I fell to my knees, dropped the cross, and buried my head in the sand. That take now remains in the movie. In the later part of the film, Jesus experiences a shoulder separation on the cross. I now know what that felt like. Every day I picked up that thing. It was like a penance. It ripped into my shoulder, turning my flesh an angry red. And with each passing hour, it got heavier. But I didn't know the misery was just beginning. Later, when shooting the scourging scenes, there were 3 cameras surrounding me with mirrors in between. When the guards would hit the metal plank about 1.5 feet away from my back, I would react as if they were landing. Mel Gibson told the guards to wind up and throw the whips like baseballs. So during one of the takes, the whip went beyond the plank, stinging me on my lower back. I thought I had an idea how those blows would feel. I had no idea. When that whip hit me, it ripped the skin right off my back. I tasted 2 lashes from those whips. But you know, I'm only an actor pretending that this is happening to me. It kind of helps you appreciate what the real thing was like, what Jesus actually gave for us continuously for each one of us. We could have shot that film in a studio, but the performance you saw would not have emerged. That is me up there, but it is actually me as an instrument. Anything good you saw there was the fasting, was the prayer, the daily masses. The performance was truly birthed in pain. And through the pain, isn't that odd? The pain is at times a blessing, that it can refocus us, that it can redirect us. The discomfort, the pneumonia, the lung infection, the split shoulder, the raw flesh, and the lightning strike, and the 2 heart surgeries, including open heart, all forced me into the arms of my God, because I had nowhere else to go. That's when I found the performance that I knew I was unable to create. People have asked me, what was it like to play that role? 2 words. Unquenchable fire. There is no comfort nor peace.
Amen.
My constant prayer to God was that people would not see me, but only see the Son of Man, Jesus. You know, I told my friend that at one point that I didn't think I was the right guy to play Jesus. He looked at me, he goes, you know, Jim, God doesn't always choose the best, but he chose you. What the hell are you going to do about it? When you're up there on the cross for 5 weeks, hour after hour, you think a lot. And as I hung there, I thought back and all the moments, all the twists of providence that brought me to the cross. 40,000 people come to Hollywood each year to try their luck. Less than 1% ever work. Why was I, Jim Caviezel, chosen? I remember being 19 years old, sitting in a theater in Mount Vernon, Washington. The movie had ended, and out there in the darkness, befriended only by my basketball in the adjacent seat, I had this sensation in my heart that made me think that I'm supposed to be an actor. It was a deep awareness of my vocation. So reluctantly, I went forward. My rational sense intervened. I knew nothing about acting, no agents, no managers. Hell, I can't even memorize to save my life. Yet I had this conviction, this charge that directed me towards becoming an actor and has directed me ever since. Cut to the spring of 2001. I inexplicably get a call from Mel Gibson. Now, my agent didn't call me. My manager didn't call. I didn't know Mel Gibson. And I wasn't politicking for the role because nobody knew it was happening. Mel Gibson wants me to play Jesus Christ. He wants the guy with the initials of JC, who just happens to be 33 years of age, to play Jesus Christ. Do you think that's a coincidence? But ladies and gentlemen, I made a choice, and it was a hard one. Many on my team, friends, acquaintances, encouraged me, many of them, to turn down this movie. But I made the choice to trust Jesus. But I didn't play him. He played me. For in our country today, we are only too happy to go with the flow. We want to avoid the hard choices. We have enshrined a freedom now where all choices are equal no matter what the consequences are. But is that true freedom? Pope John Paul II, in 1995, during a visit to Baltimore, said, "Freedom consists not in doing what we like, but in having the right to do what we ought." Ronald Reagan, in 1964, said, "This is a time for choosing." And his speech is as relevant today as it was then, maybe more so. I've made a few amendments of my own. I think it's pretty current now, but I don't think you'll mind. Reagan said, "There's not a man alive who would carelessly send another person's son to war." And that is the real issue with this campaign that makes all other problems I've discussed academic. Unless we realize that we're in a war that must be won. Those of us who would trade our freedoms for the soup kitchen of the welfare state have told us that they have a utopian solution of peace without victory. They call their policy accommodation. And they say if we only avoid any direct confrontation with this enemy, he'll forget his evil ways and learn to love us. All those who oppose them are indicted as warmongers. They say we offer simple answers to complex problems. And yet they have the nerve to call it choice. Well, perhaps there is a simple answer. Not an easy answer, but a simple one. That you and I would have the courage to tell our elected officials that we want our national policy based on what we know in our hearts is morally right. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot buy our security of one nation under God. our freedoms in Christ our Savior from the threat of the devil any longer. By committing an act of immorality so great as saying to millions and millions of little children now caught behind the iron curtain of sex trafficking and abortion, give up your dreams of freedom now. Because in order to save our own skins, we're just too willing to make a deal with your slave masters. And Alexander Hamilton said that any nation which can prefer disgrace to danger is prepared for a master and deserves one. Now let's set the record straight. There's no argument over the choice between peace and war. But there's only one guaranteed way you can have peace, and you can have it in the next second. Surrender. Admittedly, there's a risk in any course we follow other than this. But every lesson in history tells us that the greater risk lies in appeasement. And this is the specter our well-meaning Christian liberal friends refuse to face. Our priests, our pastors, and now, sadly, even our Pope, that his policy of accommodation is appeasement. And it gives us no choice between peace and war, only between fight and surrender. If we continue to accommodate, continue to back and retreat, eventually we will have to face the final demand, the final ultimatum. And what then? When Satan has told his own, he knows what our answer is going to be. He has told them that we're retreating under the pressure of his Cold War, and someday when the time is right to deliver his final ultimatum, our surrender will be voluntary, because you see, by then we will have been so weakened from within, spiritually, morally, economically. He believes this because from our side, he's heard voices pleading for peace at any price, or better red than dead, or as one commentator put it, he'd rather live on his knees with his mask on than die on his feet. And therein lies the road to war, because those voices don't speak for the rest of us. You and I know it and do not believe that life is so dear and peace so sweet as to be purchased the price of chains and slavery. If nothing in life is worth dying for, well, when did this begin? Just in the face of this enemy? Or should Moses have told the children of Israel to live in slavery under the Pharaohs? Should Christ have refused the cross? Should the patriots at Concord Bridge have thrown down their guns and refused to fire the shot heard around the world? The martyrs of history were not fools. And our beloved dead, who gave their lives to stop the advance of the Nazis, did not die in vain. Where then lies the road to peace, you say? Well, it's a simple answer after all. That you and I have the courage to tell our enemies, there is a price we will not pay. There is a point beyond which evil must not advance. And this goes for our beautiful, beloved Constitution as well. Just barely hanging in there by a lifeline. Do we even believe in life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? You know, there's no coincidence why it's in that order. Because without your life, you have no liberty. And without your life, you have no happiness. That all men are created equal, ladies and gentlemen, not born equal. Winston Churchill said that the destiny of man is not measured by material computations. When great forces are on the move throughout the world, we learn we are spirits, not animals. And he said there's something going on in time and space and beyond time and space, which, whether we like it or not, spells duty. My fellow Americans, you and I have a rendezvous with destiny. We'll preserve for our children this, the last best hope of man on earth. We'll sentence them to take the last step into 1,000 years of darkness. We're at war now with the most dangerous enemy that has ever faced mankind in his long climb from the swamp to the stars. And it's been said, if we lose this war, and in so doing lose this great way of freedom of ours, history will record with the greatest astonishment that those of us that had the most to lose did the least to prevent it from happening. Well, I think it's high time now we ask ourselves if we still even know the freedoms that were intended for us by our founding fathers. Every generation of Americans needs to know that freedom exists not to do what you like, but having the right to do what you ought. My fellow Christian warriors, set yourselves apart from this corrupt generation. Be saints. We weren't made to fit in. We were born to stand out.
Wow. Amen.
Freedom that I wish for you. Freedom from sin. Freedom from your weaknesses. Freedom from the slavery that sin makes out of all of us. That is the freedom that is worth dying for.
Amen.
Kind of reminds me of the words that Mel Gibson first intoned in his Academy Award-winning film Braveheart, when he said to his ragtag army, and I say to you tonight, I see before me a whole army of my countrymen here in defiance of tyranny. You've come to fight as free men, and free men you are. What will you do without freedom? Will you fight? This man says no, we'll run and we'll live. Yep, fight and you may die. Run and you'll live for at least a while. And dying in your beds many years from now, would you have been willing to trade all the years from this day to that for one chance? Just one chance to come back here and tell our enemies that you can take our lives, that you can never take our freedom. Every man dies. Not every man truly lives. You. We must fight for that authentic freedom and live, my friends. By God, we must live. And with the Holy Spirit as your shield and Christ as your sword, may you join Saint Michael and all the angels in defending God and sending Lucifer and his henchmen straight right back to hell where they belong.
Amen.
We are headed into the storm of all storms. Yes, the storm is upon us. But not without Jesus, our rudder.
Amen.
And in the words of Reagan, evil is powerless if the good are unafraid. God bless you.
Hey, Hawk, how was that?
That was pretty good. I'll drop the
I
link in
love
the chat too. Give me a second to get it there.
Pretty powerful.
Love it, man.
Pretty sure that the one before the Braveheart, the last part of the Braveheart, was the one right before that was Ronald Reagan's speech, because he sounded just like him even.
Yeah, he said that the first part of his speech was Ronald Reagan's, and that he changed it a little bit in order to make it correct with the times.
Right. Because I remember hearing Ronald Reagan saying that speech.
I do too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not the video. Hang on a second here. What the hell?
And then Ronald spent the rest of his life playing an Alzheimer's patient.
Oh yeah, that is like it's on our Freedom book. But I don't know why it didn't give me the link. What's up with that? Let me figure that out.
They already tried to kill Reagan once, so after that he went into I'm an Alzheimer's patient mode. And I'm sure he was fine at home.
Yep.
Yeah.
One of
Whoops.
Hey, what's up?
Not much. Thanks for letting me in.
Something going on with your phone, dude. You're breaking up all robotic.
That was pretty bad connection.
Yeah.
Audio check 1 2 1 2. Is it working?
No, you're breaking up.
It's really bad. Actually. Yeah.
Okay.
I call
Try
that
to
the Camel
reconnect.
Carl.
Yeah, rubber
Yeah.
banded real.
Yeah, it was really bad.
If I can't help
Don't
you
hear it
there.
like that very often anymore.
Oh shit, Hawk.
You okay?
Yeah.
Your tooth?
No. Just tired. Okay, Paulerin.
Yeah, that's the thing about getting old. It's the decrepit part that I have a hard time with.
Decrepit? Who's that?
Old and decrepit. Okay,
I
here
know.
it is. Okay, I got
What smells? Decrepit.
Yeah.
Night,
That
Crystal.
was bad. Sorry.
Hello, Cheshire. How you doing?
Okay.
Hey, Cheshire.
There is the Jim Caviezel, what we just watched.
The one that Nicole put, or the other one you put? Hang on. Now I'm confused. So the Sound of Freedom's already out?
No, it comes out in February.
I thought they was talking about November being released.
They were hoping to have it released before Thanksgiving, but it's the problems with theaters.
Right. I want to see it, but I really want to see it. You know I do, but I just, from what I've seen on the trailer alone, it made me, yeah. Especially that song that, you know the song, Lauren. Oh my gosh, how do you pronounce her last name? Dangle? Huh?
Lauren Dangle. Lauren Daigle.
Yeah. That song I found on another clip in Telegram the other night, and I was like, I was
Which
wanting to
one?
share it to you. Yeah, that one song. I don't even know the name of it, but it was on a military
This one here.
style video, and I was like, yeah, he's already seen this video clip. He probably doesn't need me to send it to him.
Yeah, let's see. This one.
I keep fighting voices in my mind that say I'm not enough.
That one?
I think it's the one where she says, "I will send an army."
Oh, okay. Yeah. They're both good songs, but I hate to cut her off.
Yes, they are.
Gladly cut her off for this one. This is my favorite by her. So she also does I Surrender with the Hillsong United. I'll have to play that sometime.
You are not hidden.
Yep.
Never been a moment you were forgotten. You are not hopeless. You have been broken.
So by playing it through the microphone, they're going to have a hard time locking in on it. Either that or you're going to have to stay on for a long time to
I hear your SOS, your SOS.
make it long enough that they don't want to watch it.
I will send out an army to find you in the middle of the darkness. night is true, I will rescue you. There is no distance cannot be covered over and over. You're not defenseless. I'll be your shelter. I'll be your armor. I hear you whisper underneath your breath.
Sing it, sister.
I hear your SOS, your SOS. I will send out an army to find you in the middle of the darkest night. It's true. I will rescue you. I will never stop marching to reach you in the middle of the hardest fight. It's true. I will rescue you. I hear the whisper underneath your breath. I hear you whisper you have nothing left. I will send out an army to find you in the middle of the darkest night. It's true. I will rescue you. I will never stop marching to reach you in the middle of the hardest fight. It's true. I will rescue you. Oh, I will rescue you.
What I find is amazing, the song was written for one thing and it ended up meaning something totally different.
Isn't that true?
Yeah. That's the amazing thing about music, you know. Different people hear things different ways, you know, and sometimes you just need to listen to the perspective of the person who's playing it and why they're playing it, what the connection is between them and it, you know. To me,
I can hear and see Jesus singing that song.
Oh yeah, yeah. Basically, yeah. It's like to everybody, you know.
Yep.
He's not just singing it to little kids; he's singing it to everybody.
Everybody.
I
Everyone.
will rescue.
I will rescue you. That's your promise.
Yep.
Amen.
Amen. Yeah. That's the thing. But her tune "I Surrender" is really really good too, and it's, you know, it's a different. It was like he was just talking about, you know, sometimes the best thing that you can do is surrender. You know, it all boils down to what you're surrendering to. Are you going to surrender
Dharma
your
said,
freedoms, or are you going to surrender yourself to Christ?
exactly.
You know,
And Dharma said, yes, remote. That's how I hear it. I hear many songs that way. So it is a lot about perspective, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Amen, brothers and sisters. That was wonderful together. That was some fellowship music there.
Yeah.
Heartfelt tunes.
It's like, you know, it's like people who get into folk music. You know, one of their, you know, they'll tell you one of their favorites is always going to be James Taylor. You know,
I love James Taylor. I sang a lot of James Taylor in the choir in junior high and high school.
Yeah, "You Got a Friend" is like one of his one of the ones
You
that
got a
stays with
friend.
stays with everybody.
Yeah.
You know, and it was so impactful that you know, he had 4 other artists record it within like 3 to 4 years after he released it. Carole King was the first one to do a re-record, and then they did it together as a duet, which was freaking awesome. And Stevie Wonder did a version of it, which really surprised the heck out of me. But it was very well done, very beautiful piece, and a few others, since then. I didn't like the way Michael Bolton did it. That just didn't go over so well,
Yeah. For some reason, Michael Bolton was loved by the ladies, but the guys couldn't dig him.
Yeah.
Talented man, but he just wasn't a man's kind of man. Let's just say that. Well, maybe he was in the other.
Well, when he performed, he was, but when he was performing, he wasn't.
You just call out my name, and wherever I am, I'll come running to see you again. Winter, spring, summer, fall, all you have to do is call, and I'll be there. Yes, I will. You've got a friend. Yeah, you've got a friend. Amen.
Amen.
Holy Spirit gives me a good voice when I'm happy and I'm singing with my brothers and sisters and I'm happy. Holy Spirit just makes it easy.
Yeah. Struggle Jennings is real good. So I like what he's putting together. Yep. Monty, you're awful quiet.
I'm all right.
You better be all right. Get me a remote praying on you, you're going to be in trouble.
Yeah. Then you're going to have to skip an extra step there, mister. You'd be
Sorry, what
that jumping rope be going.
Yeah.
What can I say?
72 rounds a minute.
That song gets me.
I hear you. I'm looking to see if Seven got a strike. Wow, Seven didn't get a strike while I was gone. I'm really surprised.
It should have never gotten this bad, Hawk. It shouldn't have never got this bad.
No. But now we're awake. And now we react. We do according to what we need to do. And we make the best of it. That's what we do. Thing is, we can't blame ourselves, and then be able to carry the guilt of that. It's not possible. It's not humanly possible. It would basically it would destroy us. That's just not worth it. So we do what we can now.
I love you all.
You're gonna be all right.
I know.
Is that a sneeze?
Don't worry about a thing.
Here's a D.
Back.
Every little thing is gonna be all right.
Little thing.
I said, don't worry.
That's another good one to play.
About a thing. Cause every little thing is gonna be all right. Oh Oh boy.
So guess what? I
Three
I
little
contacted
birds
the green oil
on my
machine, huh?
doorstep.
Because after you mentioned that company, I got to their site. It was up for a couple days. And then the day I went to pull the trigger, you go to their site now, their website's like, we're sorry, we're down for 24 hours. And it's been like that for 5 days. And I was like, no, no, dang it. I could have bought it, you know? And then
He who
I
hesitates
went on,
is lost.
I know. So I got on Facebook and I private messaged him and I shamelessly said, I am a friend of Hawk's. He recommended your machine, and I really want to buy it, and I have PayPal or credit card or whatever, you know, because he said, well, let me go look in the inventory. Got back to me right away, the same day, which was cool, and
Right on.
so that was yesterday, and yeah, very cool company. I've looked at other comparable things, and it just sounds like the one, you know. Hopefully, they're
You
not
know,
shutting down.
yeah, no, it's. I think that they were just behind on production. You know,
Yeah,
it's.
I think so too. Yeah.
You know, they can all. You know, you think about all the parts that they need and everything else. So, you know, but the particular thing about that machine is, you know, after about a year and a half, and sitting out in bad weather because I had it out in a little pop-up tent garage thing, out here, you know, during the wintertime. The fan froze up on me. I sent it in,
Oh.
and they sent me a brand new one. They sent me a whole brand new unit, the whole thing, not just the head.
Wow.
They sent me the, you know, and yeah, it's. I mean, they're amazing. They are. It's an amazing machine. I love the fact of the recovery amount that we get. That in itself is makes it 100% worth it. You know, because you know, to be able to recycle that alcohol, knowing that it's, you know, between $125 to $140 a gallon here in Oregon, you know, to be able to recover that, you know, is yeah, it's I can make 10 batches before I start really running to the point where I have to get another bottle to make up for any loss at all. You know, in 10 batches, that's, you know, 25 to 35 people that have enough medicine to last them 6 months to a year. So
Amazing.
yeah.
What's the next best thing for me here in California? Because that's what someone said. Oh, you got to go to Oregon to get what you need to get that Everclear or whatever. But I don't even know. I've never made it with
Graves
alcohol.
grain
before.
alcohol. Graves grain
What's that?
alcohol. Graves.
Graves, great.
Yep. Graves grain alcohol.
Okay.
Everclear or
Where do you get that? Is that a
or moonshine? Yeah, go to a liquor store.
Just ask
Yeah.
him, where's your highest test alcohol?
Yeah, you're looking.
Okay.
You're looking for 198 proof is what you're looking for.
Some
You know.
good old Mountain Dew. If you fill up my jug,
Yeah, it's
you're cutting the rug. With that good old Mountain Dew.
Moonshine was actually my best production ever. I ended up pulling more oil out with moonshine than anything else, and I had a Tennessee moonshiner that sent me a couple of gallons, and it lasted me. I think we made dosages for like 9 months before we finally ran out.
Because it's the purest form of alcohol.
Yeah, well over 100 patients were serviced by the same 2 gallons of moonshine that he sent me, and it's pure. It was it wasn't ethanol. It was corn mash.
Oh yeah.
You know, and it was
You make
yeah.
moonshine with that machine as well? Because
Yes, you can. It's a still.
Yes, it is.
Hey,
yes, it is.
We're
That's
public.
what I was looking at because, well, they're not illegal. I mean, they do advertise these things. You know, they have
it's not
ones.
It's not illegal as long as you don't sell it to the public.
They got these sexy hammered copper ones. Those should be illegal. They're very cute. You know, hammered copper, and then they got this like ball.
Yeah.
And the first one anybody showed me was a glass one. And I was like, oh, hell no, I'll break that probably the first run.
Yeah,
I don't know. It probably wouldn't be good to have, but they're cheaper.
You ever seen the
Have you ever had a
documentary on?
glass one?
Yeah, I had a glass one before I got the green oil machine, and I was I had to see a glass blower every couple of weeks.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding. Things are getting broken all the time. Yeah, I got dogs, and they're into everything, and they hit the table, knock it over. Then your glass coil is all of a sudden on the ground, shattered in many pieces. You're picking up and carrying dogs outside because you don't want them to cut their feet. Yeah, it was a pain in the ass. But I love them.
You can put it right on stovetop, which is nice. Whereas the green oil machine, the only thing I don't like about it is you got to plug it in. So in a loss of power.
Well, what it is the fan that's on top of that is what cycles and moves your alcohol, And all I do is I take a gallon glass jar, the flip lid glass jars. I set that next to it, drop the hose into it that comes off of the green oil machine, and that fan disperses the any fumes from the alcohol. It dissipates them at the same time as keeping the machine from overheating. So that the whole upper piece is a fan mount that goes on top. So as the alcohol is evaporating, coming up, going into the collection area, the fan is pushing to clear the collection area and forcing the alcohol down through the hose. So you're recovering everything. When you do it open on the stove, then most of it's evaporating into your air.
Oh,
You'll lose 3/4 of your alcohol that way. You won't be able to reuse it.
Okay.
The whole idea of it is to be able to take that $125 expense of the alcohol and be able to recover that so you can use it over and over again. And that's basically what we do. Once that glass jar is full, it gets dumped into that 5-gallon bucket with another batch of weed in there, and we're ready to make the next batch. So
you take a 5-gallon bucket, and that's how much flour you can.
I put 3/4. I fill it up
machine.
3/4 of the way with buds that I just take and I crumble them up in my hands. I'll crumble them up. So that way then the alcohol is getting to what would have had to soak all the way through the bud. Instead, the bud's in smaller pieces, so it makes it easier for it to collect everything off of it. Pour the alcohol in there, put the lid on there, shake it up. I generally shake it for about 5 minutes when I first put it in there. Then I let it set. I come back in, and every time I walk in the kitchen, I grab the handle and I squish it around and everything, to agitate it. And after anywhere between 5 to 9 days, I pop that lid. I have a colander, put some cheesecloth in the colander, pour the alcohol through the cheesecloth in the colander. That way it'll catch any vegetable matter, because you don't want the vegetable matter going into the cooker, because that would burn. And and once I have a gallon in that big pot that I'm pouring it, out of the 5-gallon bucket into, I dump that into the machine, put my pot back underneath there, and then start pouring the next one, so that as soon as that machine's done, I've got the next one ready to go.
Does it all fit in that? Does all that green matter fit in that machine?
It's all you're taking is the alcohol back out. The alcohol goes in clear, but when you're pouring it out of that 5-gallon bucket after it soaks, it's coming out almost black. It's so dark green that it looks black. It's like the dark of the forest. Well, the dark of the forest is really green. It's not black. It's just that the vegetation is so thick that it just blackens, and that's the darkness of the forest is that. And it's basically the same thing. So, but when it comes out of the machine, when it comes out of the green oil machine, the green stays in the machine, and the clear shows up in the glass jar.
Okay, and then what's coming out is what you've got on the outside of it pouring in.
Is exactly
Right.
what you poured into the what you poured into the 5-gallon bucket to begin with. Clear as a
Oh
bell.
no. Where does the RSO come out of?
It's that stays in the bottom of the pot.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So you're straining out and you're keeping all the vegetable material out of it.
Right. Right.
And
That doesn't
after you get every bit of alcohol out of that, then you take that green material and you throw it away.
Okay.
And what's in the pot that you poured through the colander into is the alcohol that you're going to put into the green oil machine.
Okay,
So, but when it went into the bucket, it was clear as daylight. And
Right.
when it comes out of the machine, it comes back out as clear as daylight, even though when you poured it into the green oil machine, it looked black, but it's actually just super dark green.
It said you could vary how thick you wanted it as well. Do you keep?
Yep.
Do you make a certain thick? Do you always make it a certain thickness that you?
Well, I
prefer?
take when the so it goes through a cycling process at the end of the 45 minutes. It'll warm it and then it'll let it go cool. Then it'll warm it. It'll let it go cool. So you'll see the light go on and off a couple of times. Then what I do is I pull the fan head off of it and I take a teaspoon of water or a cap full, like a Pepsi cap, for a 2-liter bottle. I'll fill that up with water and I'll dump that in there. And then you'll see it boil. Once all the water is boiled off, then at that point there, I pour it into a glass bowl and then I suck it up with the syringe.
Right.
And,
Always.
Yep. And I fill up the syringes. I don't put caps on them. I just suck it up with the syringes. And then I set them in a cup and let them air cool. And I leave the cap off a bit so any excess alcohol that would have been left in there can seep out through the little hole at the end of the syringe.
Oh, right. Good idea. Yeah. Cool.
Yep. And then once I know that they're completely cool, then I'll put caps on them and stick them in the refrigerator. Now the one that I'm going to use. So the one that I'm going to use personally, that I know I'm going to use in the next, over the next days or whatever, that one I leave out on the counter. I don't put that one in the fridge because I don't want it to over thicken. And when I pull one out of the fridge, I always leave it on the counter for about 3 or 4 hours before I take a dosage out of it. Makes it easier to control.
Yeah, I only got it one time. Somebody gave it to me, and it was very goopy, like molasses, but even thicker.
Thicker than molasses.
Pitch tar I was putting on my horse's foot. I don't even know how they do that. That stuff is so sticky. I'm like, there's got to be a trick to this because that stuff. Anyway,
with
that's
the
another
syringe,
story.
you're just squeezing out the size of, so a 1/4 gram of RSO is a half the size of a grain of rice. You know how big a grain of rice is, right? So a half a grain of rice is a 1/4 gram.
Gosh.
A full grain of rice is a half a gram. But the objective is to get 90 grams in 90 days in order to defeat almost all cancers. But it's going to take you about 30 days to get to the point where you're ready for a full gram of it. So doing the 1/4 gram, you're going to be high for 24 hours. Okay. After about 4 or 5 days, that diminishes down. By the 7th day, you're ready to double the dosage so that you're getting closer to that gram a day. So it's usually 7 to 9 days until you go from a half a gram to a full gram, and then 7 to 9 days until you're ready to jump to a full gram. So it's almost a 30-day period just getting up to that 30 gram or that full gram a day. But once you get up to that full gram a day, you're high for 24 hours at a time. But the fact of the matter is that at the same time, you're getting healed. And when you first start using it, you're going to sleep a lot. You're going to sleep a lot when you first start using it. And each time you increase the dosage, you're going to sleep a lot. Once your body becomes accustomed to the and your tolerance adjusts to it, then you'll be doing the full gram and be working all day. And you'll just have a great buzz all day long.
And be healing.
Yeah, and you're
So how
healing.
much
I say
THC is
screw.
in the
Well, it
quarter
depends
of
on
a
it
gram
depends on how good a grower you are.
and a full and a full?
I say
How
screw
about
it and go
yours?
for two. I say screw it and go for 2 grams of it right off the bat. See what happens.
Yeah, we'll see you in 7 days.
You'd be passed out, honey. You'd be
I don't
passed out.
care. You think
Yeah.
I'd be feeling this tooth pain?
Yeah.
No.
No, you wouldn't actually. Actually, what you'd end up
Some
doing is you'd end
RSO.
up putting the RSO directly onto the tooth and the gum, and guarantee. Excuse me, I'm in the middle of a show over here.
Aw.
We got an important topic going on. Why you? Okay, where was I? But you could put the RSO directly on the tooth and the gum,
Mommy
and
just
it would
put it on his
actually,
tooth.
yeah, it would send a lot of healing inside. All your natural cannabinoid receptors would respond to it, fighting off bacteria, fighting off infection, and fighting pain.
Somebody's saying pups need attention, Hawk. I can't really tell.
Well,
Chili Bean's looking right at you. She's like, why are you talking to me
So-
like that?
Talking about Willis?
I tried to figure out when I was infusing my stuff. Oh, he's gone.
Right there,
Uh-oh.
I'm listening.
Mama.
Oh, remote. Do you know how much your dosage is for what you make? About? Do you have an idea?
No,
a good range?
I don't have any idea. I would say mid-range, probably.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, and it depends on how much you take, and it's sort of a fly-by-night thing with that because you don't really know for sure.
Right.
So you have to be careful. Start low and go slow, right?
Right. Oh yeah. Too much is not enjoyable when you get too
Not at
much
all.
in you. Yeah, you just feel sluggish and you can't do anything. And
Just jump head first. It'll be okay.
I agree with you more.
but I'm also wondering if that RSO is too goopy to make salve with, or if that just melts fine enough
You
in
want
the
to take
beeswax.
You want to take that orally to get the most effect out of it. RSO orally for sure, or maybe anally, like in a.
Well,
yeah.
So if you got prostate cancer, you can make RSO suppositories.
Right. But I make salve. Like I make salve regularly. So is that not something I want to do?
Well,
with
you don't want to
RSO?
be I wouldn't be sticking salve up my hoo-ha.
Yeah,
No,
no,
I'm
there's
not
stuff in
saying
salve
that.
that you don't want there.
You guys, that's not what I'm saying. I'm
I
saying
mean, especially my salve. I put arnica oil in my salve because it deals with
talking about-
inflammation and
Me too.
swelling.
Yeah.
And if you used it as a sexual lubricant,
about RSO,
it
though.
reduces swelling.
No, I'm not talking about up the booty, you guys.
Huh.
I'm not. I'm talking about is the RSO that I'll make with the green oil machine, will that texture be too thick for the salve, or will it melt well enough?
No, it'll melt down in your salve.
Okay.
Because I presume that if you're going to put the RSO into a already
double
mixed,
boiler.
yeah. So so it would melt down.
But can you give me a range of what about a quarter of a teaspoon or a gram is, and up to a gram? Do you have a low range, high range idea? Good farmer, bad farmers.
Well, I mean, it depends. So, if I was going to put RSO in my salve, I do 4-ounce jars. It would be a half a teaspoon per jar.
If you were going to put 4 ounces.
If I was doing a 4-ounce, okay. So my jar is a salve. This is my salve. Okay, this is a jar of my salve here.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
I would melt this down,
Yep.
and then I would stir in a half a teaspoon of Rick Simpson's oil.
Okay.
and then let it
Craig.
re-solidify. Yeah.
Half a teaspoon per 4 ounces is what you're saying.
Yep. Per 4 ounces. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Craig,
Okay,
you're
thank you. I
Yeah.
saw that the panel was a little
What did Craig say?
shy, and I would have
Is he
it
backstage
all
or
to
something?
myself.
No, everybody just wave at
I hope
him.
I have all
He's
the questions.
watching. Craig's watching. He goes, he he said you could make a dick suppository for your mouth. He's talking about me for my tooth.
Oh
He
no,
loves
Craig,
you.
you
You
need
know
to
that,
get
right?
your wife. You need to get your wife those. doTERRA makes these bead. They're called beadlets, and I can never figure out like why would they? What good are these things? But she pops them in her mouth, and then her mouth is all minty, and she says it's very good for certain things. So tell your wife to get you some beadlets. You'll like them. I don't know. I haven't tried them yet. Been
Who
too
are you
sick.
talking to?
And she's young.
She's talking to the crowd.
Whoever.
Who has a wife?
Craig. I'm talking to Craig.
Oh.
I'm telling him to get those
yeah.
peppermint beadlets for his wife, Mr.
Yeah,
Kinky.
that's right.
Since he's Mr.
Yeah, that's
Kinky
right.
tonight, and he
Tell
wants
get him for the
to be
dragon.
wiener.
I don't know. With all the wigs I've seen of his, I don't know who's kinkier, her or him.
I'm telling you, everybody, y'all don't remember
He is.
the difference
For
between
sure.
the difference between erotic and exotic is one you use the feather, the other one you use the whole chicken. I'm just telling you. I'm just saying.
Oh,
No, that's tacky.
You just made
bad.
you
I
just
rebuke
made
that
remote.
joke.
You just made remote
Rebuke
burn
that
his grilled
joke.
cheese.
He never
Monty,
said
you
that.
happy with chicken again?
Yeah, and that saying was, you know, is if you were being erotic, you would use the egg. If you were being kinky, you'd use the whole chicken.
If John H is still in here, he knows that I'm quoting Johnny Dare.
Yeah, sure.
My
He's
body
a-
is
he's
one
a-
way. Do not enter. Close 5. Yeah, my
Yeah,
girl.
we couldn't. We have to blame it on somebody.
No, he used to say that on his radio broadcast. He was a morning rock jock. And he goes, just
You know,
remember,
we couldn't
folks.
think of this stuff by ourselves.
Never, multiple
Sorry,
cities.
I was being cheeky over in the kitchen.
Getting cheeky with it.
My
You were
husband, my
being chicky.
girlfriend's
Garrett.
husband went to get his, what's it called? Yeah, your prostate. No, what is it? Is it your prostate exam when they go? No,
A PSA. Yeah, you get a PSA test for your
He
prostate.
wanted to put a little like tattoo. He wanted his wife to write on his ass, exit only.
Oh, he's probably getting it.
He was getting
Check
something
for-
with the booty.
A
He was getting
colonoscopy?
something. No, it was
Kathy.
it was a in doctor's procedure with the glove and all, but
Appendicitis.
Is,
They check
is this
for
doctor a female?
appendicitis that way.
it was something.
Is this doctor a female?
No,
Okay.
that's why the note on the butt, the booty finger.
Yeah,
exactly.
they don't check for an appendix that way. No.
Actually, they do check for the appendix
Whatever.
by the booty finger.
Yep.
What?
Yep.
Yes, they do.
Since when?
I just finished
since
saying
always.
that's how they do it. And then when in your case, it's Dr. Davis, and he's got these giant fingers on a giant hand, and you're like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, in that case, there he's just checking your colon.
No, he was checking for appendicitis, but yeah. I was a scared man.
I'm sorry to say, I don't want to see a doctor's finger anytime I go to try and brush my teeth.
Tell me,
Coming up
I know.
It's like, damn, Captain Longfingers.
This guy's fingers were the size of cucumbers.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to be checked for either my prostate or the appendix by a doctor like that. I had a female doctor.
She was gentle.
Lucky you. Lucky you.
Wake up out of a dead sleep to this.
You're
Never
welcome,
know,
Nikki.
honey, right? You never know, Nikki.
Hey, this is the Full Monty After Dark show, so you know what?
Yeah, real dark.
That's why on the weekends we have pray-a-thons. Amen. Like Craig used to say, I sin at night so I can pray in the morning.
I'm sorry, Nikki Bassey.
Why is Craig awake? It's 3:00 in the morning in New Orleans. Why are you awake, mister?
New Orleans?
He's just getting off his shift change.
I keep thinking he's in New Orleans. No, he's in
New Orleans.
He's just getting off his. Hey, Dee Dee, he's just getting off his shift change. He just come off the corner down in New Orleans off of Bourbon Street,
He is
and so he's just getting home.
Yeah.
Did you have a rough day, Craigie? A rough night.
Nicole, you're a nurse assistant. Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about.
You wake at odd times.
What are you all
Greg,
talking about? I've only had 1 hour of sleep since I started a broadcast yesterday around this time. Oh, I'm tired.
Man, what are you going to do if the internet goes down? You're going to have some serious withdrawals if the internet goes down. We're going to all be really fiending bad.
I won't be fiending because I have Starlink.
You won't?
I have Starlink.
Oh,
They're not
do
going
ya?
to take all them satellites out.
My neighbor got it.
And I have a satellite phone too.
Yeah.
Look at you.
Garrett said Craig
Dang.
woke up because of nasty
Wow,
jokes.
What's that? Craig woke up because he told
Garrett,
the
you
joke.
are-
What do you mean?
Garrett,
He's the one to
Garrett,
come
you
and
are a
do this.
nasty. Garrett, you are a nasty joke.
What joke?
Garrett likes to call in bed with Nancy and HRC and Beetlejuice all at the same time.
Oh boy.
Ew. That's a bad insult, dude.
Yeah, now what you got, Garrett? Huh? Huh?
That's as bad
What?
as it gets.
You want to talk smack on me? I can get worse.
Don't
I
trust
can
the
get really
muskie.
worse.
What does that mean?
What was it? You remember the cartoon Mufasa? In this case here.
Mufasa. Ooh, say it again.
Into some dark things and bad business. Hey, I heard the best things on Liberty tonight to invest in. Did I already tell you? No, I told Travis.
Yeah.
Show.
It's
What's
fixing to get
remote
Richard
got?
Pryor up in here.
It's going off the coffee. That looks good, remote. 480 milligrams of CBD. I'll bet you that's yummy.
It's actually, for instant coffee, quite tasty, actually.
Oh.
Because I don't normally like instant coffee. I like to brew it, but if I'm getting some CBD like this, and this is comparable to any old coffee, so tastes good.
Yeah, why not? Everyone
How about
loves it too.
How about some Andrew Dice Clay?
No thanks.
No. What the
Hickory
hell,
dickory dock.
What
The
hell is
farmer's
wrong
wife.
with you? What the hell is wrong with you, Monty?
Little Miss Muffet sitting in her tuffet, eating her curd away. Along came a spider, stood down beside her and said, "Hey, yo, what's in the bowl?" Oh, man. I'm not going to say it. Old Mother Hubbard went to her cupboard, get her dog a bone. Never mind. I can't say the rest of that neither.
Monty, this is going to be going on your annual grading, you know.
Like I'm scared.
No,
It's
we
after
love your
dark.
mama jokes. I'll put in games till something.
Oh, cattle.
God, Lee, you was quick to jump up on that.
Yeah, Andrew Dice Clay is foul. Your audience is not foul, Money. They're not foul.
Garrett, how's it feel whenever they take their dentures out, huh, buddy? No, do they gum it? I can, Garrett. I got a mic now.
My father-in-law could gum a steak like you ain't never seen. He could gum a steak. There's some men that can gum a steak. I guarantee you that they
That's
don't
not
care.
what I. That's not what I mean. Anyways,
They're
okay.
in the state, man.
Yeah. Way to go,
I was
changing the
amazed.
subject.
Yeah.
Hey Garrett,
Sex,
let me ask you
pot,
this. Does
music.
What's
next?
Hey Garrett, does Pelosi and them put pop rocks in their mouth for you?
All right, I think I'm
Tell
gonna
me
go get
good
some
news.
sleep.
Oh, that sounds good. Sleep sounds good.
What's wrong?
How long was your power out, Doc? Was
Too
praying
long.
for you. I was sorry to hear you lost your power like that. And I'm so worried about all those pumps. I'm like, what if you can't run those pumps? Like, will you really flood out your house with
Yeah.
blood and stuff?
Yeah.
Has it
Yeah.
happened
If
before?
we flood, we lose. If we flood, we lose everything. Because I don't
Has
have the
it-
means here to move these buildings. So all of these buildings would be halfway submerged. So
Okay, I'll be good.
Eureka has some big towns. There's some parts in Eureka that have, oh, I forget what they call them, but they have those kind of pumps in this under the streets. Sump
Yeah.
pumps or
yeah. Yeah, we have well pumps that do 660 gallons per minute. 13 of them.
you can't run out of gas either. Then
No, because it's all 5 farms that are above me all drain down into me, and they saturate their fields, and they have no vegetation up there to soak up any of that moisture, so it all drains down to here. If those pumps aren't running, it would take about 18 hours
if you had
to
big,
completely flood the whole bottom here.
dang, there's no way to divert that water over time. It's just that's hopeless.
No,
Pumps are the
no,
only
this used to be the creek bed. Where I'm sitting right now was literally the middle of the creek. They moved the creek, but the farms still drain to here.
Right.
So
Oh my God.
you're talking thousands and thousands and thousands of gallons that are constantly rolling at us. Our pumps have to be on from now all the way until the end of May.
Right.
Then we get to turn
You
them
get a
off
lot
for
of
the summertime.
How long have you lived there?
We've been here for going on 5 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
And they've always worked, and you've not had any issues. They just keep. Was
Well,
it like that when you bought
the
it?
first year, the whole thing down here was flooded. The second year is when we got this building down here. My other 2 buildings were up on the hill at the time, and while I was in the hospital with pneumonia, they moved my buildings down here without even talking to me about it. That's the thing. This building was theirs. The one that I'm sitting in right now was theirs. This was the office building for the company that we were building, and I had my buildings up on top of the hill because it was more convenient for me for storage. I didn't have them hooked up to power or anything, and then then the second year they brought them all down so they could grow plants in them, so everything that the footings that they made for the greenhouses, which never went up under their watch, we ended up putting them on when I took over the property after the big ripoff. We had a total budget of $6 million to totally do this whole farm. When those guys took off with the money, that was it. We were screwed. $5.5 million they ran off with. So.
Oh, thanks for telling me that story. I'm sure I've heard bits and pieces, and I'm sure you've told it a few times. It does not sound like a fun story, but you're a tough guy, man. That's amazing.
The landlord said, "I bought this land for you to do your project." I wasn't ever concerned about the rec side of cannabis, and so he gave me a deal. It's my rent for the first year was $1,000 a month. My second year was $1,250, and it's gone up to $1,500 a month now, and it'll never go higher. Because of the flooding here, nobody else would be stupid enough to rent this place. It's
God
that
keep
simple.
you safe, man. Thank you
Yeah.
for doing your prayer things. I know you want to go to bed, so I'm not going to keep at you, but I'm glad I got to talk to you tonight, and love everything you're doing. Really
Thanks.
cool. I already told people I got a new mentor, but you don't know it yet. But I'm following and watching. You got a lot of people admire what you're doing. It'd be really great if a lot of people could do that too, wouldn't it? It'd be really
Oh,
great
eventually,
to
you know,
share.
the name of my business is UCANA 2,
Okay,
medical educational nursery. Okay.
I didn't know you had
And
a business.
yeah, that's what it's called. UCANA 2, UCANNATU. And it's a play on the words you can too, you know, you know, that you can grow and produce your own medicine, you know, and that's the whole thing, is to teach people how to do that. Find the right strains that work for you, fix what's wrong with you, and then get on with life. You know, it's that simple. You know, whether you're a parent growing for your child, or a husband growing for a wife, or a wife growing for a husband, you know, it's the idea of the quality and quantity of life. And we try to assist in every way that we can in order to ease people into that process. Learn everything about growing that you could possibly need to know, and be able to provide for your family. You know, I'm in Oregon, Nicole.
Maybe I could interview you sometime on my stream, because a lot of people ask questions. I don't know how busy you are, but I would love that.
Yeah.
UCANA2U.com or
Yeah, well, it used to be I'm not sure if it's even still up. UCANA2.com. It's they want money,
right.
and we just don't have right now. So
Right.
it might still be up.
Well, do you have a
Actually, it's down right
donation
now.
button where people can help you? I bet a lot of people would like to give you money to help you, right? You do that so that people
Yeah,
can.
one of the girls in the chat has my info for I have a Venmo, but
Okay.
could I tell you what it is? I don't know. I had to copy it. I had to copy and
Okay,
paste a
that's
link
okay.
on my phone because I'm retarded like that. I'm
Me
technically
too.
challenged. The fact that
Me
I can
too.
figure out how to open two screens at the same time is like amazing to me. And then learning StreamYard, that was freaking incredible. I was like, yes, I got this. And
You made it
even
look
this weekend,
easy,
we learned
man.
something new this
Yeah.
weekend. We learned how to be able to
Yeah.
have multiple hosts so
I
that
saw
multiple
that. I
people
was
could bring
there.
people up,
Yeah.
you know?
You gave it
And
to
it's like,
Monty. Gave Monty the
yep,
torch for a little while and a
yep,
remote, right? Yeah,
yep,
yeah.
yep. But
That was
Solo and
great.
JoJo came in and showed us how to do it. And you know, now for our big events and stuff that we do, now
Yeah.
we can pass it off, you know, and be able to get the rest that we need individually and be able to keep the stream going, you know. So
Oh yeah, hey, that God series that you played was so intriguing. Trey
Trey
Smith.
Smith. Yeah, Trey
Okay,
Smith
so
from God
where
in a
can I find
Nutshell.
that?
He's
Yeah.
he's got a site called godinanutshell.com,
Oh,
but he's
okay.
also Trey Smith on YouTube.
And he's
So
still alive?
yeah, oh yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, he did a really good one called The Two Presidents that I would recommend for
Oh,
everybody to watch.
okay.
I will not play it because playing that would definitely
Okay.
get you bumped off. You know, oh yeah, they'll take your channel down lickety split for that one.
Yeah.
But you know, he talks about the Kim Clement prophecy,
Yeah.
and he worked with Kim Clement for years. He researched with Kim Clement and stuff. So
Right.
he's got a direct relationship to the family.
Right.
And his daughter is amazing with continuously releasing more and more of the videos of, you know, the prophecies that her dad put out for years, that most people never even got to see, wouldn't even have thought to listen to or look at. You know, it's
I never did, really. Yeah, he
but
was new to me.
yep, but he definitely made an impact, didn't he?
Yeah. Those I'm definitely gonna check that out. Those were great series you were playing in between, and very timely put up, I might add.
Yeah.
It's good stuff.
Dave Sned and Todd are freaking awesome. Cindy too.
Yeah, they are.
I love the way she picks on Todd.
Yeah, it's fun.
I just love it. He deserves it so much. It's,
Secretly,
yeah,
he
very,
loves it,
Fine,
but he
man.
plays.
Thank you for that.
yeah.
What time
It's
do you start on Friday? What time is your
It's a
48
love-hate
hours?
thing.
We start Saturday at noon.
Saturday at noon. Okay.
Yep, Saturday at noon until Monday at noon. And the
Right
reason
on.
that we do that is, Friday night, when you do a cast on a Friday night, generally you end up with more drunks than you have anything else. And I know that they need saving. Okay. I know that they
Well,
need
sure they
saving.
do. Yeah. They
But
can come on
there's
Saturday.
yeah,
Sorry.
exactly. Yeah.
In the,
So
okay, right on, man. Thank you so much.
yeah, thank you.
That's
All right,
great.
what were you saying there, Monty?
Trump confirms
Good night,
Helena
Nicole.
Hutchins is alive and well. Trump confirmed my decodes that the Baldwin shooting was a white hat op to stop and trap HRCs, and Baldwin's plan to kill Helena Hutchins as retribution for her husband's cooperating with Durham.
Trump confirmed it?
What? The lady ain't dead? The lady's
Who
not
said
dead?
Yes.
The lady Baldwin shot?
Here, hang on.
Was that what you
I'll send it to the thing.
Private chat.
No.
See, now the rumor mill says that she was getting ready to produce she's getting ready to produce a documentary on pedophilia and child trafficking.
It's I sent it to the kids on the side of the road.
Oh, okay. Hang on. All right. I gotta do. Yeah, we got to get you a computer because with a computer you'll be able to pull things up on the screen. Do the share screen and all that stuff. That'll be
I'll pitch in for a computer for a month.
But he needs his teeth fixed first. Well, I was going to pitch in for his tooth.
I'm not a rich man.
Yeah, Trump confirmed my
no,
decodes that the Baldwin shooting was a white hat op to stop and trap HRC, and Baldwin's plan to kill Helena Hutchins as retribution for her husband's cooperating with Durham. And then there's decodes there. I posted my decodes on Sunday, October 24th. Trump posted his confirmation on October 24th at 10:26 to echo my timestamp. The capital letters of his tweets, 311. Helena Hutchins is alive and well. Baldwin decode true. We are the news. For additional confirmation, 311 reversed is 113, equaling a false flag operation equals white hats, connecting to values from my Baldwin shooting decodes. To clarify further, Trump's posting at 10:26 p.m. 227 Baldwin shooting decodes. Given the extreme revelations in my Baldwin shooting decodes, President Trump's confirmation helps to verify these explosive truths as well as the decoding methods. Thank you. And that was put up by We Are the News. And it does have the full decode there.
What? Mind blown.
Yeah, well, here, I'll show you how.
That's
This is how they blow your
new.
mind. Monty, you're going to want to make this full
They
screen.
haven't been doing that.
And people say
They
that
haven't
things ain't
brought
happening.
anybody back yet from the
Okay.
dead yet, have
So
they?
go ahead and make it full screen if you would, so that everybody can see it.
That is.
Yeah, go up into the corner or click. Yeah, there you go. Okay. So what he did was he took all of the first letters that are capitalized. So you see how like and what the A from the and wasn't used. The
Somebody
T from
was
the
looking
that.
for the comms.
Okay. So
Oh
he
my
took all of those and he put those directly into and as well as the exclamation points. He took those and he placed them into the gematria and came up with 311, and 311 equaled Helena Hutchins is alive and well. Baldwin decode true. We are the news equals 311. 10:26 p.m. 227 Baldwin shooting decodes 227. She is alive. A white hat false flag, and it gives you a breakdown as to how they did that. These are the kind of things that Okay, so like when I look at Ashley Babbitt, I don't believe she's dead.
Yeah. Oh, I know. She's not dead. I
I
saw
don't
that
believe
video.
George Floyd is dead.
No, I don't think so either.
You know, so it's, you know, it all boils down to, you know, a personal perspective. And if you can see the evil and do a comparison to it,
yeah,
and take reality as we're seeing it right now, you begin to realize, wow, they just think we're stupid.
They got the
That's it.
media. That's why, you know.
Yeah.
The media does all their bidding. The same here, and people don't understand it, but I understand that just as these people are posers on the big, you know, scale, so they are to here in the county as well. They don't have oaths of office. They don't have bonds on record. They're total frauds. They're total frauds. It's crazy to me, but we fall for it. And some people know, but not enough people yet.
Yeah.
Some people are figuring it out. There's been quite an awakening in my little world. I've had 2 people come back and want to be my friend that have seen things differently than they did a year ago or so, you know? So that's interesting. In the same
And there's
day.
nothing wrong with that. There's nothing
No,
wrong
it's
with that. That's
great.
the thing.
No.
Is that, listen,
Yeah.
you know, it's I don't want to say I told you so.
No,
that's the last thing.
neither.
I'll save that for a couple of years down the line. You know, when we're joking around a campfire and having a party.
When
Do you
you're
remember when you
healed,
wouldn't listen
right?
to me? You know, I told you all this stuff was going to happen and you didn't want to hear it. You said I was crazy, that I was loony, and you're my best friend. You know, it's you know, that's and that's the thing is you know, it all boils down to perspective. But the thing is when your perspective is the mainstream media, you're just you're continuing in that brainwashed mode. And that's basically what that board has done, was to, if nothing else, it woke people up. It woke people up, you know, and you know, whether it's a psyop or not, the fact of the matter is it woke people up. You know, it's a and the thing is, I had forgotten how to research after all these years. I had forgotten how to research. And guess what I learned how to do again? You know, I learned how to research again. I learned how to go through and find bits and pieces of information. You know, I learned about the Wayback Machine and stuff like that, you know, because nothing on the internet truly goes away. Nothing. Everything is recoverable in one form or another.
Right.
You know,
scary. That's scary.
Yep.
Purple Rose Warrior. That's funny.
I know there was like 3 pictures of me when I was a fat stripper that were up, and I know somebody's got them. I just know it. Somebody's got them.
I have them.
I
Going to
think,
use them as
Lord, there was
blackmail.
No, I see. I joke around about that, but the people that the guy who trafficked me was involved with, I'm sure that there are some videos out there of me between the ages of 10 and 14.
That's fucked up.
Yeah. And how do you go through and find something like that to purge it, you know?
Right.
You know, it's
maybe we will know, you know, maybe it will happen.
That doesn't just ruin your day. You know what I mean?
Dharma, you're saying, but
No
if
doubt.
it was a psyop, what does that mean? Well, you know, there are good psyops and there are bad psyops. You know, in this case here, it was a psyop to free us from the connection to those things that were continuously untrue. You know, and put us on the path to truth and in some ways righteousness.
Yes, I hope
Those
so.
things that, because you know, if we're not following Christ, we're not righteous. You know, in any way, shape, or form. Without Christ, there is no righteousness. You know, it's that simple. And you know, a lot of us were brought back because of that. And yeah, and then especially knowing about the Gospel of Q. You know, that's a book of the Bible that got removed. You know, in 1611. And you know, if it had not been removed, people would be to this day be reading the parables written by Christ's own hand. because that's what the book of Q was about, the Gospel of Q.
That's interesting.
That was the reference that all the apostles used in order to write their gospels. That was the reference book.
Gospel of Q, just Q the
letter Q, just the letter Q.
Wow, that's good to know because I've often wondered what it could be related to, and there's not much.
There's several things that it's related to. The group of generals in the Civil War, right before the Civil War, they was named Q. It was a Christian movement.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. I just got the PDF for you guys to share with you.
Tune into Larry Bishop Gators, and he'll tell you all about it.
Yep. And now the first Q group was assembled in the United States under Abraham Lincoln.
That's what I was saying.
That's how long ago. And if you watched the video I played the other night in regards to the Jesuits, then you can understand why Q was formed here in the United States. You know, they killed they killed they killed Washington. They killed Adams. They killed Monroe. You know,
Kinley.
Yep. Many more.
Many. And
all
a lot of
because
them
the fact that they didn't want to live under Catholic rule. And that was the whole point of being a free country, was that we weren't under the rule. We were under the rule of, it was like when Samuel said, to Saul, when Israel clamored for a king, I said to them that God is sovereign and he is our king. But man wanted a physical one that they could see, one that they could worship.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And when you look up how they picked him, it was because he was good looking and charming and outwardly, right?
Well,
Saul was not.
Well, when Samuel said that to him, he was holding the head of the king of the Amalekites in his hand that he just chopped his freaking head off. God said to remove all of the Amalekites, men, women, children, babes in arms, all of the cattle, all of the sheep, leave nothing unturned. And, Saul disobeyed. So when Samuel walked in to see the king and he saw that the king of the Amalekites was on his knees in chains, after and he just walked past all of the Amalekite women that were herded and enslaved just outside of the temple or the outside of Saul's palace. And you think about that with a clear understanding that you disobeyed God, and Saul said to him, well, we were going to ransom him and sign a treaty. Samuel pulled out Saul's sword right out of his own sheath that was hanging by his side, pulled that sword out, pointed it at Saul, and he said, let me tell you what God told you. And then he proceeded to, say that, and then chop that dude's head off, picked it up, and then turned around and said, when Israel clamored for a king, and he lifted that head up high in front of Saul, and he said, these are your kings. And he dropped the head at Saul's feet and then dropped the sword. And Saul, was, begged for forgiveness. And Samuel wasn't going to say, I forgive you. God forgives you. And Saul grabbed onto the garment of Samuel and tore it, while he's down on his knees. And Saul said to him, as you've torn this garment, God will tear Israel from your hands and give it to a man who is after his own heart.
That's right.
3 weeks later, David was anointed king, and David didn't go to Saul to take the kingdom from him.
No.
He never wanted to fight Saul. He was willing to wait until Saul was old, gray, and died of natural causes before even showing himself.
But the people said, Saul has slayed thousands, but David has slayed
Tens of thousands. Yep.
And he didn't like that. It drove him crazy, literally. He could not stand David.
Well, it didn't help that his queen bedded David the day before he went to kill Goliath. The queen had bedded David. David didn't want to bed her, didn't want to go to bed with her. And he said, the king can have me killed for this. And the queen said, imagine what a queen could do.
Yeah.
And David went to bed with her. And it's like, whoa, wait a minute. It's there's a lot to that story that we don't get to read about, that we don't get the full script. The only way you do it is by taking the Torah and the Bible, all in its in all of its variations. Do you find the true, the true story behind what happened there? David was 15 years old when he killed Goliath.
Right.
The queen saw him as virile young man who killed a lion and a bear. The bear he killed with his bare hands. The lion he killed with his sling. And then the day after he does it with the queen, he goes out and he puts down a giant.
For sure.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
That must have been a potent queen.
He had zero doubt in him. Zero doubt whatsoever. There was nothing
absolutely.
he couldn't do. Yeah.
Yep. Well, when Saul anointed him, he said, "Who am I that God would make me king of all Israel?" And Saul said in the same, or Samuel said to him, in the same means in which you ask that you question God's decision, you will one day stand and defend God, and you will know. And before he went to kill Goliath, word had come that Samuel had died, because that's what was keeping Saul from attacking. That's what, he had the higher ground. They could have attacked and done a lot of damage to the Philistines. However, Goliath was the fear factor. Yeah. The Israelites were afraid of this giant. He could take down 10 men and, with one swipe of his sword, so there was a lot of refraining from that. And when, it was like the king had called David to come and play his harp there, and when the king's son said to David, David, Saul has requested you. And he looked at the son of Saul and said to him, I think it was Jonathan was the brother that went to get him from the fields with the sheep. And David responded to him, Samuel is dead, and I'll grab my harp. And Jonathan asked him, how do you know? And David never responded. He just hopped over the rocks, went and grabbed his harp, and hopped on the back of the horse and rode off with him. It's like, wait a second here. Wait a second here. This kid had communication with God. God, told him what was going to happen. And it was the last day, happened to be the last day of Samuel's life. And within 24 hours, he killed Goliath. If that's not divine, leadership, divine intervention, I don't know what is. I really don't. There's, that Samuel would say to him that one day you would defend God's name. And, with David having questioned, why would you choose me as king? I'm just a kid. My brothers are all soldiers. They're mighty. They're a fighting age and everything else. And, the thing is They didn't have the purity of the heart that David had. When David was out in the fields and he was playing his harp and he was singing the scriptures, he was singing to God. Right. That's a hell of a relationship right there.
That's right.
You know, and if you think about it, back then there wasn't 8 billion people on the planet, so God could really focus in on one without a problem. You know, now you got 8 billion souls here to be looked after. You know, but the thing is nothing is hidden. Nothing. We just haven't seen it. They put that veil in front of our eyes. It's been there since the TV came along, since the airwaves came along.
Yes.
And it really went flying out the window when computers came along.
Oh my gosh, yes. Gone. The poor kids nowadays. These poor kids that have no childhood like we had. You know, the neighborhoods and the block parties and the playing, you know, horse and pig with, you know, we played it all in the city. I might have grown up on the south side of Chicago, but I still had a better life outdoors than some of the kids, you know, sadly in Humboldt County. You know how beautiful it is here. They're up in their house on their devices. It's a crime. It's a crime the way the kids are. It's safe.
And the parents can't get them on them soon enough. They got to get them on there about one and a half, so they got a lot more time for themselves. You know.
Yep.
It's sick. I refuse to have one. This whole thing to me, I saw it coming years ago. I had one for a time and tried it, and I thought, no, I'm not buying into this. So exactly buying in because they were gouging you for more and more money all the time.
Yep. Yeah, if you have to buy the information, then it's not information that you need. You know what I mean? It's like if you it's I mean, even, you know, it's like I bought this Bible because of what it represents. I generally would not spend word on scripture.
Right.
Which Bible's that?
You know, the Founders Bible.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
In the text in which it was when this country was established. And you know, but it's the other added history that's mixed in there with the how the country used the Bible in order to set it up for success. You know, unfortunately, there were people who wanted to see that success turn to a failure big time. You know, they wanted to be able to control it. They wanted to be able to rule it. They wanted to be able to finance themselves, their parties, their lifestyle from that, you know. And if you can't believe that kind of greed hasn't existed for, you know, for the 300 plus years that people have been here in America, you know, with a monetary system, you know, because it is more than the 275 years. It's more than 300 years. You know, 1691. You know, was the first time that Europeans really began to, you know, come over here and stay for long periods of time. And then eventually, you know, they developed settlements, but 1691 was the year, you know, and it was a bunch of drunken Irish sailors, you know, at first, and then they went back with the stories of it.
Mother fathers.
Yeah. They went back with the stories of it, and next thing you know, then Spain showed up, then France showed up, and then England showed up, and who was the mightiest at that time? Well, it's always been the leader of all three, and the leader of all three has always been the leader of England.
Yes.
That's why their families kept intermarrying. Yep. It's, well, my son will marry your daughter. Your son will marry my daughter, and you know, they keep it. Oh yeah, they keep it all in.
Right.
Yep.
Keep the bloodlines clean. I wonder if they never got any V's at all. You know.
Oh, probably not.
Do you think those?
I think we should give them. I think that we should make sure that we have a batch of every single one that they've ever designed, and I think that they should be giving them before, you know, at least a couple of days before their executions. Yep, so that they can experience.
I mean, it was pretty evil. They're pretty evil.
Yep, but they got to do them in adult-sized dosages, you know, because kid-sized dosages just aren't going to be right. So, like they did to them 2 little kids when they gave them adult-sized dosages of it, and they were supposed to be getting a flu shot. You know, both of them in the hospital within a day with heart problems. You know, that's just wrong, majorly wrong. So, yeah. Oh, you found it. You found the Gospel of Q.
Yeah, I got a PDF for everybody. Put it in both chats.
Right on. Thank you.
I'll be reading that.
I put it up. Thank you for that. I got it on my screen.
You're welcome.
Interesting.
Yep. And it's
Yeah.
you know,
So
it's the idea that
those other books. Go ahead. Sorry.
no, go ahead.
I was just going to say those other books. Where do you guys source those? Is it the Founding Bible only?
Oh, the Founder's Bible I got from Wall Builders.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's called Wall Builders. They're out of Texas. And give me a second to find my glasses.
I'm pulling it up. Don't worry about it. I'm looking it up. Talk. Don't worry about it. I'll find it and I'll get it for you. In fact, I'm getting the PDF here. I'll put the PDF up as well.
On the panel.
This is what I do. This is my passion. Is being I'm the research dude. That's what I like to do.
Co-pilot.
Okay, so
it's awesome.
Let's roll back to where the Jesuits was in the first presidents. John Adams and Thomas Jefferson. They both died on the same day.
Yep, the 4th of July.
50 years away from when the signing of the Declaration of Independence was, and just a few minutes apart.
Yep.
So I put the Founder's Bible in both chats in PDF form, and I'll go find the place that has it.
Okay, so they was killed on the 4th of July. There's been 5 or 6 other presidents killed on the 4th of July. Now you know why it's such a satanic holiday.
What?
Thank you.
Really?
Thank you. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Ooh. Well, I've been trying to say it. Watch that movie. You ought to watch that movie that Hawk has. Because the only one I really didn't know about was when President Washington was poisoned.
Yeah, I didn't never hear that before tonight. I don't
doubt
it.
I
just don't know. You know,
it's full of good info.
Hawk, private chat there. Is that the right one? Just let me know, buddy. Before I throw it in the other chat.
Containers on the
now that's the heirloom edition. There's one. They have one that is that is actually cheaper than that. Oh, it's farther down. It's farther down the page. On that page, it's the leather soft 2nd edition is the one that I got in the mail yesterday.
Okay, but that's the right website.
Ooh,
yep, that's right. Yep.
I'll put it up in chat then.
Isn't that the heirloom? The heirloom one, isn't that the $500 one?
Yeah, that's the one that's kind of like
$129. It said.
Oh no, this is another one. It's let me see if it's on. Let me.
Devil Dog was talking about it.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was like, for $500 for a Bible, it better be an audio book. It better take me out on dates. It better take me out on dates and buy me steak.
Yeah, that one's on Wall Builders.
It better take me out on a date and buy me a steak dinner.
Book, man.
Here's the added elements. An exquisitely designed opening 4-color family tree of life section for recording your family history, both father's and mother's lineage, significant family events, family spiritual journey, ancestors of interest. Our founding documents, 32 beautifully designed and illustrated 2-color pages, including the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution of the United States, the Bill of Rights, and later amendments. Closing article, admonition, freedom is a fragile thing. That's interesting in and of itself. That's a lot of information.
Yeah. Amazing.
Yeah, I might get me one of those.
But $500, really? Was it that much, Hawk? $500?
No, mine was 89.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I'll get that for my husband for Christmas. That is a great gift.
and click on
That sounds
Bibles.
pretty cool.
Well, you can't go wrong.
I
A
love
nice
Bibles.
book.
I got a lot of them. No,
Very
he's like
few of-
he
Okay.
likes to read real books.
So it's called the original, an original leaf from Robert Atkins' first edition Bible, printed 1782, is the one that's $500. And
Original leaf from.
Yeah, I'm going to drop that link into the chat for
Oh,
you.
okay. You got it then. Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what's the difference between that and the one you just got?
I wouldn't be
Are
able
they
to read
similar?
an original leaf. It's
Okay.
the print in
$400.
it is original true English,
Yeah.
which none of us ever
Okay.
speak.
Right.
What are ye talking about,
No, we do not.
Yeah.
old Hawkins?
And the pages are gilded with gold.
I understand ye not, Lord.
Yeah, it's a hardback, leather bound,
No, remote.
and gold gilded pages.
For what yonder do thy moonlight shine?
That's old hillbilly. Yonder.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
No, not really.
I'm just
I said it backwards. How it's supposed to be. From what moonlight yonder does approach, or something like that.
Oh yes, yes. No, yes.
Cyrano
That's Shakespeare.
Cyrano de Bergerac, wasn't it? But it's Shakespeare. Yep. Or it's Romeo and Juliet.
Shakespeare wrote all that stuff. Yeah, Romeo and Juliet.
Yeah.
Or Francis Bacon. Some people think, if Shakespeare was Francis Bacon. Blah, blah, blah.
Nikki Bassi, not very few holidays are not satanic.
National holidays.
National Lampoon's holidays?
Well, I don't know. I haven't seen that one. They do have a DVD box set. They have a Citizen's Guide to the Constitution. They have the Foundations of Freedom. The Jefferson Lies.
I think there's a lot of lies going all the way back there.
Oh, you're so not kidding.
Yeah.
You're so not kidding.
Just saying.
What's that say? I almost consumed once. I will remember if I ever get that close again. Oh, I didn't know if you were talking about cannabis or not. You should consume cannabis. It's good for you.
I thought they were.
Everybody
What did they
should.
mean?
Yeah, I had to scroll back to see what the depth of the conversation was and see what the topic was about. It was
Was
just
it
to make
not
sure.
cannabis?
Yeah, it was.
You know what they want?
I gotta go get some sleep.
You know what they want for shipping for that $129 heirloom Bible?
Yeah, I think it's like.
How much?
Oh, let me
A
see.
lot?
What did I pay for shipping?
$47.75.
I paid $5.71.
$47.75 to my house.
Yeah, it's a. Yeah, it gives you multiple choice for shipping. It should give you multiple choice for shipping.
I'm gonna check out Wall Builders. Is that some
That's
kind
the
of
cheapest one.
American
Priority
company?
mail is $77.
Okay. Yeah,
There's only two of them. Yeah.
my shipping was $5.71.
Yeah, I don't want to hear about it.
Nice.
You must be.
But
You must be.
But this is the thing is that was with a 4 to 6 week delivery time.
Ooh, that might be
Right?
pretty.
Yeah.
But
I'm okay with that too.
I got it 7 days after I ordered it.
Yeah.
So I didn't wait no 4 weeks or 6 weeks. You know, it was 7 days after purchase date.
I always get the cheapest option if I can get free shipping. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Just saying.
I ordered it on the 19th of this month and received it yesterday.
That's sort of the nice thing about Amazon is they do that free shipping thing, but I hate doing business with them.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Bezos has made billions off of this. If I'm not mistaken, it's somewhere around 74 or 75 billion he's made since the beginning of this.
Well, and
Minimum.
Bezos is basically the B in the C_A, if you know what I mean.
Well, Bezos is about to be toast. You know.
And that is a C_A operation.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, kids. Get some
Love
strength.
you, man.
Get
Sweet
some rest
dreams,
tonight,
Hawk.
and I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Have
Later,
a good night,
brother.
everybody. Bless you all.
Night.
God loves you. So do I. Peace.
God bless you.
It's just you and me, Mon. Oh, D left.
Yeah.
Well, we just it's all the big kids now. Oh, no, you didn't get booted, Deanna. She says she got booted.
Yeah.
Did she? You want me to
No.
go?
No. What? No.
Deanna
She
is
didn't
saying she got booted in chat.
Right, I read that. No, she did. She didn't get booted by me.
Yeah, I think it was just it happened exactly the same time as Hawk went out for some reason.
Yeah, just a little bit before.
It was a glitch. Oh well. I'm not going to be here much longer either. My medicine's kicking in here.
Hey, check this out on RT News. RT News, that's the one that Jeff B's been laying down. It's Russian. Hang on, what was it? Russian something. Anyway, YouTube suffers thousands of reported outages in the last couple of hours in Las Vegas and New York down detector. That's why we've been having problems.
Vegas and New York. And where have we had some of those double F things going on? Vegas and New York.
Hold up. Let me make sure. No, Angeles, Los Angeles, LA, and New York. That's where their two biggest things are.
Well, do you remember when the helicopters were flying down the boulevard there in LA?
Yeah. Yeah, and everybody
bed,
said
man.
it.
I'm not going to encourage you any longer. I'm heading out because you need to sleep, mister. You need to bid adieu to your peeps.
Everybody just said it was a military exercise when the helicopters.
It wasn't.
No, I know.
They wouldn't do it with actual biological suits and with you don't fly helicopters down city streets in a city that size unless you have to. There's too many risks involved with doing that.
Absolutely.
So that was a biological mission of some kind, either radioactive or were they trying to bring smallpox into the country, something of that ilk?
I'm not sure.
But it looked like a body to me, like a little body bag, like a little one. So made me wonder what was going on in that museum of art, which seems to be
Getty?
a common place for these things to happen.
Are you talking about the Getty Museum?
No, well, that too, but no, this was the Guatemalan Museum of Art, I think it was called, if I remember correctly.
Craig said they stopped the big event.
Oh, where?
I don't know.
Just
I
now?
guess what we just.
Oh, you mean the one in LA? Yeah, I agree. I think that was a depopulation size extinction event. Maybe not extinction, but certainly a large people, I think, was the intent that night. I agree.
Also, you got to remember that when they said that Facebook went down that one day, that all the other platforms was going to be going down in waves and shortages.
Yeah. Yes, the LA event, Craig. Sorry, I went somewhere else in my head for a sec, but I got back on topic eventually. Yeah, I agree. First of all, helicopters would never, ever do an exercise in the middle of downtown LA. That it was definitely an operation of some sort. And then I saw the biological suits, and I saw it was teams. I'm sure it was SEAL teams in biologicals, and they were retrieving something. So, and it looked like it could be a little body bag, but something in a biological bag was brought out of there, a sealed bag.
Could have been a Men in Black recovering a little green man.
Maybe. That Gazoo gets around LA, I'm telling you. The great Gazoo. Probably what happened. He got out again. He's partying, going all crazy. The great Gazoo.
Yeah, and I seen where they was spraying in, underneath the streets of New York too with a gas or something. Just last week.
Have they been flushing the reptilians out of the sewers?
I don't know.
If you can even find that video anymore, Dharma, I'm familiar with it. I'll see if I can find it. What was the name of that boulevard?
Sunset or okay, hang on. You got Hollywood and Vine. You got Sunset, and that's the most trafficked one. Highly, it's full of traffic. Is Sunset, and then the other one.
It's the other one.
Hollywood, because they're the two that run east and west. I think, if I remember right. Because I think Vine runs north and south.
I'm searching for it. I'll find it. Oh, I got it. First one. Oh, I got a couple here. It shows where they're setting up too.
Rodeo and Beverly Hills is a little bit off a ways from there.
Yeah, it's none of those. It's we'll see. Downtown Los Angeles, so whatever it is downtown. Special Forces raid via Black Hawk Helos on biological weapon downtown Los Angeles. I'm putting that in the chats right now. And then there's another one where they were staging this raid.
What street?
Did I not get it in this one? Are you guys going that crazy in there? No. I'll be schniggled swirked. Oh, darn it. Yeah.
What video is Craig putting up? Or is that hit? Yeah, that's the one I first seen was where it says training exercise, and I knew better.
Yeah, for sure. Where they come running out of that building and into the helo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, this is an op. There's no doubt in my mind. And then when you understand that a lot of these museums of art are actually places where these wonderful elite people meet for their fetishes in artwork, if you understand my meaning.
What better way to spend their money, huh?
Yeah. Well, they love their live art, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Diana, that was from 2019.
February 10th, I think it was.
Yeah. But the Getty Museum is going. Yeah, they've been.
Oh yeah.
It's a deep complex, and the tunnels
Yes.
that go from it to the Playboy Mansion too, along the 311 tunnel that goes right into Disneyland.
Yep. Some might even call it dumb.
Which one? Wait a minute. LA's Disneyland, right? And then Disney World is Florida.
Right.
Yeah.
Disneyland is in Orange County, Los Angeles suburb, I guess. And
then there's a
World is.
Then there's not too far down from Disneyland, and then the Getty Museum and shit like that. There's a cloning factory off to the right. I have it on the map that I sent to Hawk early this morning. Yesterday morning. Oh.
I can hardly wait to read this. The Lost Gospel of Q. It's only 20 pages long. I think maybe I'll do a reading on my channel tomorrow.
It's pretty neat.
I think, because 20 pages, probably read one of these pages in about 3-4 minutes each, probably. So 80 minutes. Yeah, that's not unreasonable.
Garrett, Circle Back Girl was with you. That's where she was for 4 days.
Well, I always had a soft spot for redheads, especially if they're stupid. Oh, did I just think that out loud? I'm sorry.
Thank you, Diana.
She liked it when I called her Raggedy Ann. I'm sorry, I can't stand the woman. I had to be cheeky. Jeff's got some good quips about her too. I shouldn't say two, because mine weren't necessarily good. Just saying.
I was reading chat.
The Sayings of Jesus, the Lost Gospel of Q. Some scholars call it the Lost Gospel of Q, Q standing for quell, a German word for source. As early as 1838, a German scholar, Christian Weiss, at the University of Leipzig, developed proof that Matthew and Luke not only copied large parts of their Gospels from the book of Mark, but also shared another source of material, primarily sayings of Jesus. This leads us to believe that there were copies of that letter being circulated among early Christians. To date, no manuscripts of that letter have been found. This looks interesting. It's like a little mystery solved.
China records alarming rise in human bird flu cases. Experts warn of fast changing variants risk.
Oh, here we go. They've released the H1N1. Now we're going to have another V word. Oh, roll up your sleever. No thanks. Proud never sleever. Here, pure blood. Amen.
Breaking headline news: COVID-19 outbreak and cover-up.
Say again, buddy.
Breaking headlines on the Telegram. COVID-19 outbreak and cover-up.
Where though?
I don't know. It's
everywhere,
breaking headlines.
probably.
Breaking
Probably
headlines.
just everywhere.
I don't know. I haven't clicked on it yet. I'll do it after I get off the show.
No, don't worry about it. I don't want to hear any COVID shit anyway. I'm tired of COVID.
I know.
That word. I can't do it anymore.
6 hours and 30 minutes.
What you talking about, Willis?
What I'm talking about, I'm tired and I'm delirious.
Well, get some sleep then, darn it. Say goodnight, Dick.
Good night, Dick.
Exactly.
Craig, you still out there?
Craig, where's Craig when you need him?
He texted me. That's why I was laughing way earlier. And I'm like, I was like, I knew he'd be watching. Thank you, Loretta. All right. Dan, you need to put some WD-40 on that remote.
Oh, shoot. Yeah, my windows are squeaky.
I was going to say, if you broke wind, boy, that's really squeaky.
Well, I just did, thinking I had the mic muted. Nobody was killed on this expedition, though.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, Dion says Puppy wants a hit. No, he can't. He accidentally got stoned one day, and I felt like shit. That's why I always blow my smoke out the window. But I forgot that I'd put some coconut oil that was infused with medicine in some food one night. And all he did was lick a plate. But oh my! Next thing I know, about half hour later, he's sitting on the back of the couch like this. Just not moving a muscle and staring into space. Oh, I felt terrible. He got over it. He seems fine. But ever since then, he's been a bit of a pain in the ass. He figures if I give him more, he'll stop being painful. No, he's not a pain in the ass. I'm teasing.
Only after midnight.
What's that,
only after midnight, and that's if you get them wet.
Actually,
Gremlins.
Actually, after about 10 o'clock, he's in his little fur igloo after getting his little face rubbed and scratched a bit, and maybe a little bit of wrestling, and then I'll cover his little igloo doorway with his blanket, and then he's a happy man. He'll just poke his nose out once in a while and check what's going on.
I know. I was referring to the movie Gremlins, though. Don't feed them after midnight. Don't get them wet.
Right, yeah. Well, especially when they're crossed with the chupacabra.
Night, Craigster.
Good night, Craig. Love you, buddy.
Lily J, Darby Agent, Garrett. All right.
Who else going to bed? Oh, Lily's here.
Yep.
Good
Eddie
morning,
James.
everyone. Happy hump day. Oh, yeah, maybe for you. Garrett, remote had to light one. Yeah, I did. Then I blow it out the window so Choopy doesn't get it. I don't want him to get it. So, yeah, this time of night when I'm going to bed, I'm trying to ease a little stiffness and pain before I lie down, or it gets real worse by morning. So,
yeah. Night, Garrett. All right, my northern brother. I'm out of here.
You're calling it a night. Love you, man. Sweet dreams. Get some rest, will you?
I love you too. I am. I played on it yesterday morning after I got done with the show, and I dozed off here and there. I'm getting some good rest tonight. No. Yeah, remote does get on a row after hours. I'll just say that. That's all I'm going to say. The only one we's missing tonight's Riddle.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it'd be a Donnybrook then. Love you, man. Take care, bud.
Regular Four Stooges,
Right.
Larry Mo, Curly, and Shemp.
Yeah. Get so insane a hockey game could break out. Love you. Have a good night, bud.
Night. Love you too. Thank you for coming, everybody. Thanks for coming up on panel remote. Hawk, Diana, everybody else. I love y'all. Bella. Oh, there you are. Pop back in, did you? Love y'all. Thanks. I appreciate it. I'll see y'all tomorrow somewhere in some chat, some channel. Same bat time, same that channel somewhere. I don't know. Night, Lily. Love y'all. Good night.